me. I've just realised I've left my hair tied up as well. Little rush this morning, never mind, who cares? We are here now, and thank you so much for coming to join us this Sunday morning here on YGTV. I forgot the free gift as well, so Stu's just delivering that in to us. Thank you, Stu. Say good morning to the lovely viewers.
Yeah.
That's nice,
isn't it? Don't worry about your hair now.
I don't have to worry about my hair now, apparently.
Well, I've got my hair up as well, so yeah, we're the same,
I'll take it down in a minute, it's fine. So thank you so much for coming to join us. We hope you've been out and enjoying some time in the garden. What have you been doing this week?
I've been working. I've been repotting. I was doing loads of repotting houseplants yesterday, which was good.
Okay, good.
They're looking good. I had some real massive root-bound houseplants.
Yeah.
I cut the lawn yesterday. I've been making some more TikTok and Instagram videos.
Busy
watering,
boy.
yeah, loads of stuff.
Because it's the 1st of September today, guys. I don't know if you realised. We're still in summer, though, aren't we, technically?
Well, they call it meteorological autumn, don't they? But in theory, the 21st of September is still summer up to then, isn't it?
Lovely. So we're going to start doing lots of new gardening jobs because we're going to head into autumn. And we've got some of those things for you, actually, on the show today. So spring bulbs planting, that's very much going to start very soon, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, brilliant time as well, because Bex and I were having a big chat before the show, and we were saying that traditionally, historically, in Victorian times, for example, autumn was the start of the gardening season, not the end. And it is a brilliant time of year to plant lots and lots of things.
Yeah, so we've got loads of those for you. We've got loads of spring bulbs, and we've got loads of perennials that you could be planting right now. And it's an important time, as Adam said, because now when you plant them, what they can do is they can focus on getting a really nice strong root structure.
Exactly.
They don't have to divide their attention between growth and roots. They can concentrate on roots, and then come springtime they can then focus on the upwards growth, which potentially means you're going to get better displays next year.
Yeah, you will, because if you imagine you stick a plant, this rose for example, you put this rose straight in the ground in April, get a really hot day in April, which we can. It hasn't got the roots in the ground, it's losing moisture through the foliage. You're stressing that plant out, whereas if you plant it now and it's got its roots in the ground, come that hot day in April, it can draw on the moisture from the ground and it can just concentrate on doing what you want it to do, which is flower and look gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is why you come to join us here at YGTV. We've got loads of helpful tips and comments and all those sorts of things, and also we love it when you interact and you share with us as well. Please do talk to us. It makes these 4 hours go so much quicker when we have your input. The email address is on the bottom of the screen. I've got the iPad ready to go, so send me your comments, send me your questions, but more importantly, send us your pictures. We want to see what you've been doing in your garden, what's looking great. And if you've got any questions and you want some answers, like Tony, for example, I've emailed you back this morning with some clarification on what those plants are, and we'll do it again during the show today. So send us your comments, send us your questions, all of those things we want to see. Now, for all of the offers, all of the deals that we've got on the show today, it's a really important thing. You have to enter the code that you can see on the screen right now. This week's code is YGTV3524. What that does is it unlocks all the deals, the offers, the savings, the double ups, the triple ups, all of the savings that you can get, but it unlocks a few other things. One of them is the free postage offer. Now, if we get our basket to over £40, we get the free postage.
We do, which is fantastic, Bex, isn't it, at the end of the day?
It really is. If you can get rid of that £6.99 and get something else instead, that's a brilliant thing. So the code will unlock that. It will also give you a free gift with every single purchase. Now, it's not limited to one per customer, it is one per order. So if you want to work the system, play the system a little bit and place multiple orders, you'll get multiples of these. And one of them is great, but multiples of these is going to be even better.
And these are tough, aren't they? I mean, these really are tough bags. Yeah, we're giving it some, aren't we? And those handles aren't coming anytime soon. These are resilient. This is never going to rot or corrode or disintegrate. It's such a strong bag, and a bit like the big pots we do, you'll just find zillions of uses for these.
Yeah, well, I've grown potatoes in these in the past, but Sean and I were coming up with some various different ideas. So this could be a temporary home to plant something in.
Absolutely. If you're moving, for example, you want to lift something, you want to keep it in there before you move. We're still in the middle of festival season, aren't we, as well? I mean, there's lots of festivals going on. These are brilliant to take for festivals. Put all your camping gear, all your bits and pieces, Or do you do a big shop for? Do you take advantage of those? You get those 6 bottles of wine sometimes. And you get 25% off. Yeah. Well, and if you put it in one of those flimsy plastic bags, you're terrified the whole lot's going to drop on the floor. This is no problem. You could put those wine in there, couldn't you? Or, I mean, the autumn's coming up. If you've got a log fire.
Yeah, I was just looking at those logs
all
behind
your logs,
you there.
Put your logs in there, your kindling, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
so many uses on these.
They're dead handy, honestly. So multiples of these if you place multiple orders, but let's face it, it's free with every single purchase as long as you enter the code YGTV3524. Some of you will have got them in the last couple of weeks, I'm sure. So do you have a plan of what you're going to be doing with them? Let us know. What have you used them for in the past? What are you going to use them for now you've got them? They are worth $4.99 and it's absolutely free with every single purchase. Do think about joining our club as well. If you haven't joined already, we have over 45,000 members. It saves an absolute fortune because you can save 10% on everything that we've got in the potting shed. Plants, pots, compost, all the rest of it. We'll give you some more details throughout the show, but if you're not already a member, there's a little button you can press. You can start saving on your first order. You'll get all the yellow prices that you can see on the screen, not the red ones, the yellow ones. Extra 10% discount. Want to just give you a quick preview, let's say, of the Ornamental bark mulch that we've got here, because this was really popular earlier on in the week. 70-litre bag, half price deal, £14.99 to get that delivered to your home, free postage. This is a great way of getting multiple free gifts. If you want some of this, place an order for this on its own, use the code, get the saving, get the free gift, then come back and place another order.
And this stuff, it's like Strolch, but on steroids. It's kind of really good for so many uses this time of year. You can put it down on the ground between your plants this time of year, and when you walk between the plants, you're not going to get muddy feet. If you've got plants this winter you want to protect from really bad frost, for example, you've got dahlias you want to leave in, or the hedechiums, the ginger lilies, put a nice big mound of this over the top of those roots when they die down. That will stop the frost from getting down into the ground and penetrating, and it just looks fabulous between all your ornamental plants, your shrubs, for example, or you want to suppress the weeds. Brilliant for suppressing weeds. I mean, so many uses with this. Fun enough, we did a job, it's on my not YouTube, TikTok. We did a job last week planting all these gorgeous conifers.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, and we put a huge mulch of bark in between. And it's great because it keeps the moisture in, it keeps the weeds down, and it's in a school playground so the kids can run through it. It's not going to look messy, they're not going to get muddy feet, and it's just gorgeous stuff. I mean, it looks nice, it looks really, really lovely.
It's UK produced as well, this.
Yeah, it's fabulous stuff.
Just because it's a nice extra touch there, but it's really good at neatening up the borders, and of course will help to reduce weeds that you get coming through as well. So it's a fantastic one. We'll come back to it later on. 100061 is the item number. You go to YouGarden.com in order to place your orders. You can also use the phone lines as well. The phone lines on the bottom of the screen there, 0844 502 0050. It's open till 4 o'clock if you do like actually speaking to people. It's quite nice to talk to somebody occasionally, isn't it? Right, let's move on, shall we? Let's get into it. So we're going to take you over to our favourites table. Now, we say it's our favourites, but actually it is your favourites. This is how we decide what goes on this table. We start off the week with what we think you're going to like, and then we adjust that based on what you are buying. And these are the items that are the most popular of all of the items that we're bringing you. That doesn't mean the others aren't popular, it's just these are the most popular. Now, the first one is actually on a buy one, get one free deal. Free is everybody's favourite price.
It is, yeah. I mean, free. Everybody loves free, don't they?
I love any freebie, it's great.
And sometimes free comes with a catch, doesn't it? But there's no catch with us. These literally are, free. That's it. And they're just as good quality as the ones you buy. I mean, all the same. And we kind of fact check Bex and I before we come on. I mean, we know a lot about all these plants, but we do extra research sometime as well. And correct me on this, Bex, if I'm wrong, but these are the ones I believe that can flower.
Yes.
From December through to October.
Well, I mean, they're in flower now, to be perfectly honest. So
well, yeah.
We're talking good 10 months, basically, worth of flowers. They tend to kind of give up a little bit during the hotter months.
Yeah.
So what you'll find is during probably, June, somewhere between June, July, August, they might just slow down a little bit because they just don't like all the heat. This is massively about your winter, autumn bedding, giving you that colour when a lot of other colour isn't there.
Yeah, and hardy, down to minus 25.
I mean, come on.
Right, so, I mean, you could grow these in the Highlands of Scotland and, they'll be absolutely fine. I mean, you know, they get perhaps in a really cold winter, minus 18, minus 19.
Yeah.
I think the record in Scotland was minus 27 back in the 80s. So, so yeah, these are hardy absolutely anywhere. They've got a slight trailing habit as well, which is good. Hence, we've got them in some hanging baskets. They're not like Sophinias. We're not saying they're going to trail, you know, metres and metres, but they have that nice tumbling, gentle kind of trailing habit, which looks great. Enough to hide the hanging basket. And you've got these fabulous, fabulous colours. And some are a solid colour, like this solid yellow you've got here. And then others are a bit more of a kind of a mixed colour, like these two here, that are like sort of lovely sort of shades of purple, for example. So, you know, you're getting all that lovely mix. And, Bex and I've noticed, some of them have got a little bit of a fragrance as well.
Well, we went into the little, what do we call it? Room. One of the tunnels, basically.
A big
greenhouse.
Big greenhouse, yeah.
We went into the big greenhouse where all of these are kept, and wow, the fragrance was absolutely incredible, wasn't it?
It was nice. It was quite warm in there as well, wasn't it?
Lovely.
Yeah. And yeah, they really, you know, there's thousands in there. But you know, these again, you know, outside your front door on a warmish day like today, you will get the fragrance. But something we're going to keep mentioning as well. We mentioned it at the head start of the show. Get them planted now.
Yeah,
because,
it's really important.
Yeah, because if you get them established now in the hanging baskets, they're going to flower for so much longer and so much more. If you wait until November and it's been -6 the night before, and it's only going to get 3 or 4 degrees during the day, and the compost is freezing cold, and you know, and then you plant them, they're just gonna show off. They're just gonna go into a rest and stop growing. Whereas if you establish them now, they've got that kind of establishment that's going to keep them flowering.
Absolutely. Now, we keep talking about them going into pots and hanging baskets, and that's because they do tumble and trail, but there's nothing to stop you actually planting these into borders. What they will do is sort of meander across the ground and give you ground cover as well. So don't think they are just for hanging baskets and pots. You can actually plant these into the ground as well. So those are your garden readies. Those are for you to take and plant wherever you want to plant them. But if you want to get in a time machine and you want to fast forward a little while, and you know what, you just want something that's good to go, why not go for our pre-planted hanging baskets that we've got going on up here? Now look at the beauty that we've got here. This is just out the box, hang it up, ready to go. The price that we've got here at YGTV, by the way, it's better than the catalogue price. So this is why it's really important to come and shop with us on YGTV. These are just going to keep I mean, they look pretty impressive right now, don't they?
They do, yeah.
But they're just going to keep getting better.
And you know, and I was saying the basket kind of disappears. Well, you know, there's the basket underneath, but you can see already, you know, it's hidden the basket. And not actually. The good thing about these as well is you don't need to hide the baskets. These have actually got really nice, attractive kind of wicker-like baskets, haven't they? Which is nice. I mean, sometimes we have plastic ones, which you know I don't mind, but I do love this lovely natural sort of wicker look. But these will tumble down. They're flowering their socks off now. I would deadhead them if you can, you know, because that encourages flowering. And also, I'd still liquid feed them for a little while. I'd probably up until the end of October. I'd still liquid feed them perhaps once a month or something, or once a fortnight. After that point, I wouldn't bother liquid feeding until the spring. But even though it's winter time, you know, when these are looking good, check that they're still moist, because you know, hanging baskets even in winter time can dry out, especially you know, if you've got hanging baskets and you've got like a big overhang of the eaves or something.
Yeah, and the water doesn't actually get to them. I've noticed that with mine.
Yeah, so don't think just because it's winter time, you know, you don't need to water them. Just check them periodically, even in the winter time. If they feel a bit dry, give them a really nice drink. But they're just going to give you joy, and they're going to give you colour. They're going to give you interest. And in recent years, you know, we're finding more and more plants, aren't we, to give interest, to give colour through the winter time. And of course, because we're having milder winters generally anyway, these sort of things are doing better and better year on year. Yeah,
and of course you can get these to come back for you next year as well. I mean, a lot of people use these as annuals, and they replant again next year. But actually, you can get these to come back. So during this warm months, just put them somewhere, you know, out the way, trim them right back, leave them alone, and then, you know, about this time next year, bring them back out, give them a water, give them a feed, and they will actually come back for you. Pansies are so tough and hardy.
They're versatile. I'll tell you what, Bex, have a...
Does it smell nice?
Smell that one. Isn't that gorgeous? That's sweet.
Yeah, I mean,
that's really nice.
Such a lovely fragrance.
The yellow ones I find are the most potent, I think.
No, you're right.
Yeah, that one's not
Let's
so
go
much,
random.
but
The yellows do give a gorgeous fragrance.
yeah, that's almost a bit like a primula kind of smell. It's got that kind of quite a sweet smell to it.
I love them, and I just love something that's going to give us that lovely colour over the winter months when it's all a bit dark and dreary and we're not really enjoying it.
And it's
I'm a summer girl.
Yeah, me as well. I'm trying to ignore the fact that it's the first.
We'll just forget about it.
1st of September today.
Just forget about it.
But to sum up, to finish, these are just instant joy, impact and colour out of the box and onto your hanging basket bracket.
Well, 450155 is the item number. You will get the pair of those. If you can get your order to over £40, you will get that free postage, and of course you'll get that free gift as long as you use the code YGTV3524. And the weight of these is quite significant, so to get that as free postage, that's definitely costing us money rather than you. That's the best way. Loads of you watching this morning, so big thanks to you for coming to join us here on YGTV. Apparently you're all getting involved in the chat. Elaine, Kev, Neil, Mandy, Alistair. I'm recognising all of those names in there. If you're new to us and you've never joined in the chat, don't be worried. Don't be scared. Come and have a little chat with us. They're a lovely community. They'll all say hello to you if you post a message in there. And of course there is the email address ygtv@yougarden.com where you can send us any questions, comments or pictures of your garden. Please send us those. We love being nosy and looking in your gardens. Right, we need to give you a reminder of the bark that is doing well so far this morning. The Ornamental Spruce Bark Mulch, look at that. It's 100061 is the item number in that 70 litre bag. Half price deal as well, and that one has the postage included in it. So yeah, this one's a great one if you want to get multiples of your free gift. If you want that, place that as an order on its own. YGTV3524 is the code. There'll be no postage. You'll get the half price deal and you'll get your free gift. Then you can come back and you can place some more orders. Maybe get your order to over £40 at that point. Right, we're going to bring you on to some of our bulbs now. This is the time, isn't it? We're starting to make plans. So we've sat back, we've enjoyed all of our hard work, we've enjoyed all of that colour and beauty over the summer months. It's still going. It's not all going to just go away straight away. We're still enjoying it. But now's the time where the little hamster starts turning the wheel, doesn't it, in our heads, and we start planning what we're going to do to get all of that colour next year. Spring bulbs, that's the way to go.
And it's kind of weird the way you said that, Bex, as well, because I get that SAD thing.
Me too.
And a lot of people do, and I'm not there yet, but
when the days start drawing in, the nights start coming in.
That's it, and it really kind of brings you down. And I was just going to throw out a question as well this morning, just to ask all the viewers, what do you do to get you through this time of year? What is your tip or trick?
Some people really love it. Some people love it.
Some people do, yeah. But I just wonder if you don't, what gets you through the days as they shorten and get darker and darker?
Yeah, me. Yeah.
But you mentioning these bulbs is one thing that gets me through.
Love these.
Yeah, because when I go to garden centres or anywhere like that, and I see all the pictures of the spring bulbs, that does give me. It gives me that bit of hope. It gives me that lift because you know there's going to be that darkness in between, but you just know that spring will come back. And when you plant these, you're just planting that joy, aren't you, for springtime?
And you're planting a promise, aren't you, with a bulb?
That's what we always say.
The embryo of the flower is in there. Now, we have to say, if you cut it in half, you would actually be able to see the elements of the flower inside the bulb. We should do it at some point. We'll get a sharp knife and cut one in half.
You can, you can see the little nascent bulb.
All the goodness is already in there.
That's it.
And a good tip here, actually, when you're planting bulbs, staffs and tulips and stuff like that is, don't use brand new compost. You don't really need to use fresh new compost, do you?
No.
You can use old compost. Don't waste your money on brand new compost because it doesn't need it.
No, for the first year, definitely not. You can just put them in the same compost because the bulb's got everything in it needs already to flower next spring. I've actually seen daffodil bulbs left on the top of the ground in customers' gardens accidentally before now, and they're flowered while sitting on top of the ground. And it looks a bit sad, but everything in that bulb is there to get it to flower for the first season. And these are absolutely fantastic because these are narcissus, the little short mix. And generally what they say is, we call some daffodils, we call some narcissus, and generally what they say is if the centre of the flower, which I think is called the corolla, is longer than the petals, it's a daffodil. And if the centre is shorter than the petals, it's a narcissus.
Right,
yeah,
okay.
But you know, who
Well, I was
cares?
reading up on the history of daffodils and narcissus actually, and where the name comes from, the etymology of it all. And Narcissus was obviously it's a Greek thing, isn't it? Narcissus was known for his
narcissism.
Narcissism, basically known for his love of his own beauty. And the name supposedly comes from, you know, when you get the sort of nodding head of the daffodil, it's supposed to be Narcissus looking into a pool to catch his own reflection. Yeah. And that's where the name comes from. It's cool, isn't it?
And did he get turned into a Narcissus in the end?
I can't remember. I can't remember the full story.
He was.
Quite like Greek mythology, though. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, it is good, isn't it? I wish it was all true sometimes.
The basis of a lot of our words come from Greek mythology as well.
Yeah. I mean, especially plant names, Greek and Latin. They're pretty much all sort of Greek and Latin names.
Well, they were introduced to us by the Romans as well, apparently. Narcissus first planted all that long ago by the Romans.
Yeah, there is. We do have one indigenous. We do have our indigenous daffodil, but it's quite rare now. But I think Wordsworth wrote about it, didn't he?
There's so many, and there's that lovely A.A. Milne verse as well. I've forgotten the verse now.
Who's the one who said
host
of Golden Daffodils? Was that Wordsworth or was that Shakespeare?
That's Wordsworth.
Yeah,
apparently. Stu tells me.
Although his favourite flower was actually. His favourite flower was actually celandine, not daffodils. But the good thing about these ones is. We were right off there, didn't we?
Sorry, carry on.
That's the thing, though. We're all about background, aren't we, as well, and stories and interest. Nice thing about these ones, the short ones, is they're really wind resistant.
Yes. I often say this about these because I do love all the daffodils. They're very much, spring is coming, that kind of hope and joy is on its way. But the taller daffodils, they can get a bit buffeted by the wind.
Yeah.
And you can't plant them in as many places as you can with these. Because you would never plant one of the 50-centimetre tall daffodils in a window box, for example, or in the top of a hanging basket.
No, because they'd look out of proportion, wouldn't they? They'd look a bit daft.
But you can with these.
Yeah, these are great for rockeries as well.
Love them in rockeries.
They look fantastic.
So cute.
Brilliant for pots. And also what I generally find with the smaller ones is the foliage tends to die down quicker than the taller ones. So, and Sean was the other day was saying he has, like a lot of people, he has a love-hate relationship with daffodils because you look forward to them for months, and when they start flowering, you adore them, and you're just so pleased to see them. When they're finished flowering, it's like, I want you gone now.
Yeah, but you can't cut away that foliage.
No, you've got to leave it.
You've got to let it grow back, die down naturally and into the bulb so that it comes back again.
Feeds it for next year.
So with these, you get that happening much quicker.
Exactly, so you don't have to wait so long. Some of these are fragrant as well. Quite a lot of the smaller ones are really, really fragrant. Great for pots, containers, troughs, hanging baskets, say rockeries. Lawns, they look fantastic growing in grass, which is really, really nice. And if you're going to plant them in the lawn, you can sort of naturalise them in lawns. So the best thing if you're going to plant them in the lawn is get a handful of bulbs and just throw them onto the grass. Yeah, and where they land, plant them. Don't even if two land really close together, plant them like that, because that will look really, really natural.
Well, it's 630029 if you want to go for these. They're on our favourites table, so these have been a very popular one this week. It is 100 bulbs included, and it is a £5 saving. So $14.99 if you're not in the club. But come on, it's time to get in that club. If you haven't joined already, please do consider doing it today. 10% discount on every single item that you buy. It's 13 pence a bulb. Is that the price in the club or out the club? In the club, 13 pence a bulb. Oh yeah, it's 100. All right. Sean's not here. He's the maths guy. I'm the tech. I'm the iPad person. All right, Stu's the tech. Let's move on. 100 bulbs there if you want to go for those. Let's move on before I dig a deeper hole, shall we? Are we going choicier next? Let's talk about the choicier. Apparently there is no choicier. You must add this one into your basket because it's a half-price deal and it is our deal of the week.
Yeah, we're still waiting for it, Stu. Aren't we? We're still waiting for Stu's little kind of deal of the week.
We're making up our own. I was going to say dingles. We're making up our own jingles now.
We'll do it in harmony next time.
511495 if you want to go for the choicier. It is a half-price deal. It is our deal of the week. You definitely need to be adding this one into your basket because of the price, but not just because of that. This is a fantastic bush for your garden, isn't it? I adore choicier.
Choicier tenata is a shrub that I've planted many of over the 37 years I've been self-employed running my own garden maintenance business for lots of reasons. First of all, it is evergreen.
Yeah, love that.
So it looks good all the year through.
And you get some lovely kind of yellow tinges to the leaves over time as well, don't you? It's not just this luscious green we can see. You get lovely shades of yellow going on.
You can do. Yeah, you get sort of yellowish look on that. And there's actually a sort of a relative of this one called Sun Dance, which is really, really yellow.
Yeah, I think
So-
I've got the Sun Dance, so mine
Yeah.
goes very yellow.
Yeah, so that's Choisya Ternata Sun Dance. This is Choisya Ternata, its cousin. This has got super, super glossy green leaves all year through, so it always looks good, no matter what the season. But it has, I think it's got Mexican orange blossom as
yeah.
well. And in the spring, well, not just the spring actually, but in the spring, it has masses of these white flowers,
Yeah,
which
and it
look
covers it
fabulous.
as well, doesn't
really
it?
smothers it. Lovely and really, really sweet fragrance, adored by the pollinating insects, the butterflies, the bees, lacewings, all those kind of things. And then it's one of these shrubs that has that weird habit where every so often, when it feels like it, it'll just throw out a few more flowers. Sometimes at a really obscure time of year, in the middle of the winter or late summer, or it'll just think, I know what, I just fancy putting on a few more flowers, so I'm going to do that. It's really, really tough. It's a very robust shrub. Now, having said that, back in about 3 or 4 years back, we did have a really, really punishing winter. And I'll be honest with you, I did see a lot of these get very badly knocked back.
Right.
But I pruned them back in customers' gardens. Some of them regrew from where I pruned them back, and a lot of them regrew from ground level. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, and that was an exceptionally cold winter. I mean, all sorts of things went that winter, but 99 winters out of 100, these get through winter, no problem at all. And another good thing about this I found as well, it's a really good shrub for shade, as well as full sun. So I'm not talking about really, really deep shade, but, you know, a shady area, it doesn't get a lot of sun, even north facing.
And you'll still get the flowers?
Yeah, they don't flower quite as well, but they will do well in shade or north facing aspect, as well as a sunny aspect. So really, really fantastic plant. And just quickly, because Stu said we've got to move on. Let's do what we normally do.
Let's get the roots out, shall we?
Yeah, look at that. Gorgeous root system was already, like you can see that
beautiful rooty
lovely
beauty.
root system developing there.
Mine's in a full sun position and it does so well in that spot. But as Adam said, yeah, if you've got a slightly shadier spot, don't be worried and give it a go in that spot. I've found they're quite drought tolerant as well. Don't need loads and loads of watering.
Really drought tolerant, and don't need particularly good soil. They grow in quite poor soils as well. And you can butcher these if you want to. You can really, really hack these back if you get too big. I mean, obviously don't do it with nice sharp shears or a sharp hedge trim, but you can shape them into a ball shape, almost like topiary if you wish, and they're quite happy with that.
Well, nice and slow growing, so hopefully you won't need to do too much pruning, certainly in earlier years anyway, and nice and compact and bushy shrub that you get here as well. 511495 is the item number for our deal of the week. Hot price deal for you. Right, let's move on to some more of our spring bulbs. Now, this one I absolutely adore. Planted loads of tulips last year. I didn't grow this one, so I'm definitely doing it this year. Now, I'm going to talk to you about both of these because we've got Tulip Purple Paradise and we've got the crocus mix coming up. The reason I'm talking about both of them is that we've got a 3 for 2. They're the same price, okay? So it's $9.99 for each of these, but you can mix your 3 for 2 here. So if you want 3 packs of your Purple Paradise, fine, you can get it 75 of those bulbs and that will be beautiful. But if you wanted, say, 2 packs of Purple Paradise and 1 pack of your crocus, you can mix and match that 3 for 2 deal here. So it's entirely up to you. Love the fact that we've given you some choice and options when it comes to that. Let's start though with the Purple Paradise. Love this colour combination.
I've got these.
Have you? I'm going to do them this year.
Yeah, I've had these the last 2 or 3 years. Bex and I, in a previous life, used to work for another gardening channel, sadly no longer around, but on that gardening channel, we had these tulips back then, and I was lucky back then we were allowed to take the samples home. So we used to rip the packs of tulips open and just put them on a little ceramic dish. So once they were open, they were no good, to take back.
You can't send them out.
So I took them home, planted them, and they have been, Bex, absolutely stunningly beautiful.
Yeah.
They really. Where's the pictures, Stu? I must send some pictures. In fact, I'll go through. We have a little break later on. I'll go through my phone and I'll find the picture. I'll send them to Stu and he can show you, or Bex can show you.
Yeah, I'll show you on the iPad.
But what I found is about 3 or 4 years back, I think it was the year before lockdown, that winter, autumn, I planted masses and masses of tulips, including the Purple Paradise. And I've found since then, the Purple Paradise are the ones that have come back every year since.
Oh, really? Okay.
A lot of the other types didn't come back at all after the first year, or have come back but only 2 or 3, and they've come back a bit not as big, a bit more spindly.
Yeah.
Purple Paradise have come back every year just as good,
wow,
looking spectacular, and it's just it's not just a tulip mix in the, you know, it's a mix of different colours. It's just a mix of so many different things. I mean, for a start, I love the way that some of them have got the sort of that fimbriata kind of edging.
I love
that feathered edge. And when you see
and do you know what? If they, sorry to interrupt, Adam, but if they were all like that, it would look too done, it would just look tatty and horrible. It's the fact that it's just a few of them in there that really makes those stand out.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's what I was kind of saying, you know, trying to get across just now, that, you know, that mix in this bunch is so incredible, because the ones that have got the smooth edges, they really, really contrast so brilliantly with that fimbriata kind of edge there. And then you've got some that are solid colour, you know, some are a solid white, some are a solid purple, but then, of course, you've got some that have got variations of colour on, so some have fused through with purple and white at the top. And look at those bulbs. I mean, those bulbs are really healthy.
Yeah, you can see
chunky.
the quality, and I can feel the quality as well. As I give those a squeeze, you know, they're really nice and firm. It's a weighty bag. There's nothing squishy in there at all, is there?
And this is a weird thing to ask you to do, Bex, but have a sniff.
Yeah, I know. Actually, I can't smell anything.
That's the thing. You see, because they all say that about fish, don't they? They say if you're buying fresh fish and it smells really fishy,
smell it.
don't buy it, you know, because it's not fresh. And that's if you pick up a pack of bulbs and they smell musty, they smell mouldy, they've got that kind of, you just smell to them, don't buy them, because they've been laying around. You know, they should almost smell of nothing at all, and they should feel really firm, and that's when you know you've got good quality bulbs. And these are guaranteed to flower, because these bulbs are the right size to give you those flowers. And as Bex said earlier on, you know, when you plant a bulb, you plant a promise, because in the middle of all those bulbs, the flower is already formed. It's a whole miniature a whole miniature tulip inside that bulb.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to get a sharp knife. I'm going to cut one open.
All you've got to do is put it in the ground, and nature will do the rest.
All right, 600245 is the item number for the Purple Paradise. You're not going to plant your tulips straight away. That's one thing I will say. You know, daffs and crocus, yeah, you can get those planted out from, you know, mid-September. You know, by the time they arrive to you, you can definitely plant those. Tulips, I would hold off, right? Wait until end of October into November before you plant those.
And there's good reason for that. There can be a disease called fire blight. It's not fire blight, it's fire something. It attacks tulips if you plant them too early. So these will store in your garage or somewhere cool really, really easy. Just make sure you keep them away from mice and squirrels. Yeah,
because they love them. But it's important to get hold of them now, because they will store. Not like plug plants. Obviously, you need to plant those straight away. You can store these, but the point of getting them now is to get them while we've still got them available. These are a very, very popular variety. Crocus is next. Remember, it is a 3 for 2. Both your tulips or your crocus, they are on the 3 for 2. You can mix and match. So you can get 75 of your Tulip Purple Paradise, or you could just get 25 of those, and then you could get 2 packs of your crocus. I think I'd go 25 tulips, and then I'd go 2 packs of crocus. I don't know, it's up to you, whatever you want to do. But this is the gorgeous crocus mix. These are the packs, so they are much smaller bulbs. They come in packs of 40. These are super easy to plant. I know if you're thinking 120 crocus bulbs, that's going to take me forever to plant. It absolutely doesn't. These are super easy and quick to plant.
I've just got 2 words first to get out of the way. Tulip fire, that's what I was trying to think of. That was the word, tulip fire. Yeah, these crocuses, I had to get that, like you had to get a big burp out, you know what I mean? Just had to say it. Yeah, these are absolutely fantastic, these crocuses. And crocuses are so wonderful, aren't they? Because they're one of the first sort of bulbs to flower in the spring.
Oh, I love them.
I guess
often still, if you're in the snowy areas, you will see them coming through with snow on the ground still.
Yeah, because quite often, it's the snowdrops and the aconites are the very, very first, aren't they?
And then crocuses straight after.
Follow on really, really quickly. And they look amazing growing in grass. They look lovely in pots, rockeries, beds, borders. Really, really tough bulbs as well. And it's always brilliant when you get that first warm day and the crocuses, they open right up, don't they? And they are just so colourful. And you get that first day where you can feel a bit of warmth of the sun on your face. The birds are starting to sing. You know, you can just see the tufts of grass coming back, and it's all to play for, isn't it?
It's very much like, this is it.
This is the start.
Yeah, this is the beginning. Yeah. I love the fact that not from this variety, but saffron comes from crocus as well, doesn't it?
Well, I used to live in
the
Bishop
most expensive
Stortford.
herb.
Yeah, I used to live next to a place called saffron walden, and that's where it got its name from.
Yeah.
They would pick the little little anthers and the stamens. That's it.
Stamens.
Of the and like so I think like pound for pound, it's more expensive than gold.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, that's what they would do, and that's a special saffron crocus. But crocuses are amazing. They come back year after year after year. They're a corm rather than a bulb.
As well, don't they?
Yeah, they will. They'll naturalise. They'll spread. They're really, really hardy. And again, they die off quite quickly after they've flowered. So when you grow them in grass, you don't necessarily need to leave the grass till it gets about 3 foot tall before you need to mow it. You can sort of mow it reasonably quickly.
And they don't need to be in the fullest, sunniest position.
No.
So if you are creating lawn drifts, for example, so I did it last year, but I threw them all over the lawn. Actually, in the corners and the edges where bushes and trees are overhanging, that's a great place to put them because they're very happy in that location.
Yeah, they like sort of being sort of in the overhang of hedges or shrubs or bushes like you say, or conifers or things like that, and they'll just pop up and flower. And sometimes you get sort of like 3 or 4 flowers from kind of one actual bulb. So they are absolutely fantastic, gorgeous.
Yeah, and a gorgeous colour mix with the purples and the yellows and the whites included in there. 600082 is the item number for the crocus. They do come in packs of 40 and they are on the 3 for 2 offer. So make sure that you put the code in when you place your order, YGTV3524, and consider mixing those with your Purple Paradise because it is a mix and match when it comes to the 3 for 2 offer. 600245 is the item number for the Tulip Purple Paradise. We also showed you the Pansy Cool Waves, which are the garden ready plug plants. They're the just slightly larger plug plants. It's a buy one get one free. So pack of 10 that you will get on your Pansy Cool Wave, and as long as you enter the code YGTV3524, we'll put another 10 of those in your basket absolutely free of charge. And we did show you our short mix of the Narcissus as well. A few different varieties included in there. So classic trumpet daffodil shapes, plus you've got some slightly more unusual with the mix of colours, and those ones at the beginning, at the bottom there, the Rip Van Winkle variety is included too. 630029 is the item number. Now, Anne had a question about these on Facebook, was it? Are they bigger or smaller than the tete-a-tete?
About the same, to be honest. Some will be slightly taller than tete-a-tetes, but yeah, roughly the same size. They're all probably about 15? Yeah, kind of.
Centimetres?
Yeah, sort of that sort of height.
Ish.
Yeah.
You might get up to 20 centimetres on them, but they are just that lovely, compact, smaller variety that you can do a little bit more with, planting more locations than you can with those taller ones. I fancy that, actually. I might plant some of those this year. I didn't really do any daffodils last year.
But the good thing is, as well, is if you've got the crocus and the daffodils and the tulips, you've got that whole spring season.
Yeah, done.
You've got the crocuses first, February into March. You've got the daffodils March through to April, and then April through to May. You've got your tulips almost till June. So brilliant.
Well, of course, we do have our deal of the week available for you as well, which is the Joycia Tonata. So gorgeous, glossy, evergreen foliage on there, and that super fragrant blossom that you will get come the springtime, sort of April, May. I think that really starts. Lasts a good while as well.
Weeks.
Certainly mine did. I had a good 5-6 weeks out of my blossom on there, and it's beautifully fragrant. Great one for the pollinators, and really drought tolerant as well. It is the deal of the week, so it's a half price deal. All of this is unlocked by using that code YGTV3524. Plus, you get your free gift included whenever you place an order, and that is added into your basket free of charge as long as you enter that code. And that is our heavy duty grow bag, or just general garden tidy storage bag, even just doing your shopping.
I saw somebody grow raspberries in that once as well. Yeah, they sort of they tied them up like a wigwam kind of look. Yeah. Which I thought was amazing.
Honestly, it's brilliant and super strong. Last you for years, that. Right, let's move on, shall we? Because we're going to talk to you about pots. We're going potty for the pots.
We are, and these will last you
today.
years as well, because sometimes when we mention that P word, plastic, sort of, it's almost become a bit of a bad word these days, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know what? The thing is, with plastic pots...
How do you do that? You're clever how you do that. So.
The pots that we bring you are UV stabilised and frost resistant. So these are not the nasty plastic that's going to crack and go brittle and break and then ends up, adding to the plastic waste in the world. These are designed to last for many, many years. But of course, you've got all the benefits that go with those plastic pots. It's not going to leach all the moisture out of the compost. It's not going to be heavy heavy for you to move around your garden. And of course, if you accidentally drop one, it's not going to crack and break and become very expensive drainage that you put in the bottom of all of your other pots.
Or purposely throw it on the floor.
Or throw it on the floor like I do. Right, now what we need to tell you is there are 2 sizes and 3 different colours.
Oh.
They're just inside that rose one there. So we've got the 10-inch diameter, which is the smaller size, or we've got the 13-inch diameter, which is the larger size. Now these marry up nicely with that other helix deal that we were doing a few weeks ago, where it was the much bigger ones. So if you want a family of pots, this is going to be brilliant. But we've got the 3 different colours. We've got the black and bronze,
This is sort of a, bronze,
which is the one that Adam is showing. It's a subtle difference, but it's a lovely difference. So it's very much black in colour, but then you've got these horizontal stripes all the way around to show you the bronze. If I hold it next to the silver, you'll be able to see the difference.
See, I'd almost say that was gold to me. I'd say more gold than...
It's a lovely goldy colour, and then you can see the silver that I've got in my hand here. That's another option for you, but I'm just holding that so you can see the difference between the bronze here and the silver. And then we've also got, what are we calling it? Powdered clay. So there's the clay option here as well, which has got that terracotta look. So if you just think there's 2 different sizes, the 10-inch diameter or the 13-inch diameter, 3 different colours. You've got the black and bronze, black and silver, or the clay. The clay is the one that we've had in that slightly bigger size, so maybe you want the family of pots going on there, or maybe you want to mix and match the colours, because actually they all work beautifully together.
Yeah, they're great pot specs, these as well, and I always say this every time, so bore you all to death probably saying it, but
do it, Boris.
I've always hated plastic pots. I really did in the past.
Because did as well.
Yeah,
I was the same.
Yeah, because in the
I was a pot
past,
snob.
well, yeah, because you had that thing where you saw the seam down the side, and then you had all the bits where they come off the blow mould, all that papery bit off the bottom, and they just really cheap and flimsy. These are absolutely gorgeous. And again, I said to Bex, if you were walking down the high street in the morning off to work, catch a train or whatever, and you saw these in somebody's front garden, you would think these were metallic. You wouldn't think these were plastic. They just look so high end. You've got your fantastic drainage, you've got the lovely decoration, you've got this rim round the top as well, which is reinforced.
It is reinforced as well. You can feel the ridges underneath, can't you?
Yeah, easy to pick up, which is good. You can see just the little, what I call gills around the edge there, just kind of reinforcing the top of that pot. And of course, what you can get with real terracotta pots or real stone pots is in a really cold winter, you go to pick the pot up, the rim just comes away from the whole pot, doesn't it? It's been frosted off.
Yeah.
And then the pot's useless because it's all sharp and jaggedy on the top.
Because the moisture gets into there, obviously it expands and contracts with the weather, and then eventually it does just break. You don't get that with these because they are those UV stabilised, frost resistant.
And even some of those ones that say frost proof,
it's not.
No, I've still come unstuck with some of them. It doesn't matter if it goes down to -25 with your cool wave pansies. These are not going to crack, they're not going to fracture. These are going to look good for year after year after year.
We'll show you these with some plants in later as well, because we've got our Nandina firepower on. The Nandina in the black pots looks great. We've also got the Loropetalum on, which is, they're a double up or a buy one get one, and the Loropetalum look really good in the clay because you get the contrast of the colours. So we'll show you those in a little while. Stu, do you mind if we just go to the website to show them where the pots are, just so that they can see all the different options? Is that all right? Thank you. So you go to YouGarden.com and you're looking for that little bit there, look, where it says YouGarden TV. If you click on that, it might be in the bottom corner if you're watching on your phone or your tablet. That's the show that you can watch on the website. And then if you scroll down, these are all the items that we have selected for our show today. The pots are right down the bottom there, so you can see all the different options lined up together. You can choose your size, you can choose your colour. So that's where you can go to look at those. You've got the entire website to shop as well, though, by the way. Obviously, we can't show you the entire website. We'd probably be here for, I don't know, 6 months trying to get through every single item. But nothing is stopping you actually going through the website and shopping the entire website. Just always use our code YGTV3524, because that means you'll get some special deals going on, but you will also get your free gift included as well. Thank you, Adam. Look at that. That Nandina.
That's worked brilliant.
That looks beautiful.
That look
I've got my Nandina in one of our darker coloured pots as well, and it just works so beautifully, that contrast.
And that Nandina, that would be happy in there for a good 2 or 3 years, really, because these aren't huge, we'll get onto this in a minute, obviously, but these aren't huge, fast-growing shrubs. So, again, if you're 3 floors up and just got a balcony where you can enjoy Nandina in a pot like that, just keep it watered, keep it fed. But, yeah, we'll drop various things in as we go through the show today, just show you all the different plants and how they look in the different pots.
Yeah, they're a good size, aren't they?
And there's no right or wrong with these. It's whatever floats your boat, whatever you fancy, really.
Well, if you want to get ahead of us on the Nandina Firepower, 510823 is a double-up deal, so one for $14.99. The second one in your basket would cost you only an extra £5, basically, as long as you put the code in, obviously. Otherwise, you'll pay full price for both of those. All right, let's talk about compost, shall we? Is it compost we're doing next? Let's talk about our compost, because this is... So we were talking earlier on in the week, me and Sean, there's two points in the year where this is... I mean, it's the most popular all year round. It's the thing we sell the most of here at YouGarden. But there are 2 points in the year where we see spikes in the amount that people are buying. Springtime, but autumn time, about now, this is where we see a massive spike. Why is that, Adam?
Well, because what we're doing now is a lot of us are emptying out our summer pots, aren't we? We're emptying out our summer baskets. They're kind of coming to their end now, so we kind of want to change the look. It's a change of season. We want to get our pansy cool wave in. We want to get our bulbs in. We want to get our shrubs planted. It's not the best time of year, but I was even transplanting some house plants yesterday. Normally I do it in the spring, but they were so pot bound. I took a Dracaena out of a pot, and oh my goodness me, I just couldn't leave it like that any longer. So I use this compost on my house plants, and they actually thrive in it. But yeah, I will be changing some of the pots in the garden soon, taking out the summer bedding, and then doing that lasagna planting, which we'll talk about later, all the different layers, so you get different flowers at different times. It's just a great time. And of course, another thing you'll be doing in a couple of weeks' time, you might be planting bare root. You might be planting root ball plants. You might be planting any potted plants, like some of the shrubs we've got in the studio today, like the choisia. And you want to incorporate some really good compost around that plant when you plant it.
The time is coming, actually, where we might start moving things in our garden as well. So you might have been looking at your garden throughout the summer and thinking, OK, that needs moving over there, and I need to take that one out. And when you replant, you want to add some good compost into the hole that you replant them in. Or maybe you don't know what the new home is going to be, and you're going to find a temporary home for that plant. That's where you're going to use this compost. Yeah,
you do as well. And I can think of an example of that straight away, because in my garden I've got a north-facing board, and I've got a hydrangea in there called Hydrangea villosa, and it's beautiful hydrangea, but it will not tolerate drought. It just, even though this board is north-facing, it really does dry out. But what I did last year is, once everything around it had died down, I got about a couple of bags of this, and I just mounded it right up around the base of this hydrangea. And this year it's made such a massive difference, because when I water it now, this holds on to the moisture. This is hydrophilic.
This is one of the major benefits of this compost, isn't it?
It loves it. It's got that wetting agent, so it loves to hold on to the moisture. So that's kept this hydrangea looking so good this year. And this year, I mean, admittedly, it was a wetter year as well, so that did help. But this year it's had the biggest flower heads and the most healthy leaves it's ever had. So as Bex was saying, it's a good compost to incorporate around plants already in the garden, improve the soil. This also is a hugely peat-reduced compost, and we were reducing peat in our compost long before everyone else was doing it. Eventually, the law will make us go peat-free completely. But we've taken the peat out, a lot of the peat out, but what we've done instead, we put that composted wood fibre into it as well. And that does three major things, really, as well as others. First of all, it lets air get down to the roots, which is really, really important. It lets the roots penetrate through the soil, but also it allows the moisture to percolate down through the compost as well. So you've got the peat element holding onto the moisture, you've got the bark creating that drainage, so you've got that perfect mix of a compost that's never too wet, never too dry. And Bex has been fishing out, there's another one there in her hand, these little green balls. And these are your slow release fertiliser. So they will feed your plants up to 6 months, which is really, really good. Also, this is pH balanced. Now, pH balanced, that sounds a bit gobbledygooky. That just means potential hydrogen. And pH, we normally refer to plants like in alkaline or acid soil. This is towards the middle. So this suits the vast, vast majority of plants. And if you've got ericaceous plants, we'll be doing an ericaceous version of this on the website as well. But this compost is absolutely phenomenal. Everything I've tried in it has thrived. I mean, I gave an example a little while back. I had a little houseplant called an aglaonema, which I bought.
The red zircon?
Yeah, I bought one. You know, sometimes you go in the supermarkets and they have those little tiny. I bought one like that years ago, and it just sat in this pot for 2 years, and it grew 2 leaves, and I could never, ever, ever get it to grow any more leaves. And I bought a little prayer plant at the same time, which is now that big. This one wouldn't grow. And then about 6 weeks ago, I took it out of the pot it was in, I transplanted it into a pot with this compost. It's got 5 or 6 leaves now with another big leaf coming, and it's revived it.
This is the important difference with this compost as opposed to some of those cheaper, and let's not lie about it, you know, you can buy cheaper compost out there, absolutely. But is it as good? And it's really important to consider that, because it's what you're feeding your plants. You don't want to feed it on the cheapest, nastiest stuff. It's the same as what we feed ourselves. Yeah. If we lived on fast food every single day of the week, we wouldn't be healthy. We wouldn't, we wouldn't thrive. And it's very important to, make your plants thrive and feed them the absolute best. What we do try to do is give you good value when it comes to it, because you can get your extra 10% off by being a member of the club. When you put the code in, you will also get your free gift included, worth £5 today. So if you take that off the price, we're starting to get very competitive. But most importantly, you get what you pay for, and what you get with this is premium professional compost, the compost we use here at the nursery. The hanging baskets that you can see, they are planted in this compost. Anything we pot on, anything we grow at the nursery here, this is what we plant it in. Our potted roses, we've potted those up. They've gone into this compost. It comes to you in those 2 50-litre bags. They are plain, they are unmarked. The value is in the bag, not on the bag. And it's because it is a professional compost. This is where you get it. We don't mark it because we don't sell in any other place. This is the place for you to get it. 100125 is the item number if you would like to go for it. And this is a great way of getting multiples of your free gift as well, because postage is included.
Hey,
here.
I was just about to say Bexy's little tip there.
Yeah.
So, kind of, if you wanted 3 bags of this...
If you want 3 lots, place them in 3 separate orders. And then because there's no postage, so it's no hardship to you, and then you'll get 3 bags of this. Maybe you use 1 order of it, and then put, one set of this, put all your plants and whatever, your pots and things in, get yourself to over £40, then you'll get your free gift included there, and you'll get your free postage. Then come back and do another order of this, put your code in, you'll get a bag. Come back and do another order of this, you'll get your free gift, and then do another order of your bark, because that's postage included as well. You'll end up with 4 bags, and it won't have cost you anything extra.
That's not bad, is it?
It's not a bad way to do it.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Right, let's move on. We've got some more plants to show you. We're going to move over to the Sambucus, the Southernland Gold. And actually, I said a couple of weeks ago when we had this on this, when we first started this ridiculous deal, that I was going to order some of this, and I didn't. So today might be the day. The reason I want to get hold of some of this is well, first of all, it's a great price.
This is what we call tote ridic.
Yeah, totally ridiculous.
Tote ridic, this
totally ridiculous price. But I want something quite fast growing, because I've taken out some plants in my borders that I don't like, that didn't want there, and they were quite mature, so they were a bit bigger. So I'm starting again, basically. So that means I've got lots of low growing things that I have to wait for them to get established. I'm all right waiting, but I want to dot a few of these in, because these are quite vigorous, they're quite fast growing. But
the thing is, Bex, if we're going to give you 3 of these for that value, well, these are going to be really naff shrubs, aren't they? They're just not...
Of course they are, because they're cheap.
Really naff, not interesting, basic, boring.
Not true at all. Not true at all, right?
Absolutely not true at all. I mean, first of all, look at the leaves on these. These are stunning.
I love them.
Gorgeous golden yellow coloured leaves. I mean, some of them turn a greener colour as they mature, but lovely, lovely golden coloured foliage all the way through the, the leaf season. These are deciduous, and they change to lovely yellow colour in the autumn. And look at the shape of the leaves. They're kind of dissected and beautifully shaped there. I mean, they're very akin to the acers that you like.
Yeah, I think that's why I love them so much.
That kind of same look. These have white heads of flower as well, and if you're lucky, they will set berries, and you have lovely red berries on these. These are relatives of the elderberry. You know the elderberry you see flowering in the countryside just after the hawthorn's finished flowering? These are just relatives of them. These are tough, these are robust, they'll come up year after year after year. They don't need particularly rich soil, they'll grow pretty much anywhere. They can get to sort of 8, 9, 10 foot tall, but you can also prune these back really, really harshly as well.
Hard, and actually it is a good tip to maybe prune them quite severely in the first few years, because what it will help to do is create a nice bushy plant for you, so you get nice sort of dense bushy growth from it, and then after that you can do sort of regular pruning on it. If they get too big, you can cut them back hard, and they really will respond quite well to that as well. So 511463 is the item number. It's 3 9cm pots. It's only £4.99, and that's not per plant, it's a pack of 3, so you're paying £4.99 for all 3 of those. So £24.99 98 pence saving. Of course, it's £4.49 if you're in the club, because you get that extra 10% discount as well. 511463. Grab that one, because that's just a stupid deal. We've got another stupid one here. In fact, these are previous plant of the weeks, basically, which is why these have got amazing prices, but we kept the price. So yes, we've got our beautiful Dixonia coming up next, the Dixonia Antarctica. And this, over the years, and it'll take a long time to get there, but this can grow into what you're seeing here. And so many people aspire to have a tree fern, don't they? It's one of those plants that we all think, I'd love one of those. But you see these out in the nurseries and stuff, and the big ones, they can be £300, £400, £500, £600.
Yeah, I paid. I bought one of mine. I've got one in the back garden. Mine's huge, probably as high as the ceiling in here. And
whoa, that's big. Yeah,
and I bought that probably 10 years ago now, and I paid £350 for it back then. So they can be expensive. But you know what, Bex? I really misjudged this because, and again, I'm always honest. When I came in a few weeks ago and I saw this, I said, why are we having that on the show? I said, nobody's going to buy that. They'll be dead by the time it's, kind of looking like a tree fern. How wrong was I? Everybody's adored this.
Yeah.
And, well, I think one thing that Sean picked up on as well, I was almost thinking of this being like an heirloom kind of plant.
Yeah.
A plant that you can pass down the family.
Such a long-lived plant.
Yeah.
It's like for decades this will live for.
Yeah, I think Stu was almost saying like it's the pet equivalent of a tortoise. it sort of goes through the generations, because they can live to be 100 years old, can't they? But yeah, and when I thought about it afterwards, I actually realised in all the years I've been gardening, I have never, ever seen a tree fern at the start of its life.
Yeah.
Never. I've only ever seen them with the big trunks on. So afterwards, I thought, you know what? This is brilliant. It's so nice to see what they start out of at the very, very beginning. And that, in fact, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to point it forward a little bit more as well, so you can see right into it there. Look at that. I mean, isn't that so stunningly beautiful?
It's one of my favourite plants. I got this nearly 2 years ago. I was probably say about maybe 20 months. So but let's go with 2 years. I got it this size from YouGarden, and I planted this in my garden because I've always wanted a big tree fern as well. But I do quite like. Sometimes I'm impatient and I'll buy a mature plant, but actually it's quite nice to take something right from the start of the journey. So that was it after the first year. So it's a big pot. It's a 40 centimetre diameter, and that's it. Just I put the pot into one of my sort of shady borders there, and that was it last year. But then this year, I mean, I think mine's grown quite quickly in actual fact, because they are quite slow growing. But that was it. I took that picture just last week, and that's what it's looking like right now. I love it, and I'm going to have that. As long as I don't kill it, I'm going to have that for years, and hopefully one of my kids will eventually take that as well, because it's going to last. It's going to outlive me anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's a great thing. It is a plant that you can pass down through the family. You we think of passing things down the family like paintings or jewellery or stuff like that. But how about a plant? I mean,
love it. Well, I'm hoping to. My aces will live long enough for them to be able to have those as well.
This could your sons could pass this on to their kids, and who knows, in sort of 30, 40, 50 years time, it might be sort of waist height or chest height on us. And think of the memories that have gone with that. Sort of your children saying to their children, your grandchildren, I remember when Mum bought this, and she planted it in that pot all those years ago. If she could see it now, she'd be amazed. So, it's a really gorgeous plant. The only thing you will need to do with this is because it is quite small, give it some protection during the winter. Doesn't have to be warm. Doesn't want to be on the mantelpiece above a radiator. Just somewhere where it won't get really, really badly frosted. So even if it's only 2 or 3 degrees, it'll be fine. That'll be absolutely fine. And then next spring you can bring it outside. And I'm amazed, Bex, that in just that couple of years or so, the leaf size has really, really
I'm dead chuffed. I was saying earlier in the week, I've done everything wrong, to be perfectly honest with you. It's planted in a ceramic, not ceramic, terracotta pot, which leaches all the moisture out. Ferns don't like that. They like to be in moist ones, so I could do with really repotting it in a non-terracotta pot. I didn't protect it over the winter. Mine was more established, so I'd got it earlier on in the year. I think I got it in sort of April, May time.
And we did have a mild winter,
and it was mild. Yeah. I will be protecting it. Please do protect yours. Don't do what I've done. I've done everything wrong, and mine is doing really, really well.
What people do sometimes is that they cut the leaves off at the end of the summer and then just pull the leaves back onto the top of the crown.
Protect the crown.
Yeah, and protect the crown, and just put like a piece piece of netting over the top to keep the leaves in place, and then you can take that off in the spring, and it'll grow year on year.
All right, 500243. I don't know how much longer we're going to be keeping that deal going. We have had it for a couple of weeks now, so it might well be the last opportunity. I haven't seen next week's show yet, so I don't know if it's on there, but it might be getting very close to that last opportunity. Right, next we've got our Nandina. We've only got one there. I'm just going to grab the other one because we do have a double up deal available for you on the... Oh, no, we have got two. Sorry, I'm lying. We brought another one in, didn't we? So you can get two of these Nandinas. They are on a double up deal. They are, in the 2 litre pots. I'm just separating those so you can see the size. Double up deal included there. 510823 is the item number. We did go out onto the nursery this morning and have a little wander, and we just want to show you the other one that we found. So there's a bunch of stock like this. So I think this is the new stock, and I think this is some of our slightly older stock, just to show you that there is a slight difference in colour. So it doesn't matter which one you get, you're still going to get all of this glorious beauty. But tell us, Adam, why have we got the difference in colour on this one as opposed to the others?
Because what you find with Nandinas is, and you'll see a pic in a minute of some that I planted in the garden years back, and they were planted in really poor dry soil in a super sunny position, and kind of the more you stress this plant, the more colour you get. You don't want to mollycoddle this too much, because otherwise you tend up getting sort of green foliage. But just like the Choisia tenata we mentioned, these shrubs are really hardy. They'll grow in full sun, they'll grow in drought soil, they'll grow in poor soil. They have lovely white flower heads, they have berries, they look good all the year through, and they're just one of my most favourite shrubs.
Oh my word, yes. Your wonderful hubby has sent these pictures in for us.
Yeah, well, there's two there, because the one at the very end is the Nandina domestica, which is the really tall one, which we put in that planter that is the most stupidly bone-dry planter ever. It never gets watered. And these we planted with the yew cones in between. That's been going now for about 4 or 5 years. That
is
garden.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
I love that.
That was my old accountant's, and he just wanted a back garden that was very sharp, very modern kind of thing.
Easy, low maintenance,
and that's where clients can sit outside on a nice, warm, sunny day. And those Nandinas there, the firepower, they don't get any water there. It's really dry, really super sunny, but they absolutely love it. They luxuriate in that kind of position, and they look that good in the middle of January as they do in the middle of June.
This is the beautiful thing about Nandina Firepower. It's why it's one of our amazingly top sellers here at YouGarden. It's 510823, the item number. It is on a double up deal, so it's $14.99 for one. One is absolutely fine. I've only got one in my garden, but this is a great one to have as a pairing, as a framing of something. If you want one either side of something, or you want to do that amazing planting display and you want multiples of these, then it's a great one to be able to, double up on your double up deal and get multiples of these for the best possible price.
You can get the good contrast, because you see those yew cones, they just contrast. The dark green contrasts so well with Nandina.
I was thinking with the cypress as well. Those lovely cypress conifers that we've got. That would be beautiful with some Nandinas planted around.
And they would love that same position. They'd love that full sun. They'd love that well-drained soil. So they would go.
Absolutely. If you are looking for some pots to go with them, we've got a couple of options for you. So I think you want to go for the larger ones. You want to go for the 13-inch diameter. Have I got two different ones, or have I got the same colour there? I can't see from this side.
I think they're the same.
I think they're the same, aren't they?
But I mean, to be honest, you're going to notice the colour difference in these more when you get them home than we can show you in the studio.
Well, we've got two options. There's 3 colour options when it comes to the Helix planter in the 13-inch. We think the black ones would be better with the Nandina, just because you get that lovely contrast. You could go for the Helix, the clay-coloured ones, but we think these are probably the best ones. You've got the black and gold, or you've got the black and silver, if you're looking for some pots to go with them. I just want to say a quick thank you to everybody that's sending in pictures on the emails. I have, I've seen them. Tony, Anne, Elaine, Dingo, Alistair, Alison, Yeah, you've got all of your pictures coming up. We will show them in a second. We're just going to finish these small couple of items and then we'll come to your pictures and we'll have a little nose in your gardens because we love looking in your gardens. Right, so that was your Nandina firepower deal. Great one to go for. I mean, if Adam's planting these in customers' gardens, not only their, personal gardens, but also in those more, utilitarian workspaces, that is the perfect recommendation, basically. But let's move on to more spring bulbs, shall we? This is our value deal of spring bulbs, because what you're going to get here is it 300 or is it 150? I've forgotten how many are in here.
I think 300.
Is it the 300
Yes, 300.
300 bulbs across 7 different varieties included in here. It's 5p a bulb, basically. It's 4.5 pence or something if you are in the club per bulb, and there are 7 awesome varieties in here. There's not one that's a dud.
No.
They are all great varieties.
This is not what I sort of nickname a lazy mixture. We haven't just chucked in the really cheap, mundane, basic sort of bulbs and given you, 150 of them and then 10 really special ones. And then, everything about these is fantastic. I mean, just starting at the bottom here, the Iphion.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't believe that a new variety you're getting white, pink and blue. Normally you just get the blue.
Yeah, so last year's collection just included the blue, but we've actually mixed it up this year and you're getting those 3 different colours. Let me move that bag out the way. That's the bag that it comes to you in.
Let's move this Nandina as well. So there we go, because we can see the picture full on now. And then we've got the Muscari. Now, Muscari are a bit more commonplace. And you know what? Some people in these bulb mixtures, they'd give you about 200 of those Muscari.
Yeah.
You'd get 5 of them. You get 5 tulips, but no, we're giving you a fantastic mixture here. We're getting, look at the molly there, which is absolutely, the allium molly, which is absolutely fabulous as well. These are about sort of 6-8 inches tall, do really well in really dry soils, rockeries, all those sorts of places. More crocuses. Lovely, lovely little daffs there, little miniature narcissus that look wonderful as well.
The Canaliculatus.
Yeah, Caniculatus. If you can find it, you're welcome. Then we've got the tulips, which look really, really gorgeous. Going to flower about May time.
The Triumph mix, you've got those lovely goblet shapes.
And then you've got your allium...
Spherocephalons.
Drumstick. And the good thing about this mixture is crocuses are probably going to start flowering in February.
Yeah.
These, in my husband's front garden...
July and August.
Yeah, only just finished flowering now.
Yeah. So
we're calling it spring bulb collection, but there's actually sort of 6 months worth of colour from these bulbs. And because they're all bulbs, they'll come back year after year after year. There's no super fussy, super difficult bulbs there. They're all very easy, very straightforward to grow. They'll come back year after year. Some of them will start to spread, especially the Iphion, these ones down here. These will spread really, really well. And who wouldn't want these spreading everywhere? Because
yes, please. They've got a nice scent to them as well.
Yeah, they are a little bit fragrant. And Stu said, do you have to do anything to make it happen? No, just leave them after they're flowered to go to seed, and they'll seed about and do their own thing. The grape hyacinths as well, they increase via bulbs. They'll spread about. In fact, the drumsticks as well, they're really, really good for spreading. And lovely tall stems on those, don't need staking, make good dried flowers, cut flowers. So an absolute brilliant mix of bulbs there that can give you such a long period of colour and really, really easy to grow.
They come to you in one big bag like this. They are labelled on the front so you can see how many of each you're getting, but inside that big bag are the individual bags. You know what you're planting where, basically. 630050 is the item number. Do grab that one. That's a deal that we bring to you on a sort of annual basis. And it's a great one, getting great value for money, but really awesome varieties and a little bit of a change from last year, because obviously you're getting some different varieties included, like with the Iphion, and obviously the Narcissus is slightly different this year as well.
The only thing I did wrong.
What?
Well, you put the bulbs when you did them in the tray really nicely, and you kind of got them all to like contrast.
You've just whacked them in.
I didn't just whack them in, but I didn't do them as good as you did, because you did them. You did like little kind of little
triangles, like Trivial Pursuit.
Yeah, you were more arty than me. But never mind.
Well, there you go.
They'll all do the same in the end.
Let's move on, shall we? Oh, we've got the Loropetalum coming up next for you, which I love.
Another double up deal.
Who's that?
That was Stu just shouting in. It's another double up deal for you. I love this one because you've got the darker foliage on here. You know, a lot of plants, shrubs, bushes, things that we put in our garden. Obviously, you've got the shades of green going on. And it's really valuable to get some of these darker foliage colours in your garden to contrast perfectly with the greens in your garden. I've got one of these, but this is one of the plants I'm going to be moving soon, actually, because it's just in a slightly too shady position.
Okay.
It's fine and it likes a bit of shade, but I think it's in too shady a position, so I'm going to be moving this one this year.
Just talking of contrast as well, do you think one of those will look good in the sort of terracotta coloured helix pot?
Absolutely. Let me grab one.
I think that might be a bit of a contrast on there. And these Loropetalum, they're actually flowering now, which is a bit odd. Because it shouldn't be really, but they are.
Well, you do get a second. So they normally flower springtime, don't they?
February they can start. They can start very, very late winter.
But then they do. I mean, Sean, because he's got this in his garden, he was saying his have been throwing out the odd flower throughout the season, but that you do get a sort of second flush of flowers, but normally a little bit later than this, probably in October normally.
Which is so. But I mean, this whole year has been weird, hasn't it? Because the weather's been so strange. We had the super mild winter and all different things going on. So things are all sort of over the place. But that does look good in there. Yeah, I like that.
Doesn't it?
I like the contrast.
And it'd live in there because it's quite a slow growing one, so it can get a little bit bigger. But this one's quite slow growing, so it'd probably live in here for a good sort of 2 or 3 years.
Easily, yeah, I would say. And the good thing about that is you can sort of take this into sort of a shadier area as well if you need to. So you can take it away from really hot, sunny positions, which it wouldn't like. If you think of the sort of positions acers like to grow in.
Yeah, these are perfect, aren't they?
Yeah, these would make great.
So a sheltered spot. They don't want to be too battered by winds.
No, and they'll go down to about -5. But if we're going to get really sort of temperatures below -5, you might want to just think about fleecing these or protecting them a little bit. And Bex, they say the flowers are fragrant.
I've not got a fragrance from them. I'm not sure I have.
I've had some people say there's a fragrance to them, but I've never.
I've not noted it.
No.
Maybe we need more flowers to be able to get that fragrance.
But for me, it's that dark, dark purple foliage. It's those really interesting... And actually, a common name for it is Chinese witch hazel. And you can understand that because if you look at the flowers, they look like witch hazel flowers. If you know witch hazel, it's a shrub that flowers in the spring, similar time to this, actually. And I think I've heard it called ribbon flower as well, another sort of common name. But really, really stunning shrub. And also, I like the habit, the way it kind of just... droops a little bit.
Yeah, so it's not dense, thick
like
foliage,
dome,
but it's got a lovely domed, as you say,
graceful,
waterfalling, graceful habit to it. Yeah, it's beautiful, and you cannot underestimate the value of the contrast of colours in your garden. And then those hot pink flowers. I mean, that's my best description of them. It's hot pink. It's not just pink. It's hot pink. So when they are sort of all over there, that looks really beautiful as well. It is a double up deal, so very much like our Nandina deal. 510604 is the item number. Put 1 in your basket. No, put 2 in your basket. Enter the code. You'll get them for $9.99 each, or the second one is just a £5 if you think of it that way.
I know it wouldn't be contrasting, but I could see these looking really good near your Miner's Merlot as well, because you've got that same sort of colour, haven't you? And the lime green of the Miner's Merlot flower with that would look good.
I've got room near my Merlot. Well, I'm going to widen the borders anyway. I think that's my job. Over winter, when I fancy getting out in the garden.
Is your lawn about this big now? I think that's
what I'm going to do is start widening the border.
Is that about much lawn you've got left now in the middle of the garden?
No, yes. But I am. I'm going to add an extra sort of foot to each of the borders.
Do it. Extra foot year on year.
Exactly.
Yeah, hubby will never notice
them,
will he?
Kids won't notice that.
No.
Nobody's going to notice an extra foot around all the three
Your husband
borders.
might know, because he works away for 6 weeks at a time.
He'd come back and go, what's going on here?
What's happened here? The lawn used to be that big, now it's that big.
I don't care. Right, we have an amazing deal for you on our superior plant food, the Blooming Fast. What size is this? Is it a kilo? No, 1.25 kilos. It's £5 off on this one today.
It's rubbish that though, because it doesn't have any trace elements. It's just basic. It's just basic NPK, isn't it?
He loves messing with you.
Cheap and rubbishy.
This has all of the additional trace elements. It's high in the NPK. This is the best plant food that you can get. He knows this. He's only joking.
I am.
But yeah, 1.25 kilos of this. Brilliant value with a £5 discount. 1.25 kilos. I mean, that's going to last such a long time.
It will.
The 100-gram one, the 100-gram pack makes 100 litres.
Yeah, it makes 25-litre watering cans, doesn't it?
Let me show you. But Stu's going to do some maths for you.
It's the trace elements, isn't it, Bex, that's good on that, because you get so many feeds that are just nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, but that's got all those trace elements we'll talk about in a moment.
All of the individual trace elements included in there. So this has been one that that you can get this, and it's £4.99. It makes 100 litres because it's a 100-gram sachet. So that's £4.99 for 100 grams. So if you multiply that out.
So there's 15 of them in there, is that right?
I don't know. Stu's going to do the maths. It's 1.25.
Oh, not quite.
It's not 1.5. There's 12 and a half of them
12 and a half of them in there.
So 12 and a half times £4.99 is £62.30.
Whoa.
Or £14.99. That's the difference that we're talking about here. So yeah, buying in bulk, you often get a bigger saving. So grab this now. There's still some feed to do in your gardens. There's still a little bit of feed that we'll do over the winter months, but then you're stocked up and you're ready to go for next year. And of course, you've got it at the best time because you are getting the best price. 100048 is the item number if you want to get your 1.25 kilogram tub. Also, I really like it in the plastic tubs rather than these bags.
Yeah.
Because obviously you can reseal these.
And I reuse them in the garden for different things as well. I've got all sorts of plastic tubs in my garage that I've just sort of reused for different things. I've put like screws and nails and all those those little plant ring things. Yeah, seeds. Loads of stuff.
Bulbs and things.
Yeah, even your bulbs.
Your bulbs out
drying your bulbs out.
Put a label on it.
Yeah, you could store. If you're worried about mice and stuff getting to your tulips, you could just make a few air holes in the top. You could store those in there. But I was joking a minute ago about saying this is a basic fertiliser because I was being ironic. It's exactly couldn't be more.
The opposite.
It couldn't be more opposite. You see so many liquid fertilisers. It's got nitrogen, it's got phosphorus, it's got potassium, which is good. But that's kind of just like I don't know, kind of just eating the same McDonald's all the time, or KFC or whatever, but not having all your vegetables and your fruit. And this has got things like molybdenum, and it's got manganese and magnesium and copper and boron and zinc. And
my arms aren't long enough for me to be able to read that.
And all those little trace elements that we need and plants need in such microscopic amounts. But even though they're so microscopic, if they don't have them, the results can be massive, in a negative way. Yeah,
it's a big difference. Those gardens that you see where they're full of life, full of colour, and you're like, ooh, those look really full of flowers and full of fruit. How are they getting that? It's because they're feeding it. And they're feeding their plants with the most amazing feed, and that's what you get with your Blooming Fast. Right, it's £1.08 for 100 grams of that if you're in the club, as opposed to £4.99 for the 100-gram sachet. Anyway, we're going to nip over into Sean's beautiful garden that we're all massively jealous of, and we're going to see Sean feeding his plants.
Now, I've got my hose pipe here, but I'm not going to water my plants today because actually they're quite wet, it's rained, but I am going to feed them. And I am, of course, going to use Blooming Fast. Now, this was actually a little freebie I got when I ordered off YGTV. But this one packet will make 100 litres of our premium plant food. Now, I've got a big watering can. This is 10 litres. Most watering cans are 5 litres. But that one packet would actually fill that 10 times. And all you need to do, get a teaspoon. I'm going to put 2 in here because it's a 10 litre. So a couple of those in like so. I always like to put that in first, then add the water, then it gets a really good mix. So fill that right up. Right, that's full. I'll be honest, I do like to give it a stir as well. I probably don't need to, but just in case, to give that a really good mix. And then we're going to start feeding. So I've got begonias in here, I've got some geraniums. Personally, I always like to feed my plants after I've watered, and I like to do my feeding at night as well. You don't have to, but personally, I normally do it later on in the evening. But yeah, because these are in extra small pots, there's not a lot of compost in there. These really do need to be well fed. And in peak season, I do feed once a week. The well-fed plants, they grow so much bigger, you get more flowers, you get more shoots, makes a big difference to your fruit and veg, of course, as well. This is a Thunbergia, Black-Eyed Susan. I've grown it up my jasmine there. It's doing nicely, but again, I've not fed it for quite a while, so I'm actually, because it's in a big pot, I'm going to give that a really good feed, and hopefully that will be covered in the next few weeks.
Hello. So yeah, it is a fantastic deal. Super easy to do as well. Of course, I don't know if Sean said that in the clip, but if you've got a water butt, you could obviously, if you've got your water butt and it's, you know, whatever it is, 80, 100 litres, you could put that amount into your water butt and then you're good to go. You can just go and feed.
A water butt what? Sorry, could you say something else?
Honestly, Stu and Adam, when they're both here, they're both just like bam, bam, bam with the little stupid dad jokes. I mean, they're quite funny, aren't they?
Dad jokes?
A little bit.
Charming.
Dad jokes. Tony's been in touch. Tony, I did respond to you this morning, so hopefully you've received that email, but I'm going to just find your email again because Tony was asking us to help him with identifying some plants. Sean and I tried the other day, but our minds went blank, so Adam helped us out this morning. These were the plants that he was asking us to identify for him, and now we've got them. So, that one there.
Top left, I say that's a Rebeckia.
We reckon that's a Rebeckia.
Probably gold stem.
This one we think is an Alchemilla?
Achillea.
Achillea, sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't tell,
Alchemilla.
or yarrow is its common name. I couldn't tell you the actual variety, but yeah, it's definitely an Achillea. Loves really hot sun, super drought tolerant, really tough plant.
This one we know is a Gaillardia.
That's a Gaillardia,
I love Gaillardia, they're so pretty.
Which are flowering now.
And then this one is the...
Alchemilla mollis.
Alchemilla, that's
or I think a lady's mantle, I think is a common name for that one. It has these lovely sprays of limey green yellow flowers in the spring.
Yeah, so Tony, I did reply to your email, so that's all written down for you, but there you go, we have been able to identify those for you. Also, Tony has sent a couple of emails this morning. Sambucus, so he's got another question. So, I don't know if you were here, at the front of his house, he's got this bit, and it's just a bit plain. They don't spend much time out the front of the house, basically. So we wanted some things to put there. He'd put some things in small pots, but he was like, that's just such a waste because we don't spend much time out there. So I want some big things in big pots and, you know, that'll grow and it's sort of a slight shady. So we said, how about a Fatsia, because it doesn't mind a bit of shade.
That would be good.
And we also said the Sambucus, which he has received.
Yeah.
So now he's got questions. I've received the Fatsia and the Sambucus. I was going to put the Fatsia in the large helix pot straight away. Great. But the Sambucus I'm not sure about. Normally I would first put them in small helix pots because they're in 9cm pots. But because you said they grow quickly, should I put them straight into the large pots as well? I have 8 large and 15 small helix pots, and the free bag is brilliant, is what he says.
Yeah, I would put...
So would you go into a big pot or a smaller pot to start with?
I would put them straight into a big pot.
Me too.
Because if you put... They'll colonise that smaller pot so quick that, you know, and then you'll be repotting them again into the big one. So straight into the big pot, and yeah, they'll get going really quick in there. And
Tony's got another question on identifying a plant. So, can you tell me what this is? I've had it for years and I've lost the name marker from the garden centre. I have an inkling it might have been GM, but can't remember. And then, bless him, he forgot to send it in that email. Oh, no, this. I know this one. This is Gora.
That's it, yeah.
This is the Siskiyou, I think it's Siskiyou pink, isn't
Gora,
it?
yeah, Gora Lindheimeri. So,
it's one of my favourites, Tony.
And that's a stunning specimen as well.
I absolutely adore that plant. We brought it to you first back in sort of October last year, and I fell in love with it. I just thought it was the most beautiful plant.
Lovely for a hot, sunny, dry position. Doesn't need very rich soil, and will grow very well. Same areas as the Achillea, the white Achillea. That will do very well in the same sort of position.
Oh my word! Right, Anthony sent in a picture. He sent an email last week, or Thursday.
Is that what I think it was?
Yeah. So he sent one in saying this is my 20-year-old hibiscus, but he forgot to. The picture didn't attach, or he forgot to. And we were like, we want to see the 20-year-old hibiscus, please. He sent it for us.
Look at that. Whoa.
How pretty is that?
That is good. That is stunning.
Oh my word.
How amazing is that? That's huge as well. Because look at that obelisk. It's way taller than the obelisk.
That is absolutely stunning. Thank you so much for reattaching that, because we really wanted to see that.
That is beautiful.
Right, Alison says, good morning all. Some flowers that are looking good in our garden at the moment. Let's have a little look, shall we?
Oh, that's a mallow, isn't it?
It does look like mallow flowers, doesn't it?
Lavatera, sorry, Lavatera. Yeah, little Lavatera.
Gorgeous. There. I do love the mallows. Little oleander in the background there, doing well. Thank you very much, Anne. Right, that Jonathan, that was your hubby sending us pictures. Dingoes. Morning, Bex and Adam. The last of my lilies out in bloom, plus some others. Let's have a little look.
Oh.
You can make Adam jealous with this dingo. You know how you've all been making me jealous with your agapanthus pictures because I just, for some reason, can't get my agapanthus to flower. You can get Adam to feel jealous with this because I had success with my flame lily.
I didn't.
And Adam, who's been a gardener for donkey's years... I did not put quotation marks. I did not. Adam is an award-winning gardener, an amazing gardener, does gardening as a living and has done for 40 years.
There you go.
Mine flowered.
Mine flowered, you didn't. Yeah.
Dingoes have flowered.
Dingoes have flowered. Dingoes have flowered. That's not the flower.
Next year, Adam,
I don't care. Am I bothered? Am I bothered? Face bothered. Face bothered.
Some things work and some things don't. Right, there's the beautiful, gorgeous, bright pink lilies.
I used to think you and I working together work, but I'm not so sure now.
And I love that. I want one of these. That's the Brunera, isn't it?
Jack
Frost.
Brunera.
Brunera.
Oh, Brunera. I say Brunera.
I love that.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
So pretty.
Yeah,
sorry, I know we're supposed to be looking at the lilies, but I
look
love
at
that.
it. How pink is that lily? That is so gorgeously
Let's
pink.
have a look. Oh,
hey.
Look at that dingo.
Oh. I cannot believe how gorgeous that looks.
Osteospermum. We've got some. Is that salvia growing in there? That blue one?
I think that's the. Not the salvia. What do you call it? Veronica. I think it's a little type of Veronica.
Is it?
Little blue Veronica. Yes, I think it might be a type of Veronica.
I love your tiered planter, dingo. That looks like a QVC purchase. I don't know if it is or not. Looking beautiful though, very, very nice. Alistair sent another picture, so says still blooming. Let's have a look.
Oh wow, that's good. That is absolutely.
Oh, that's so much better than my garden.
Flipping gorgeous. That is stunning. What a mix.
Beautiful.
That is a riot.
Is that hydrangea there?
Oh,
some kind of hydrangea. Oh,
that is looking so good. I think that's the. Is it? That's the Nemesia, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. So the type of.
I love that.
You can get them to go through from one year to another. I think those Nemesias.
Oh, Alistair, brilliant.
That is a lovely
Brilliant.
red rose.
Absolutely gorgeous. Elaine, good morning. Received my 3 pots of ready Pansy Cool Wave cream and berries and Joker mixed. Oh, look, there they are. How fabulous. Love to see that, actually, so that we can see what they look like once they arrive at somebody's house.
They're looking really healthy, aren't they?
That's
really
what
happy.
I do with mine as well. They go straight onto the draining board, give them a little water. That's what I do with mine. Straight in the kitchen, on the draining board, give them a little water, it can all drain off.
And just give them a good spritz over the top as well. Give them a really good soak, because that just makes such a difference.
Right, question for Adam, says Anne. So, good morning, Stu, Adam and Bex. I bought the Coronilla earlier in the year, in April, after Adam's suggestion. / hard sell. He said it shouldn't. It would not need staking. It would do its own thing. Well, after planting, it didn't hold itself up, so I did stake it. But move on to today, it's now holding itself up and even flowering for a second time. So it just needed a little bit of time.
Yeah, but with them, you've got options really, because you like where they grow. They're sort of a Southern Europe, Northern African kind of shrub. Where they grow naturally, they tend to just sort of sprawl a little bit, and they can become a little bit unruly.
Yeah.
And that's what they'll do in the wild, or they'll find something else to scramble up through. But if you want to, you can put them on a tower pot or an obelisk or something and get them to be upwards growing.
Sorry. I was just finishing off the comments, Stu. Bear with me, sorry.
One quick tip on those as well, never ever prune them back too severely either.
Well, that's her question.
Yeah.
So she's saying, but my question is about pruning. Do I prune it, cut it back, or leave well alone? And if so, when? Any advice? Appreciate it.
What I would do is you could just gently deadhead it a little bit, but and take any really wiry bits off. But if you're going to trim it, just trim it back after it's flowered in the spring. But just gently. These will not tolerate really hard pruning. If you cut them back really hard,
so if you just want to.
Yeah. So after it's flowered
slightly
in the spring, because if springtime is, it's really really sort of gets. Cause it's a late winter, isn't it? Late winter, early spring flowering shrub. After the main flowers are over, that's the time to kind of trim it back a little bit, just to sort of shape it, and that's all you need to do. But don't go really harsh with it.
Fabulous. All right, well, that's all the pictures that we've had from the emails. The email address is on the bottom of the screen, ygtv@yougarden.com. Send us any more pictures in, please. We love it. We love seeing your gardens. And if you want any help and advice on, what to plant where or pruning or anything, then, we're happy to help in any way that we can. Right, I'm just going on to the YouTube chat. Lots going on in here. Thank you very much. So good morning, all. Everyone say good morning to each other. Alistair, Elaine, Mandy, Neil, Kev, they're all talking to each other. I love that. Neil's club renewal went through yesterday. Elaine says she's ordering mine tonight and again Friday. That must be in response to something that happened earlier on. Neil's saying I've got the Pansy Cool Wave Pro Plugs and Paradise Purple Tulips on order. Good morning to Olwyn as well. Hope you're well. Angela said having trouble on Facebook Live, so popped over to YouTube. Stu's had a little look, he can't find any problems, so hopefully that's only you. It sounds rude, doesn't it? But hopefully it's not like a problem for loads of different people.
It's localised.
It's localised, there's a good way of putting it. I saw a question there. Can the tree fern be kept limited in size by keeping it in a pot? If so, what size pot would you use? Do you mean the Dicksonia? He does mean the Dicksonia. I don't think you really need to control the size, to be honest with you, because it's going to take so long to get that big.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to bonsai it, so,
It grows to what it grows to. It's not one you can keep smaller.
No, it'll kind of do what it wants to do, really, and probably if you do keep it in a really, really small pot, it'll probably dry out and not do very well anyway. So, but it's not suddenly going to go from that to those huge, great big leaves anytime soon. I mean, they might get a little bit bigger like Bex did, but it's certainly not going to become a monster anytime soon. So I wouldn't worry.
Lovely. So Angela says she's put hers in a 30-centimetre pot. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, to be honest, I went straight from that tiny one and I planted it straight into the 40-centimetre pot. I probably should have gone a slightly smaller pot, but I did go strate into the 40-centimetre diameter, and it's been fine.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is
then I didn't have to move it, was what I was thinking.
Yeah, the only thing I would say with that is if you have put it into a slightly bigger pot during the winter time, if it's particularly wet and particularly cold, try and put the pot somewhere a little bit more sheltered. Absolutely, where it will dry up. Otherwise, it might just rot off in the winter time. That's the only thing.
Mine went into that pot, but it went into a shady border underneath a big Photinia. So actually, it wasn't getting exposed to the elements, and it wasn't getting exposed to all the wet. So I think that really helped.
Yeah, that will make a difference because it won't want to sit really wet and cold when it's that young in the winter time. Yeah.
Oh, Mandy, no, I'm not letting you get away with this comment. Wow, all the photos were beautiful. Makes the ones I just sent in seem unworthy. Absolutely not. We do not judge plants and pictures and gardens like that. We've all got our own spaces and our own gardens, and your balcony is absolutely fantastic, so never feel like that.
Actually, Mandy, you're going to fit into my little kind of saying in the future. I'm going to...
Yeah, you were talking to Mandy, aren't you, when you come out with that line?
If you're just 3 floors up and you've just got a balcony like Mandy, there you go.
Yeah, we love your balcony garden, so never feel like that's unworthy at all.
Or you might be 4 floors up, but you get what we're saying.
All right, well, thank you very much, everybody, for being part of the chat. Mandy, I can't wait to see your pictures. They haven't come through yet. So do send your pictures through. We want to have a little look at your balcony garden, always. Right, I'm going to give you a little review of the items that we've seen so far, which gives Adam a chance to change over the table so we can have a look at a few of the other things we've got for you today. It's 11:30, so we've still got loads of time to spend with you. Starting off with our Pansy Cool Wave, the 10 garden-ready plants included in here. Now, it is a buy one, get one free, so you will get another 10 of the garden-ready plants as long as you use the code YGTV3524 when you place your order. We will put another pack of 10 into your basket free of charge. Now, the Pansy Cool Waves have a beautiful cascading habit. They will trail and tumble gently over the sides of your pots, your hanging baskets, but of course if you plant them into the ground, you can do that as well. They'll just sort of meander along the ground and keep those weeds away as well. 10 months worth of colour. 400967 is the item number. Buy one, get one free. Next, we've got our spring bulbs. Now this is the Narcissus short mix, 100 bulbs included, variety of varieties included in there, and it is a £5 saving, just £14.99, £13.49 if you're in the club. 630029 is the item number if you'd like to go for the short mix of daffs, only reaching about 15-20 centimetres high. Then we've got our crocus. Now these are on a 3 for 2, but it is a mix and match, so you could mix and match them with your Paradise Purple. So you could go for 3 sets of crocus, or you could go for 2 sets of crocus and 1 of the Paradise Purple tulips. It's up to you. Just make sure you put the offer code in order to get the free pack. That's the important thing. It's £9.99. They come in packs of 40 and you get the mix of colours, the purple, the yellow and the white. Lovely sign of all the spring colour about to come because they're one of the earliest flowering. Then we've got our Paradise Purple Tulip mix. This is the one that you can mix and match with your crocus. They're £9.99 as well. You get a pack of 25 here. So if you want just the tulips, you can get 75 of those on a 3 for 2 offer. Remember, you're going to get an extra £1 off here if you're in the club because you get the extra 10% saving. Lovely mix of colours, really classy, elegant mix with the Paradise Purple because you've got those shades of purple, the whites included, and those additional ones, those special ones with the fimbriata edges. 600245 is the item number. Make sure you use the code. Now, if you're not sure what you want, go for this mix. Get the 300 collection because it's the complete spring flowering bulbs. You'll get crocus in there, you'll get tulips, you'll get daffodils, you'll get alliums, you'll get the allium molly, you'll get the allium spherocephalon, you've got your miniature tulips, and you've got your grape hyacinths in there as well. So there's 7 different, oh, and that one I love. Love these ones, the Iphions with the mixture of colours. 630050 is the item number, 7 different varieties and an amazing value pack there because they're 300 bulbs and it is a half price deal. They're normally £29.99. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order, or you can go to the phone lines if you would like to, 0844 502 0050. There's somebody there until 4 o'clock. Just give them the offer code, please, so that they can give you all of those savings. Next up is the Nandina. Now, evergreen or ever red or ever shades of green and red, let's say, because this has the wonderful colour changing abilities. You get, I always forget this. As the plant matures, you will start to get berries included on here as well. But we get Nandinas in our garden because you've got all of those shades of colour, but they don't drop their leaves. They hold on to their leaves throughout the winter. So this is a really good one to give you winter interest, as well as all that interest throughout the other seasons as well. It's on a double up deal, so it's £14.99 for 1. But if you put 2 in your basket, you'll get the second one for a £5, as long as you use that code. And you'll get your free gift included as well. 510823 is the item number. Same deal on the Loropetalum, and actually Loropetalum and Nandina, they look really nice together. Now I would suggest that Nandina could probably go in a more exposed and sunny position than Loropetalum, but your Nandina would work in the same place as your Loropetalum, if you get my meaning. So Loropetalum works nicely in the places that the acers work in, so dappled shade and sheltered from the sun. So that's where you'd plant your Loropetalum, but Nandina planted in there would work lovely and give you gorgeous contrast. 510604 is the item number, £14.99 for 1 or £19.98 for 2 if you put 2 in your code and use put 2 in your basket and use the code. Then we've got our little Dixonia for you. That's mine after growing it on for about a year. Loves like a shady position, but you can grow a full-on tree fern out of this, you know, with that big trunk on it and the gorgeous spray of ferny leaves coming out the top like this. It'll take you a long time to get it to that big. They're nice and slow growing. We often talk about these as being a heritage plant, something that you can pass on to, you know, future generations. This is the small one, comes in the 9cm pot, and that's what mine grew to after nearly 2 years of having it. So it's really beautiful. Absolutely adore it. It's one of my favourite things in my garden. 500243 is the item number. And we've also got the Sambucus deal for you. So this is a previous deal of the week, but we have kept the price. So you might want to grab hold of this while we've still got it. I don't think we're going to have it for very long, to be perfectly honest with you. 3 9cm pots. That's not a price per pot, by the way. That is for all 3 of them. So 3 of those Sambucus Southernland Gold for £4.99, £4.49 if you're in the club. I mean, look at that saving at £24.98. only accessed by using the offer code. If you don't put the offer code in, you'll be paying the full price, the £29.97. We don't want you to do that. We want you to get the best deals. And if you just placed an order for that today, £4.99 or £4.49 if you're in the club, you would be paying the postage of £6.99, but you'd get 3 of those gorgeous plants. You would also get your free gift included as well, and I don't think that's a bad order just if you were to come in for that. But I do think you should try and add a few more in. Of course, remember, you'll get that extra discount. If you get your order to over £40, you will get the free postage included as well. In fact, your sambucas could be the tipping point for you. Your order might be sitting at like 38 quid. I'd rather pay £4.99 and get, sorry, I'm pointing at the wrong item, but I'd rather pay £4.99 and get 3 extra plants than pay the £6.99 postage. You'd be paying less and getting more. That's what you want to do, isn't it?
Makes sense.
Makes absolute sense. Right, so that was a little reminder of everything that we've got coming up. Adam has changed the table over on the other side of our potting shed, so we'll go and have a look at those newer items to show you, but we're going to come back to our deal of the week. This is the Choicea tonata. This is also known as Mexican orange blossom, and this is a great one. Every garden should have a Choicea, shouldn't they?
It should, because these are tough, robust shrubs, and these are shrubs that have got all those attributes. Evergreen, so it looks good all the year through. Easy to prune, easy to shape. You can let it grow into a big shrub if you want to. You can topiarize it and clip it and shape it into a ball shape if you want to do that as well. Has fantastic white flowers for a long, long period of time that are really, really sweetly scented, adored by the bees and the pollinating insects. It's drought tolerant. It will grow in full sun. I've actually found they're quite good for shade as well. I find in shadier areas, the plant tends to be a little bit more wiry and a bit more open, a bit more loose kind of looking, whereas in a sunny position it's a lot more bushy, a lot more compact, which is typical of, you know, what happens when you put a plant in shade or sun. But, you know, it will live in either or. So we do actually use Choicea tonata for shadier sort of positions, not dark shade, but shadier positions. Gets through most winters, and it's just a fantastic shrub. Really easy, straightforward.
And the fragrance that you get from those flowers, honestly, it really is quite intoxicating. A beautiful, sweet citrus scent you get from that. And the flowers do last for a long time. Good sort of 5-6 weeks I got out of the blooms on there. 511495 is the item number. It is the deal of the week. It is a half price deal at £7.49. £6.74 if you're in the club. Do think about joining our club. If you're not a member already, we have over 45,000 members of the club. Over 45,000 people. Cannot be wrong here, can they? Costs you £5 to join. You can go for the 1 year membership at £10. Don't bother. Go for the auto renewal, not because I want to tie you into anything at all. You can cancel that renewal. We're not going to tie you in at all, but if you don't, you'll only ever pay £5 a year. The small print tells you, if we put the price up, we will only ever charge you that £5 per year. Normally they put the small print because they want to hide those details. Actually, the small print here is a fantastic positive thing about the club. But you'll get 10% off every plant and accessory order. That includes your compost, that includes the bark mulch, it includes all the pots and all the plants that we are bringing you in the potting shed. You'll also get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend throughout the year. Now, the trick there is, they say on them dates where you can spend them. It's because we like you to spread out your spending, but actually, you can spend them all in one day if you like. It's 1 voucher per order. But if you've placed 4 orders in a day, you could use all your £20 vouchers in one day if you want to. So don't pay any attention to the dates. You can use those all in the same day if you'd like. Right, let's move on to our two bulb deals here. We've got tulips, we've got crocus. Now we'll talk about them together for a moment because they are on a 3 for 2 deal. You could get 3 packs of your tulips. You'll get 1 of them for free. You could get 3 packs of your crocus, you'll get 1 of them for free, but you can mix and match if you want to. So you could put 2 packs of tulips, 1 pack of crocus, 1 bag will be free. So I just like that we've given you the choice here for you to be able to go for whichever one that you want to go for. Right, we're going to talk about the crocus first of all, though. One of the earliest flowering when it comes to your bulbs that you're going to plant.
They are actually. I was working the garden once as well, and a rook put a spell on me. That turned out to be a crocus. But sorry, Max. Is that just too much?
Oh my God! How long have you been thinking?
since last Christmas. Anyway, moving on. Donna. These are stunning for those really, really early displays of colour. I mean, you've got your aconites, you've got your snowdrops, then you've got your crocus that come up and just give you these stunning colours in purple, white. Some of them have got these striped petals as well. And just so easy to grow. You can use these... Can't have a lie down. You can use these for naturalising. They're great for pots, beds, borders, great for hanging baskets. In fact, you can grow these pretty much anywhere, really.
They really are. Oh dear, I planted crocus in my lawn last year, so they're really good for naturalising and creating these beautiful drifts. And of course, at that time of the year when these are coming up, you tend not to be mowing your lawn, so they're really good for planting it through your lawn if you want to try that as well. But just a pot of these all on their own, that would be really, really beautiful. 600082 is the item number if you'd like to go for the crocus. Remember, they are on the 3 for 2 offer, so you could just go for 3 packs of crocus if you like, or you can mix that deal with your tulips. Just put the 3 in your basket that you want. Put the code in, one of them will come up as being free. They're all the same price, so it really doesn't matter which one comes up as being the freebie because they're all £9.99. Next, we've got the Tulip Paradise Purple Mix, and this is one of my favourites. I grew so many varieties of tulips earlier on this year, and I've got some definite favourites, like the gavotas were really nice, the ice cream mix were really nice.
Oh, those ice cream ones you grew are phenomenal.
Oh, I love those. The Rembrandt mixes are lovely. You know, just your standard Triumph tulips are gorgeous, but these, I just think these are something a bit special.
These are magnificent. I've grown these. We've had these come up 3 or 4 years running now. I think I planted these the autumn before lockdown. So lockdown was 2020, wasn't it? Yeah, so I planted these in autumn 2019, and I planted a lot of tulips that year. And sometimes some tulip varieties will come up year after year. Sometimes some just come back a little bit the following year, but the flowers aren't as big. I've found these have come back every year since, and they've done really, really well, looking fantastic. But it's just the sheer beauty of the mix in this as well. You've got some with that sort of fimbriata kind of edging on the petals there, which looks absolutely gorgeous. It's like frosting, almost like they've got a bit of sort of hoarfrost on the edge of the petals. But then, of course, you've got some that are smooth, the smooth edge to the flowers, and you've got 2 different types of flower. You've got a solid white, you've got some solid purples, but then you've got some nice bicoloured ones as well. This is an absolutely stunning, beguiling, beautiful mix of colours, and the bulbs, the quality of the bulbs is phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. You can feel it when you pick the bag up. You know, it's got weight to it, but when you squeeze them, you can feel the quality. There's nothing squishy and soft in there. The embryo of the flower is right in the middle. It's got everything it needs in order to flower its socks off for you. And I just love loads and loads of different varieties of tulips. I know a lot of people do like they colour, you know, colour block their gardens, and that purple and white mix is a brilliant one. However, I do think that you could do a bit of lasagna planting here if you went for the 3 bulb packs that we've got on this table. Your crocus, your narcissus and your tulip purple paradise work really nicely for a lasagna planting.
In a big helix pot.
Yeah, big helix pot.
Yeah, that'd work.
You'd put your tulips at the bottom layer, you'd put your daffs in the middle, and you'd put your crocus up at the top. You normally do it on the size of the bulb, don't you? It's not, it tends to be, or do you do it based on when they flower?
Yeah, I'll try and do it on when they flower, pretty much, yeah. But it would make sense to know that, because obviously bulb size does have a sort of a bit of a bearing on it, because you wouldn't want to put little tiny crocus bulbs
all the way down
right at the bottom of a big pot, would you? So
I think in this case, yeah, crocus up at the top, your narcissus in the middle, and the tulip underneath, and then you've got in the one pot probably 3 months worth of flowers going on, because February they'll come up, your narcissus will come up, and then your tulips will be fast on the heels of the narcissus. Love this mixture that you've got here, 100 bulbs included, various varieties. I keep saying that, various varieties. Anyway, mixture of varieties of your shorter mixed tulips.
Yeah, and these are
daffodils.
Yeah, and these are great, these ones as well, because these are more stout, sort of shorter ones. And look at the lovely forget-me-not they've got between these, which always that lovely blue with the yellow is always a great mix as well. These are nice stout little narcissi, so they're much more wind resistant. If you've had those big clumps of daffodils and they blow over, if we get heavy snow or rain or wind, for example, these won't. These are so adaptable. Good. I mean, they're on a rockery there. It looks to me like they've been planted in a rockery. Great for pots, great for tubs. You could put these in a hanging basket, for example. You could plant these in the lawn. These are just so easy to plant in any different sort of place. And I've generally found as well is that the little miniature narcissi, the foliage tends to die down a lot more quickly on these than it does on some of the larger, taller daffodils. So you're not left for all those months and months and months of waiting for the foliage to go over so you can strengthen the bulb for the following year. But a really brilliant mix.
Yeah, and now's the time to start thinking about your spring planting. Get hold of these bulbs now. You'll be starting to plant these, once these get delivered to you, you're not far off being ready to plant these out. Wait a little bit longer to plant your tulips, but do get hold of these while we've still got stock of them. They are one of the most popular ones, so we can run out of stock of those. Let's move on though, because Pansy Cool Wave, this is something you could be planting right now, because these are the garden ready plants, and it's a really good time to get them in now. Don't leave it too long. Even though these are totally winter hardy, down to -20, -25, it's good to get them in their pots, in their hanging baskets, in the ground now, whilst the ground is still nice and warm, so they can get a bit of establishment going on, and then they'll flower their socks off for you all through the winter. If you wait until it gets cold, it's going to take them a little bit longer to get established.
Yeah, which sort of makes sense, doesn't it, Bex? Because, if you plant them now, they adjust to the lowering temperatures as they go along.
As they happen.
They adjust to the lowering daylight as they go along. You're not suddenly taking them from one place and then putting them somewhere completely that's contrasting. Because we do keep these under glass sometimes a little bit here, so that they're really nice when they come out to you. But of course, if they're under glass here and it's a sunny day, say November, in that under glass it might get to 15-20 degrees, but outside it could be 3 or 4 degrees.
Yeah.
And suddenly, if those pansies are going to get taken from one to another like that, it shocks them, it slows them down. So get them established now. They're going to flower longer. They're going to adapt to the changing season, the changing temperature. They're going to look fantastic. And again, a bit like we were talking with the tulips a minute ago, in this mix you've got some that are a solid colour. There's a nice sort of solid soft yellow on this one here, which is a nice sort of lovely yellowy colour, which is nice, a nice sort of mellow yellow, that one. There are actually some sort of darker yellow colours as well, and we've found, look at that, isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that really sweet?
And I love that yellow mix included in there, because it really makes everything sort of, it just works together, doesn't it?
Well, look at the one next to it, it contrasts look to the flower next to it, that deep, almost black kind of flower there. And we found, Bex, as well, the lovely yellow ones. We found
quite fragrant,
quite scented, aren't they? Almost like a primula kind of smell.
It's a brilliant one, honestly, and Pansy Cool Wave is a firm favourite when it comes to autumn and winter bedding. We do so well with this one, and we have a couple of different varieties. You've got the berries and cream, but I do like the Pansy Cool Wave because I like the addition of the yellow included in here. I think it brings the collection together and really makes everything stand out. It is a buy one get one free, so 10 garden ready plants included, but you will get another 10 pack. Look at the quality that we're talking about here. I just want to lift it up so that you can see what I'm talking about. This is where I drop it all over the floor. So a pack of 10, but it's a buy one, get one free. So as long as you enter the code, you will get another pack of 10 included in there, absolutely free of charge. Put one in your basket, go to the website, YouGarden.com, enter in the code 400967, put the code in where it says, do you have an offer code? YGTV3524, the other 10 will be put in for you. These have been grown on into the garden ready size plug plants, and they are very well established, good root system on there.
Beautiful root system there, Bex. So you know straight away they're going to root into those pots, baskets, and just grow away for you and look amazing. And of course, we're going to show you now what they do, how they grow. Their actual habit as well. Which,
also, the garden readies are there for you to plant out into your own hanging baskets or your own pots or into the ground. But of course, we do have another option for you, which is going to be our 2 pre-planted hanging baskets. They come in the beautiful rattan baskets. They come with the galvanised steel chains as well. They're the triple hanging chains. So all you've got to do, it's got a little plastic tie around it that's just holding the chains in place. Cut that off, get the chain out, hang it up, and you're good to go.
Although, to be honest, I would quite happily
Yeah.
have this sitting on the
Just
table.
sitting on the table.
Yeah, I've got a lovely round table outside my patio door. It looks really boring in the
Yeah,
winter.
because you don't use, and
So
I do this.
This is flat bottom, this basket.
Yeah,
So
I do this with my dining table outside because obviously during the winter months you're not going out there to use it. So I actually put pots on the table. So when I'm looking out the window, out the kitchen window, if I'm standing doing any washing up, I'm looking at a beautiful display on the table.
So you could have this hanging. Of course, it comes with the chain, but you know what? I think this would look, if you wanted to, it's completely up to you. But I think it would look lovely just sitting on the table for the winter time. Looks, really, really interesting.
Oh, it looks gorgeous.
And then you can get your nose.
Yeah, right in there.
Oh, that is so good.
And
The
there's
yellow
very
ones are
little
so
care.
sweet.
Very little care to look after these over the winter. You know, yes, you're going to need to make sure you keep them watered. Just because it's winter, don't think you don't need to water. Maybe an occasional feed.
Yeah.
And as we can't help doing, but just a little bit of deadheading.
A little bit of
See a
deadheading.
faded one, just pull those away, and that will encourage more blooms to come through. And you will get up to 10 months of colour. 10 months of colour is what you get from the pansy cool waves. It's absolutely incredible. There's very few flowers that flower for that long. My only other one that I often say is the bowls mauve, which I love so much. That you can get a good 10 months out of.
I always think of you now whenever I see the bowls mauve.
But there's very few flowers out there that will flower for that long, but your pansy cool waves
You know what I'm
will.
thinking about? I don't know, say it's late November and we get one of those odd kind of winter days where it's quite calm, it's blue sky, you can still feel a bit of
I do
warmth
like
in the
those
sun.
winter days.
Yeah, and you put a nice thick jumper on. I can just imagine if this was outside on the table, you get a nice big mug of coffee or hot chocolate and just, stand outside with your nice thick jumper or nice snug coat on and just do a little bit of deadheading on this.
It's lovely.
And that would be so good for your mental health as well.
Absolutely.
You've got yourself out the house, you're getting in the fresh air, and even though it's November, you can still do a bit of gardening. You can still fuss about with the plants, which we all love doing. So, and that's the great thing about this, because they look so good all the way through the winter. With these, gardening doesn't have to stop. There's always something you can do.
Yeah, I love it. So you've got your two options. Go for your garden readies if you want to do your planting yourself, or if you just want to fast forward in time a little bit, go for your pre-planted 450, 155. You will get a pair of the 14-inch hanging baskets. They can be reused. You can put these away in the winter, in the summer when it gets really warm, trim them back, bring them back out again. You'll get your pansy cool waves to come back, or you can reuse the hanging baskets for something else if you want to. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order, but do make sure you use the code YGTV3524 in order to get your discounts, but also to get your free gift included, which is the green grow bag, which is also can be used as a shopping bag, a garden tidy bag, transporting your logs for your wood burner. That's what I want, a house with a wood burner.
It could, well, the way you're describing it, could be a green go bag, couldn't it? Because you take that anywhere and go, put stuff in it.
Grab and go bag, yeah, absolutely. It's a free gift and it's worth £4.99. Entered into your basket using the code YGTV3524. Right, we've moved on to our ornamental spruce bark mulch. Now, Adam, I know you use this a lot in your professional capacity as a garden designer, garden planter, all the rest of it.
I do.
You'll use this a lot, won't you?
And what I'll do is, again, when we get a little break, I'll send Stu a video of a job I just did last week, and we put loads of bark mulch down.
Didn't you?
Yeah.
I saw that video.
It's great stuff because it keeps the weeds at bay, it keeps the moisture in, it looks fantastic, it really highlights evergreen plants in particular. It means you can walk between the plants. If you've got muddy soil, it doesn't stick to your boots, so you're not treading all the mud back onto the patio. And if, for instance, at the end of the season, you've got things like dahlias or the hedechiums, the ginger lilies and things like that, and you want to leave them in, but you're a little bit worried if we get a really cold winter, the frost will get down to the roots. Put a big sort of dome of this over the top of them, it keeps the frost out.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So yeah, it can give your plants that extra little duvet of protection they need over winter. 100061 is the item number if you want to go for that. There is postage included on that item as well. So if you just want to place an order for that and get your free gift, you absolutely can. No postage on that one. So it's very much like your compost. It's a great way of getting extra free gifts, or it's a great way of tipping your order over the £40. It's up to you. Just make your basket work for you. Play around with it a little bit so that you can get the best offers and best deals. Now, one of my favourites. I say that so much. I just love plants. I love them. But I did fall in love with alliums just a few years ago, in actual fact. I didn't discover them until a couple of years ago. And now I've planted these in my garden. I always want them in my garden. First of all, I started off with the big purple heads, the purple sensational, the Christopher ones. And those are classically what we think of as alliums. They're the ones that are used a lot in garden designs and things like that, because they're very sort of I don't know, designer looking.
They are. You see them in the Chelsea. I mean, when you go to Chelsea, if you go to Chelsea every year, Chelsea Flower Show.
Yeah, they're
alliums
amazing,
are a
aren't they?
stalwart at Chelsea.
Absolutely, and that's where I sort of fell in love with them. But now I've learnt that there's so many varieties, and the siculums, I love the ones with the hanging flowers on them.
Yeah, yeah.
I think those are gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, there are many different types. I mean, you know, down to sort of the mix we had over there, the allium molly, for example. So they can
the
be
yellow ones.
Yeah, they can be 5-6 inches tall. Some of them can be a metre and a half tall. You know, you do get an amazing mix. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab this packet.
Yeah, go for it. It's open.
Let's have a little look on, because the varieties we've got on here, because I think you mentioned Christophii.
Yeah, you've got Christophii included, and there's 7 of those, and those are the big purple spheres, quite densely packed.
Yeah, and the great thing about those is that they're quite squat as well. They don't get super tall, but they've got those really big. No, Christophii is slightly.
Oh, they're slightly more dense. Which variety is that one then? Is that Purple Sensation?
Christophii is this kind of type, that type.
That's the one he showed.
Oh, is it? I thought it had more kind of.
I thought that
purpley.
was the Christophii.
Yeah, Christophii. Is that's.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, that's probably just after it's gone over. Apologies. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they make really great dry flower heads.
I did that with mine. I cut them and made a beautiful dried flower display.
They last really well.
I'm going to find that picture. Back in a second.
And we've got one called Allium nigrum, which weirdly enough is actually a white allium, but it's just one of those kind of weird things that the way they're named. We've got the come on, Bex, you'll have to say this because I can never say this.
Spherocephalon.
The drumstick one. Which is a great mix as well. We've got Neapolitanum. Oh, we've got the Nectaroscordum as well, which, as you say, that almost has like a little sort of exploding firework kind of. That's got sort of individual little stems. I don't think that's in this picture, actually. I can't see the Nectaroscordum in this one.
It's a representation. It doesn't show all of the varieties in that picture.
But the Nectaroscordum has quite thick stems. That's actually the nigrum there. The nigrum.
There's the Spherocephalon that we've got going on there.
Or the drumstick primula. That's only just finished flowering now in our front garden. That's one of the
Neapolitanum.
Yes, yeah, and then the Purple Sensation, which is sort of a classic one, really. That's, I mean, so reliable, and all of these alliums. That Christophii, that's the one. But you see that really kind of big one there.
And they're big.
There's a Nectaroscordum.
Yeah,
this one.
so I know that's the siculum with the and you can get up to 30 flowers on those as well.
They also, I don't know why I say this, but they always kind of remind me of Tiffany lamps. They've got that kind of the coloration on the flower. It kind of I don't know, just for some reason I kind of think of that sort of connection. But the good thing about these is, I mean, I'll get the. Let's just move this out of the way so you can. You can see me. You know, the bulbs, again, really lovely, firm bulbs here. Smelling slightly oniony because they're onion found, but really good, healthy bulbs. And you know, Bex, you're going to put all these in. These are all going to do really, really well. Alliums are just so undemanding. All they ask for is full sun and really, really good drainage, and that's all they need. They'll come back year after year after year. They'll double up, they'll treble up, they'll really, really kind of spread. You can grow them in pots, containers, really, really easily. You can use them as cut flowers. You can use them as dried flowers. Say the Christophii flower heads look spectacular. There's the Allium molly there, a little yellow one there, which is really gorgeous. That gets to about 6 inches tall, and they make nice little clumps. That's the Allium nigrum or nigrum. There's your drumstick one, the Scolocephalum.
Spherocephalum.
I just can't say that word. I've tried so many times. But all come in this bag, all numbered as well. And just some really, really lovely. I mean, the Christophii one. They're quite sort of exclusive ones. But you've got at least 7 in there, and the Spherocephalum, the drumstick, you've got 25 of. So a really, really gorgeous mixture. In is that yours?
So yeah, this is the siculums that I've got, and I just love. I mean, I planted them into pots. I'm going to plant them out into the borders. I love them. I think they're super interesting the way that they grow. And then you get underneath, and you can see all those colours, but you can see them on the outside of the petals as well. And then just a couple of the purple sensations, and the brightness of that purple is absolutely incredible. Now, I will point out, because the foliage at the bottom, it is quite frustrating with alliums, because they do tend to start looking a bit tatty, and you shouldn't really cut it off too much. I did trim a few. You're supposed to let that die down naturally, but a way to combat that is to plant other things around the base of it so that you can't really see that foliage.
But you know, in a way, I see that as a benefit because the foliage dies down really quickly around alliums. So again, unlike some bulbs where you've got to wait months and months and months, sometimes with alliums the foliage is starting to die down a little bit even as the flowers are coming out. But as I say, Beck said, if you sort of put them in between other things, providing it's a really sunny, well-drained position. They hate shade, they hate wet soils, but sunny and well-drained, that's where they really, really thrive.
Great collection, honestly. 100 bulbs included. 630126 is the item number, and it is a £7 saving. It's the 1st of September today, guys, so we definitely want to be thinking about what we're going to be planting to make sure that we have those gorgeous gardens again next year. Unfortunately, with gardening, it is about planning ahead. There's very little you can do in your garden and get immediate results. We have to plan forward to the next 2-3 seasons so that we can make sure we're getting all of that gorgeous, beauty in our gardens. It's not something that happens instantly, is it? So yeah, do think about what you're doing, and alliums are right up there on the list. But let's have a little look at maybe more into the winter and how to create that gorgeous colour in our gardens in winter, and hellebores is a great way to do that. And this particular mix, I think, is quite a special one.
Yeah, these are double Ellen, which is a really, really gorgeous, I forgot the name, hellebore. And these will bring you that late winter colour.
Yes.
I mean, sometimes they start flowering even sort of late January into February through to March. And on the coldest, cruelest days, you cannot believe that these bold, courageous flowers have got the audacity to come out and flower like they do. You'd imagine a flower that looks as delicate, as classic, as beautiful, as beguiling as this. You'd imagine these come out in the hottest, warmest, most gentle time of the year. Oh no, these decide to come out right at the end of the winter when we can get biting frost, when we can get temperatures of -10, -12. Well, they don't give a monkeys because they're happy to go down to -20.
Yeah, totally.
At least. Really, really tough plants, spectacular flowers that really lift your mood at the end of the winter, really, really just give that sort of late winter joy, promise of spring to come, like the bulbs we've been talking about. So, I mean, if you've bought some of the packs of bulbs like the little mixed miniature narcissi, plant those with these because they flower at a similar time. These are quite drought tolerant. I was working in the garden in Cambridge this week, and there's some huge clumps of these in a really shady area, and they're brilliant for shade under trees and places like that.
Yeah.
And they were really, really drooping, but you know what? They don't die. As soon as the autumn rain comes, they pop up, and next spring they'll be flowering their socks off. So if you want something that's ridiculously tough, ridiculously robust, will take frost down to -20, -25, that's drought tolerant, that gives spectacular displays of flowers in the middle of winter, go for these.
Yeah, absolutely. They're fantastic. They just don't like the sort of summer months, basically, so they'll just go a little bit quiet.
They will.
You know, go to sleep, but then they'll pop back up for you. And I love this colour mix. I was sort of calling this that sort of antique-y, shabby chic mix of colour.
Beautiful.
And I think it really does give you those kinds of vibes. Really beautiful double petals on there. 480964, you will get 10 of the plug plants included, and it's £21.99. I think a bunch of those mixed in together in one of the helix pots, that would be a beautiful display all on its own. So do have a little look at that. Stu, can you just check? Dave sent an email saying, is the phone line off today? So we'll have a little look, Dave. We haven't been made aware of it, so as far as we're aware, the phone lines are still going, but we will have a little look. You can, of course, go to YouGarden.com to place your orders if you can't get through on the phone lines, but we will have a little look at that. Right, let's move on, because we've got a great evergreen shrub collection coming up next. 6 of them, all in the 9cm pots. We can't guarantee exactly which varieties you're going to get. This is probably a good indicator of the kinds of varieties that you will get, but this is very much about having beautiful evergreen, easy to look after, hardy shrubs in your garden to help you fill those gaps and borders. And Sean was saying earlier, actually, in the week, this is a great one if you're creating your winter baskets and winter displays and winter hanging baskets, because even though most of these are going to grow to really big sizes, they're not going to do that over the winter. So it's a good good one to put in the centre of a display over winter, and then you can plant it somewhere next year.
A lot of garden centres here, they have little miniature pots, so things like Panetia and Japanese laurel and all that kind of stuff, and the Symphoricarpus, because they've got all the evergreen foliage and they've got berries and stuff. And sometimes you see the little miniature skimmias.
Yeah.
And for one season, they will look fantastic.
So you could do that, and then you could put your winter, you know, your pansy cool waves around them and create a gorgeous winter display. It won't stay in that pot because obviously a Photinia, for example, it can get, you know, a couple of metres in height and spread, but it'll look great for this season and over winter, wouldn't it?
Well, imagine that, you know, for this little choisia. This is the Sundance you were talking about earlier on. This is Choisia tenata.
You can see the yellow come
This is
through.
the Sundance, which has got sort of much more pronounced yellow foliage.
Yeah.
But yeah, imagine this in a hanging basket, because for this season, keep it in the hanging basket, and then next spring, take it out the hanging basket and then transplant it into the garden where it wants to be permanently. You know, it's got a beautiful root system, as they'll all have, really established little plants. But these are sort of a representative example. But the good thing is, all evergreen. We've got Euonymus there, for example, which is one of Beck's favourites. Then we've got the rosemary, which is nice. I mean, rosemary, that one, evergreen, flowers. Of course, you can eat it as well. You can put that with your food. An escalonia in the middle there, evergreen, lovely flowers in the spring. You've got another type of Photinia here, which is the, I think this might even be the little red robin, the kind of the smaller one. And then viburnum tinus, that will be. French white is the variety. Flowers, lovely deep blue blackberries on this as well, evergreen foliage. So a really, really great mix there, which you can use this year for hanging baskets. Obviously going ahead, if you want to create a shrub border or a shrub bed, you could plant these straight into that area. Personally, I might just put these in a slightly bigger pot and grow these on for a year next year, before putting them out permanently where I want them to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's a great collection to get if you found over this season, and there's always a gap in the border somewhere. Even if you've got the most established garden, you know, a plant might have reached the end of its life because they don't all live forever, do they? So it might have reached the end of its life, left a gap in the border for you. That's where this collection really does come in. Or perhaps you're brand new and you're just starting out and you've got a bare garden. That evergreen shrub collection is an amazing one to get to fill those borders for you. 510403 is the item number, and it is a £5 saving, so we've taken 25% off that. Right, geranium storm cloud. Elaine, yes, Stu saying, we know you've got this one. You've sent us pictures of this in the past. I am in love with this one. I'm currently in love with my geranium Roseanne, which is a fantastic variety of geranium. I absolutely adore it, but the geranium storm cloud is one of the most beautiful, I think, because you've got the gorgeous contrast, haven't you, of the deep... Oh, that's the picture for me. Look at that.
It's
enough. You've got all of the attributes of geranium here as well.
You have, and you've got that contrast there, Bex. We were talking earlier on about the Loropetalum that we've got for you, the black pole that has that deep, deep coloured foliage. We were talking about Bex's Euphorbia on the Miner's Merlot that's got that deep, deep coloured foliage. And what they'll have in common, they have flowers that contrast so spectacularly well with the foliage. And again, that happens on this shrub, those perennials, those finely cut leaves. The leaves are elegant in their own, but look at that wonderful, wonderful purple double flowers against that dark, dark, finely cut, dissected foliage. And when you look into that flower, look at the interest there. In the middle of the flower, you can see the style and the stigma there. You can see the stamens and little anthers on the end. Just so much interest in there. And that wonderful colour, it's like silk, isn't it? Or velvet, that colour.
Now, I think, right, plant this in a pot. Do you know what? You could put it in a border. You could. They'll spread. They'll do the same thing as other geraniums. You know, they'll spread for you. They'll create ground cover. So it worked beautifully in a border. But I just think it's a real special one. I feel I'm gonna plant these. I feel like this needs to be in a pot because I think it needs to be a feature on its own. I think it needs to stand apart.
I think that would be really, really nice. I mean, for example, you know, our bungalow is white. It's a white colour bungalow.
That's what I was going to say. Put white underneath it, but put it against a white wall.
So if you put it against a white wall, that would really,
good.
that would really jump out, wouldn't it?
A bit like your sambucus you've got, the black lace one.
Or, well, actually, talking about sambucus, I mean, the Southernland Gold. You know, if you kind of had that planted in front of the Southernland Gold, that golden yellow foliage with that sort of geranium in front, because those two colours work together beautifully.
You've got to think about where you plant this, basically, because you want a light, background for it, whether it's the Southernland Gold, whether it's a white wall. You need something for that foliage to really contrast against, so you can get the beauty of the flowers and the foliage.
Let's show that, Bex, because we can actually do that right now because, I mean, for instance, here, look, this is a choisia, little sort of choisia tonata sundance.
See how that's going to brighten it up.
You can put, see there, the contrast of the, sort of the foliage with the foliage on the geranium there looks absolutely amazing. And just imagine the kind of the purple flowers contrasting with that as well. So it's a plant you can have real fun with. And if you put it in a pot, I would be tempted perhaps to put some nice white gravel or something like that on top of the pot.
White stone on the top of the pot really is going to illuminate that.
That would ping, wouldn't it? That would
I'm in love with that. And it's that picture there. I haven't grown it myself. I am going to grow it this year. It's that picture where you can see the flowers against the foliage. And you can see where that name storm cloud has come from. You know, when you get those wonderful, stormy, moody skies.
Which we might get this afternoon or tomorrow, by the way. You see it on
I quite like
you
those.
see that on the horizon, don't you?
I love it.
You can see like that dry line where you can see the storm coming. The only thing I would do this, you put it in the pot, is when you first put it in, it starts to grow. Just put a few little sort of pea sticks or twiggy bits, kind of in the middle of it in a pot. Just because it sometimes can just get a little bit, a little bit top heavy. So just a few little pea sticks or something like that. And that will just keep it really, really upright and firm in the pot, and it will look absolutely amazing. It will flower for weeks, and I think definitely what you say, Bex, in a pot, it's just one of those plants that deserves its own space where you can put it somewhere and enjoy it without it competing with anything else.
Love it. All right, 560986 for the geranium storm cloud. I do hope you go for that because I think that one is. I mean, it's a proper stunner, that one. It's a real thriller. Let's move on, though. Kitchen Bay is the next one that we've got for you. I love my bay bush. I do. I absolutely adore my bay bush, and I love it because I do a lot of cooking. I've got my bay, I've got my thyme, and that one.
Rosemary.
Rosemary, thank you. Well, those are my 3 most used herbs in my garden, and I adore it. I love going out into the garden and picking my own herbs.
Smell that, Bex.
And bay can be used in so many different types of cooking, honestly. Soups, stews, lasagnas, bologneses.
You can put it in those little bouquet garnis, can't you?
Yeah, bouquet garni, honestly. And so, I can use it, which is great. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like a little kitchen gardener or something or other, and I'm going out and picking my own herbs and putting it in the cooking. This
reminds me of holidays as well. When you smell it, it kind of reminds me of being in Italy and places like that where they make ragouts and all those kind of lovely things and stews and.
But it's a beautiful plant as well in its own right. It's a wonderful sort of evergreen, sort of dense, thick foliage you get from this. You can topia it. You get flowers from it, which the pollinators love. It's
sort of yellowy, aren't they? Kind of yellowy white, a little kind of furry flowers that flower for quite a few weeks. It's got nice reddish stems as well. It's an elegant plant, and normally they're very, very expensive. I don't know why bay is expensive because it's quite quick growing. It's quite a robust plant. It's super drought tolerant. That's one thing I will say about it. It grows in the most ridiculously dry soils you can imagine. But as you say, you can pick the young leaves. You can use those in cooking. You can, I guess, you could put them in curries and stuff like that. Obviously, you don't eat the leaf; you pick it out at the end. But just a really, really nice shrub. And funny enough, I say, look at that. That's as dry as
anything,
dry as old bones in there.
it's really drought tolerant. It's not one you need to be constantly paying attention to.
It's probably going to go everywhere now. Yeah, it's got a lot of root, but you can't see it because it's a dark-coloured root, so it doesn't show very well on the camera. But yeah, that is brilliantly well rooted in there. You can see really super strong roots.
Yeah, so it's a nice, strong, healthy plant, ready for you to plant out. I can't believe how much growth I've got on mine in just this one season, actually. It's a really decent size.
Oh, I've made the right mess, Bex. Yeah. Look down there.
Got to tidy it up, mate. It's all right. All right, so yeah, do think about going for the bay because not only can you use it, but also it is a beautiful, elegant bush as well. 750047 is the item number if you would like to go for the kitchen bay. Next, we are going to move on to our cordyline, which is an absolute stunner. And it's one of our favourites when it comes to cordyline because this is called can-can. the can cordyline. Now, I've got a cordyline in my garden. Stu's singing the can in my ear. I've got a cordyline in my garden, and I've got a very boring plain cordyline, basically. It's one of just the plain greens. Now, it's beautiful. I love cordylines because they provide architecture and structure.
Drama.
Drama. Really gorgeous. But I wish I'd got this one.
Yeah, well, this one's a bit of a chameleon, this one, isn't it? Because it almost looks like two different cordylines in one pot. You've got the new leaves that come through this fabulous kind of pinky red colours, which are just really, really dramatic. And then they kind of fade down to this sort of almost yellow kind of marbling on the edge of the leaves. And then finally, you've got leaves at the base that are kind of just the usual, well, not the usual, but kind of nice green colour. And there's other colours going on in between. I mean, this is a really dramatic, unusual, different cordyline. And it's lovely, lovely big leaves on this as well, which is really, really nice. And it's another one of those plants that you can use as a specimen plant, be fantastic in a pot. I mean, we've got it in this one. We've got a darker helix one. Let's just.
There's one in there.
It is.
If you lift it up, I can take
Oh yeah,
this
I've got one on top of the other, haven't I? So
there you go.
there we go. I think that looks. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, Stu
I
prefers
quite like both, to be honest with you.
Stu
I like the
prefers-
darker colour.
Yeah. You kind of. Actually, I've moved it more in front of that instead of less. That's that camera thing, isn't it?
I don't know. Look, it's up to you which one you go for. It'd live in here for a couple of seasons,
Easily,
wouldn't it? But but then what'll happen is the lower leaves will fade. They'll rip off, and then you get like a trunk, a stem.
Yeah, well, they call it torbay palm or cabbage palm, so eventually it kind of makes like a false palm tree kind of look, again, which adds to its kind of delight and its interest. They do flower eventually as well. When they become really, really mature, they can actually flower. And if eventually they get too tall, the green ones can get up to 12, 15 feet tall eventually.
Yeah.
But you can literally just cut them in half in spring, late spring, chop them off, and they reshoot, and they'll give you 4 or 5 new heads rather than just one.
That's so cool.
And become branched. But you'd have to wait a long, long time for that.
I might do that to one of mine. Yeah, it's a stunner, the cordyline can. Of all of the cordylines that we bring you, I think this is probably the most sort of colourful and vibrant. But I do think all cordylines have their place in our gardens because they do provide the gorgeous contrast that we want. You know, they give you that architecture, they give you the height, they give you the contrast with the softer, you know, more rounded foliage that you've got in your garden. You don't need many of them, but just dotting a few cordylines throughout your planting schemes can really make such a vast difference in how it looks and feels. Definitely gives you a Mediterranean style feel. Great for putting into pots, but likewise also awesome for planting into your borders as well. 680-263 is the item number. If you'd like to take advantage of that, we've got a £3 saving on that, and of course you get an extra 10% off if you are a club member as well. Now we're going to bring you onto our wisteria deal next. This is a double up deal for these, and this one falls into that category of get it now, get it in the ground, get it established, allow it to establish its root system. We will bring you these next year. We'll bring you these in springtime next year. And they'll probably have a few flowers on them next year. But the thing with planting them in springtime as opposed to now is what they will have to do then is they'll have to divert their energy. So they've got this energy to give, and if you plant it in spring, it's got to focus on creating roots, and it's got to focus on, you know, upwards new growth. Planting them now is a great way to do it because now it's going to start dropping its leaves, but it can focus all its energy on its root production. And then come springtime, it doesn't have to worry about the roots at all, and it can focus all its energy on upwards growth. And that's exactly it, Bex. Yeah, that's the thing about it as well. You're not asking the plant to do a double deal for you in the spring, and it struggles to do both. So, and this, you know, these will, let's again oik this out the pot. It's all about that planning ahead, isn't it? This is the thing with gardening. Another lovely fibrous root system on there as well. You can see all those lovely little white roots in there. Yeah. Compost didn't fall away. Look, nice solid root ball. And those little roots, these little white fibrous roots, because the soil in the garden is warm now. The soil in your garden is now the warmest it's going to be before it starts to cool down for the winter. It's perfect. Yep. So when you put your hands in the soil now, it doesn't feel cold, does it, to touch? And that's ideal because you plant these wisteria now. They'll get those roots in place. They'll kind of nestle down and snuggle down for the winter. Eventually, they'll drop their foliage, which, by the way, turns a really, really lovely buttery yellow before it falls as well. So wisteria do have very, very lovely, colourful autumn foliage. And then next spring, you're not asking it to do two things at once, like Bex was just pointing out. All it needs to do next spring is
got the root system established, tick, that's done. All I've got to do now is flower, which you want it to do. And you might be thinking, hold on a minute, 2 wisterias, 1 wisteria is a nightmare. These things are thugs. They go up the drain pipe. They grow into the loft. They lift up the roof tiles. You've got to get cherry pickers in. I've had these before. They're a nightmare. Awful damn things. I wish I never planted it. Not with this one. This has got all the attributes of that big thuggy one, but this is so much more compact.
Absolutely.
This will cover a space, perhaps, I don't know, sort of 8 foot by 8 foot, 10 foot by 10 foot. An average fence panel is all this needs really to grow on. Or a tower pot. This isn't going to go mad. So you can enjoy the flowers, you can enjoy the colour, you can enjoy the fragrance because they smell, flipping gorgeous.
They do smell gorgeous.
Really super sweet smell. And like we were saying earlier on with the choisia, they're funny old plants as well because you get those masses of flowers in the spring, and like with yours, suddenly in July or August,
yeah, they'll throw out a few more.
They'll pop out another flower.
I've had a few coming out on mine. And this is the other thing to point out with the Wisteria Amethyst Falls, in actual fact. This one is going to flower for you in its first year. There are other types of wisteria that you buy, and how long do you have to wait for them to flower?
You have to wait years for some of them. I mean,
sometimes it's 6-7 years, isn't it?
If you grow them from seed, or sometimes they never flower. They just take forever. And some you have to really encourage. We're giving loads of tomato feed and stuff like that. In fact, you can see this one. Stu will be able to get on this. You see this here. Doesn't look very interesting, but that's a dead flower stem. So you already know these ones have started flowering this year.
Yeah.
So
you will get flowers on these next year, and the most important thing is if you get them planted now, you're more likely to get more flowers next year because they are going to focus all their energy on forming that root system. So 550238 if you want to go for your double. You can just go for one if you want to, $19.99. But if you want to double up and go for 2, you can get them for $29.98, about 15 quid each, basically. Good idea to get 2 if you want them to grow up and over something, like up and over an archway, plant one on either side.
Nice, wouldn't it?
Up and over a pergola, plant one on either side.
Up and over the front door.
Yeah,
if you had a
it's
big
a
pot
really
either
good
side.
way to get 2 actually, so that they grow up and meet each other up at the top. Now you might want to plant them in something. Now this is exactly what I've got my wisteria planted in. It's one of my favourite things that we bring your ideal world. I've got 5 of them now, and wisteria grows nicely in here. The reason I like these is if something's not looking great, I can pick this up and I can take it and I can hide it round the side of the house. When something's looking amazing, I can bring it out and I can put it front and centre. So that's one big benefit. But when I move from that house, if and when I move, my wisteria is coming with me. I am not leaving it behind for whoever buys my house. My wisteria is going to come home with me. But there's loads of benefits to these, isn't there?
There are, because this, even when nothing's growing up it, that looks nice in its own right. Sometimes plant supports are really boring, really dull, and there's not much for the plant to grip onto. But look at this. There is so many areas and surface area for this to grip onto. I've seen plant supports with just 5 or 6 bars going upwards, and the poor plant's flaying around trying to grab hold to something. This wisteria has got so much to grab onto. And just a quick bit of advice as well, because Bex and I have been asked this before. If you are going to grow this in the tower pot, I would take it off the little bamboo frame.
Me too.
And encourage it.
I say that, I kind of left it on, but it's probably better to take it off, isn't it?
I would probably take it off and then sort of encourage it to then grip onto the tower pot. But if you're just growing it straight up a wall on a piece of trellis or somewhere like that, I wouldn't bother. I would just plant it flat against the trellis with the little bamboo frame in place.
Yeah, and leave it. It'll rot away.
It'll rot away eventually anyway, and it won't cause a problem.
Yeah, so the double up deal is available for you on the tower planter and trellis. We didn't have it on Thursday, but thank you, Ryan. He has actually fixed this. Ryan. He's fixed it for us. So if you're going for your wisteria deal, it's a double up deal there. And you've now got 2 of your tower planters to be able to plant this in as well. 130461. Put 2 in your basket. $24.99 for 1, $34.98 for 2. Let's give you a little review of your favourites so far. Then we're going to look at the compost. We're going to go to a VT with our lovely head gardener Peter McDermott. If you have sent us any pictures, thank you very much. We are going to show those when we come back from that clip of film with Peter. But let's give you a little reminder. Sambuca, still very popular. I am not surprised. It is on a previous sort of deal of the week price, and we've kept that going. 3 9-centimetre pots, $4.99. What a killer deal that is. Yeah, it's $4.49 if you're in the club. Really beautiful plant that, great for putting into your borders. 511463 is the item number. Another previous deal of the week, which we have kept the price on. I don't know how long we're going to keep these for though, so do grab these now. It is the tree fern, Diphylla Antarctica. It's going to come in a 9cm pot. Those two pictures you've seen are mine. So the first one was last year. That's it, just a couple of weeks ago. So it's growing beautifully, and that's what it's grown into after nearly 2 years, I would say. 500243 is the item number if you'd like to go for it. Do get hold of that. Really long-lived that. You'll have that for the rest of your life, basically, no matter what age you are. Next, we've got the Nandina Firepower. It's a double-up deal, one for $14.99. Put 2 in your basket and enter the code YGTV3524. You'll get the second one for a £5 or £10 each if you want to look at it like that. It does get berries, it does get flowers as well, but we love Nandina because it's evergreen, ever red, and ever changing in its colour, never dropping its leaves either. 510823 if you'd like to go for that. Laura Petalum, same deal. Buy one for $14.99, put 2 in your basket and enter the code. You'll get the second one for a £5 or £10 each. Beautiful dark, almost black foliage that you get on here. And then those hot pink ribbon type sparkler flowers on there. It's gorgeous, and you can see how that works gorgeously in a border with other green foliage. Really valuable to get those darker foliage colours into your borders to make sure that everything contrasts with each other effortlessly. Now we've got the winter bedding on the Pansy Cool Wave. It's a buy one, get one free. So 10 garden ready plants. Garden ready means that they are plug plants just that little bit bigger, grown on so that they're ready for you to plant out. Now these are going to be great in your hanging baskets, your pots, but you can actually plant these into the ground as well. I know they're cascading, trailing, tumbling plants, but like with petunias, you can plant them into the ground. You can plant those into the ground and they will sort of spread and give you ground cover as well. 10 months worth of colour you can get from these. There aren't many plants that will flower for that long in a year. Often used as annuals, but you can actually get them to come back next year as well. 400967. Make sure you use the code if you want to get the freebie. Put 1 in your basket and put the code in. You'll get your free pack of Pansy Cool Waves, but you'll also get your free Green Grow pod bag. Really tough, sturdy bag that you can use that for so many things. Now, our current deal of the week, which is a half price deal, is the Tricia Tonata. Love my choice here. So I've got the Sundance variety, but they're all absolutely beautiful. Known as Mexican Orange Blossom because the fragrance you get from this blossom on here, in around April time, April and May, it covers the plant and it is the sweetest citrus scent. It's absolutely gorgeous. But for the rest of the year, you've got this lovely glossy evergreen foliage on it as well. Really nice growing bush this. So it doesn't get straggly, it doesn't get out of control. You might occasionally get a side shoot, just prune it back. It's really easy to look after. Not a thug, not vigorous, nice steady growth rate on this, and I think it's a really valuable one for any garden. You could grow this in a pot as well. It could be a beautiful feature in a pot. You don't need this in a border. So as Adam says, if you're 3 floors up and on a balcony, you could grow this in a pot as well. 511495 for our current deal of the week. Alliums, good. I'm glad you're going for the alliums. This is the collection where you're going to get 7 different varieties. You've got all the fern favourites. This one's the Siculum, so this is the one with the hanging flowers on it. Something a little bit unusual when it comes to your allium collection. You've got the Christophy in there as well, the big purple balls. Wildlife absolutely adore these plants. We've got the mollies in there, the bright yellow sort of sparkler flowers. Love those ones. You've got the Neapolitanum, very similar to the mollies. So those two sort of planted together work quite nicely. We've got the Spherocephalon, which are the drumsticks included in there too. Those are the latest flowering, so those work around July and August time. I think those are Neapolitanums again. And we've got the Purple Sensation included in there too. Or was it the Negrum? Sorry. Yeah, and those are the Purple Sensation. So you're getting so many varieties, 100 bulbs, £12.99. Next we've got the Geranium Storm Clouds. Now Adam and I have been really singing the virtues of this plant. Absolutely in love with this one. Love geraniums anyway, love my Roseanne. It absolutely looks gorgeous in my borders, but look at that. All you need to look at is that picture to know you need this in your garden. The storm cloud description really is so perfect with this. The contrast of those beautiful violet, blue, purple flowers against that dark, moody foliage. Oh, it's gorgeous. I would put all 3 of those into a nice big pot and have that as a beautiful feature. It's a herbaceous perennial. It'll come back for you reliably every year. Of course, you can plant it into your borders. And just like with other varieties of geranium, it will produce brilliant ground cover for you. I just would recommend you get something, you know, to contrast it against. So lovely light green foliage, so you can really get the best out of that moody, beautiful dark foliage on here. Next is, or lastly in the review, is our evergreen shrub collection, all really well established in those 9cm pots, so raring to grow in your gardens. You could use these as centerpieces in your sort of pot displays this year, because obviously they're not going to have rapid growth over the autumn and winter months, and then you can plant them out next year. So plant them in little pots now, put your winter bedding around, and then plant them into the gaps in your borders next year. We can't guarantee exactly what you're going to get, but you might get a choice here like you're looking at there. You might get a viburnum in there, you might get a euonymus in there, you might get a photinia in there. Those are real good representations of the kind of plants that you could be getting. A ceanothus, yeah, you absolutely could get one of those in there as well. Amazing value for money to get all 6 of those 9cm pots ready for you in your garden. One more actually we do need to talk to you about, and that is the ornamental spruce bark mulch. Really popular, and I can see why. This is the time of year where we're thinking about tidying up our gardens, isn't it? It's the time of year where we're going to start thinking about giving our plants an extra bit of winter protection, and the ornamental spruce bark mulch is a great one for that, because ground frosts, once we get into those frosty periods of the year, it's really only ever, unless you're in the really, really cold parts of the country, it's really only ever the first sort of inch or 2 that actually gets frosty. So you think you put an inch or 2 of bark mulch down, it's that's going to get frosty, not the soil that your plants are planted in. So it's like a duvet to keep your plants warm, and plus it neatens up your borders and looks really neat and tidy, and can suppress weeds at the same time as well. So yeah, I'm not surprised that one's been really popular. It's the right time of year. That 100061 is on a half-price deal. It is £14.99. Another one that you might want to think about going for right now is the compost. We're reaching, I mean, it's the most popular one for us over the entire year that we sell you products. But there's 2 times of year when people go for the compost in massive numbers, in springtime and also now. Let's have a little chat, shall we, with our lovely Sean Ryan and our amazing head gardener, Peter McDermott, who's going to tell you all about this compost.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, there's slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see there's another one just down below. That is amazing, because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic, and plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in, but most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water. and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
Yeah.
Adam was totally about to eat a chocolate bar, and
then
Stu was like, "We're coming back."
No time now. Put that to one side.
So this is an amazing compost, premium professional compost. As you heard from our head gardener there, you know, he's quite fastidious, isn't he, on the quality of what we bring. And if there was a better compost, I promise you that is the compost that we would be selling to you, that we would be using here at the nursery. This is the compost that we choose to use, both professionally here at the nursery and personally in our gardens as well. And I think if the professionals are using it, that in itself is testament to how good this compost is. Do have a look at our website. Check out the reviews. We often do the game. Can we do the game, Stu? Where we pick a page on the reviews. We never pre-check it. Let me know how many pages of reviews we've got, and we'll pick a number. Oh, there's infinite numbers of pages. All right, I'm not going to go too high. Let's go. Yeah, we'll go.
Shall we look for a random number in the room? How about?
Let's go for number 3, shall we? Number 3.
Okay.
Let's pick the 3rd page of reviews. We never go ahead and check it because we know.
Number 2.
I'd have gone that way. Because we know we don't have to. We know how amazing the reviews always are on this compost. For the regulars that use it, you know, Olwen always calls it her gold medal. You know, compost. Bought over 30 sets, says Sheila. I've got to come forward. I can't read that. First time using, so far so good. We've bought over 30 sets of this compost. We have fabulous results with all types of plants and would never buy any other. Brilliant service, amazing compost, very reasonable price, and excellent compost as usual, never changes in quality. And that really does back up all of the things that we say to you on a regular basis. I often talk about how you open a bag 1 month and you'll open a bag 3 months later and it's still very consistent in its quality, and that's exactly from customers who've bought it. So read the reviews, you'll get a really good idea of how good this compost is. 100125, free postage on that one as well, so great way to get multiples of your free gift if that's what you're looking for. Now, I promised you that we would show some of your pictures. Thank you so much for sending them in. It's ygtv@yougarden.com. I just want to point out, Mandy says she's 5 floors up, Adam.
Oh, okay.
So well and truly in the sky. So now you can change it. So if you're 5 floors up, and
yeah, I might go to 5 floors now. Then I think we've done 3 floors now.
Richard says, "Hello, I've got blossom on my new bare root apple tree that I bought last year."
Yeah.
That's too early.
That's it. That's a bit weird.
I think it must be a bit confused. Do I need anything to help it flower at the right time next year?
No.
I don't think so.
Don't worry.
I mean, the blossom you've got now isn't going to do anything, is it?
No, and weirdly, horse chestnuts have started doing that in the last 10 years or so. A lot of them have started flowering in the autumn as well as the spring.
So that blossom's just going to die off, basically. It won't turn into an apple, but then you'll get more blossom next year, which will then potentially turn into
What most
apples.
trees and shrubs do, they keep a set of like sub-buds, if you like, so if the main flower bud ever fails, they always have a little kind of contingency with buds further down that will kind of take over just in case. So don't worry. Your apple will flower the same next spring and it'll probably fruit fine.
Okay, right, so let's go back into emails and let's have a little look. Let's start at the bottom. Let's go to Anne. Anne has sent us a picture of her Loropetalum. Mine's got a few flowers as well. In fact, it's had a few all year long. So, yeah, backing up exactly what we've said. Look at that.
Isn't that beautiful?
I mean, that picture shows you brilliantly. This is what we're talking about that contrast with the greens. And look at those bright pink flowers that you've got coming there.
And I love the veining on the leaves as well. Just, those leaves.
Yeah, it just hits the light,
yeah,
doesn't it?
those leaves are so well pronounced. And the habit of it, the way it's got this slightly kind of weeping habit. Beautiful.
It is. It's a really pretty one. 510604 if you want to go for the Loropetalum deal. It's on a double up deal. Alison says, more pictures of a garden. I thought I attached these to my first email. I didn't see them, but hey, it might be me. Oh, so that's the azalea star style and a lovely lilac there in the background as well.
That's from earlier in the year, I'm guessing.
I don't know.
Yeah, it must be.
Maybe.
Because the azalea wouldn't be flowering now, would it? Or have we got some totally weird stuff going on?
You might have some weird stuff going on. My azalea isn't, but you never know. The rudbeckia there. Oh, I should have brought... My rudbeckia is still looking absolutely amazing. We've got all of the oleanders there in the background. I can see that you are a firm customer. Look at all the pots you've got going on there. All our beautiful pots happening. Yeah, another azalea that are looking good. Look at that.
Amazing.
Let's have a look at the next
Incredible what people do.
We've got 3 pictures on this. No, that's the same one. And then,
nice
a
rose.
lovely rose. That's a beautiful colour.
That beautiful deep pink.
Gorgeous. Yeah, we've got some roses coming up for you, by the way. Half price roses. We've got 3 different types coming up for you. Amanda says... Oh, right, so she had these random bulbs, we don't know what they are. And we said, right, well, we want a weekly update, please. We want constant updates because we can't wait to see. So these are just random bulbs. She's got no idea what they are. Here is an update on my bulbs that are unknown at the moment. They're getting greener and more coming out. The older one from Thursday and from today. So this must be the Thursday picture.
I see them on the big screen.
And then this must be this picture, this week's. What's your guess, Adam?
Oh, my goodness me.
It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah.
So wasn't this an old pot or something? I can't remember the original story. But she just filled it with some... Anyway... We've got no idea what's coming up, and we're dead excited. We can't wait to see.
Scillas or pushkinias or something like that.
Could be anything, couldn't it?
Yeah.
We're so excited.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you, Amanda. Keep up the updates. We want to know what these flowers turn into. It might be. We're not actually going to find out.
No, because once the autumn comes, they might...
Until next year.
Yeah.
But I love it. I'm just going to grab my drink because I'm clearly about to cut off.
If you could sort of send in a description of what the bulb looked like, that might help. How big was the bulb? What colour was the bulb?
I don't know if I want to know now. I don't know if I want to find out the answer until it flowers.
They're not bluebells because they've got that slightly kind of lipped bit at the end of the leaf. So they're not bluebells, but. They could be something like, say, Pushkinia, Ornithogalum, Scillas, something along those lines.
I'm super excited. Can't wait to see what they are, Amanda. Right, Howard, Oh, my word. My big tree fern and then my fern collection, all from YouGarden in the shady part of the garden. Good Lord, look at that.
Wowzer.
Yeah, that's not $4.99.
Wow,
I mean, that's like £800 worth probably right there that you've got.
That's beautiful. That is superb.
Wow.
Look at that.
Well, that's a Dixonia, right? That's what your Dixonia will turn into as long as you keep it alive in years to come.
Yeah, Diphylla Antarctica. Yeah, that is it. That is, they're blown away. Look at that little fern corner there.
I love that. I'm going to create that in the corner of my garden as well. I absolutely adore ferns foliage.
And you see that trunk?
Yeah.
That's a cordyline trunk.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's what we were talking about earlier on. They will form a trunk eventually as well. So fantastic. Wow.
Love that. Absolutely adore that, Howard.
It's a weird with that tree fern came. All of us went,
whoa!
Right,
so Dave... Dave asked about the phone line. We're looking into that. Have you found anything else, Stu? No answer at the moment. So it does shut down later in the year on a Saturday and a Sunday, but as far as we were aware, it was still going right now. So apologies if you are trying to get through it on the phone lines and it's not working. You can write down your order, and you can order tomorrow if you want to do it on the phone lines. Of course, the show's on catch up if you want to get any extra information, or you can go to YouGarden.com to place your orders. Just the main thing is, if you are writing down your order and you're going to phone tomorrow, make sure you give them the code, the YGTV3524, so you get all the discounts. We will double check when everyone's back in the office tomorrow to find out about the phone lines. So we'll have that information when we come back on Thursday. What else have we got? Dave, Amanda. So Amanda says, I've started a Mediterranean collection. Not all of them are, but I'm loving it. My green cordyline on the front right is one I found at the side of my garden, which I never really knew until I started watching YGTV. Oh, so you didn't know it was a cordyline? It's deformed at the base, but I'm looking after it and it looks healthy. I think because of where I found it in the garden was the cause of it. Do you know what? A little deformed plant, there's nothing wrong with that at all, because it provides some interest going on. That's looking absolutely fine.
I wouldn't worry about that. That looks good. I wouldn't even say it looks deformed. It looks pretty good to me.
What's that? Is that a fig?
That's a fig. Yeah, a little fig there.
And we've got the oleander there.
And some bananas.
That's a banana, some mousas going on
little
there.
Banana
Another
collection.
cordyline. You've got your Phoenix canariensis and a lovely little oleander over there as well. Yeah, I love that. Very Mediterranean feel. What is that?
That's a peach, isn't it? Like one of those peach.
Oh, it does look like the peach leaves,
Yeah, one of the
doesn't
standard peach. Either the peach, or do we do the other thing? What's the other thing that's like peaches but nectarines? Either a peach or a nectarine. Yeah, one of the standard ones.
Yeah, that's looking really pretty, Amanda. Well done. Dave has sent... Oh, Dave, we're having problems. No, he sent Choicea, and then he said all sorted, my mistake. All right, fine, good. I'm glad you're on it, Dave. And Dave has also sent some pictures for us. So he said today's picks. Let's have a little look, shall we? Oh, look at that. Stu's reckoning that last one from Amanda is an apricot tree.
Oh, apricot.
She's put it in the Facebook chat, apparently. Right, so yes, gorgeous. That's part of the collection, isn't it?
Yes.
Calla, that's the one.
Earlier
Thank
in the
you.
year, yeah. That was that was tiger something, wasn't it? Tiger something.
You can see you've got the darker foliage of the other ones in the background there as well.
Yeah, I've got that one. That's the one, the pink flower.
Yeah.
I got 3 of those.
Looking good,
absolutely
Dave. Well
fantastic.
done. Let's have a look at the next one.
Oh,
that's a better picture. Look at that.
Aren't they beautiful?
Oh, they're so pretty.
And those
I haven't
great big
grown them.
leaves as well. Them leaves look amazing with them.
I might try those next year if I can. What else have we got going on? Oh, it's another picture of the same one. Hang on, sorry. Sorry, Stu! Oh, look at those.
That's good.
Really beautiful. Very lush, very tropical. Yeah, lovely. Hang on, let's see if we've got some more pictures in here. Yes, look at that.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's a little gaillardia down there, isn't it?
down
and
the
then
front.
The gold
Is that,
stem.
Oh, what's that one? Is that a salvia?
That...
no, it's not a salvia, is it?
No, God, what's the...
Sorry, I always put...
I think that's a...
Oh, no, it is a peach. It is a peach. It's not an apricot.
No, I was about to say,
Peach.
I don't think it's an apricot.
But she's got a different question about the apricot.
Yeah, because apricots have got different shaped leaves. Peach have got those long willow-type leaves. Apricots have got much kind of narrow, broader leaves. But that's a bay, isn't it?
That's a bay at the back of that picture, next to the Rudbeckia.
That's a type of stachys, I think, that one there.
This one down the front.
Yeah, I've got that in my garden. Really nice little plant.
Gorgeous, yeah, really colourful. That's beautiful.
It could be salvia.
Could be. I always look at that salvia. Tony sent another one. Hang on. Tony. Hang on, let me scroll to the top. That's the same question. Oh, do I have to scroll down? Oh, Tony's just said thank you. Bless you, Tony. I'd sent back the email identifying his plants and he's just sent one back saying thank you. So Amanda's question is... Apricot tree I bought a few years ago. In February it blossomed. But for the rest of the year until now, nothing. Oh, and the stem's not growing. Is it dead?
What you mean? It's literally. Well, there's literally nothing on it. There's it hasn't formed any leaves, or if it's just.
It blossomed, but then the rest of the year until now, no foliage, and the stems aren't growing. Have you done the little scratch test on the stem?
Yeah,
do the little scratch test on the stem. So you get the stem of the plant and use your nail and do a little scratch test like this. And as you can see, look, there's green. There's green underneath here where I've scratched it off with my nail. This is a good way, or a first one, to have a little look at to see whether there's any life in it.
Yeah.
If you go at the top and you scratch it and it's brown, go a bit further down and see if there's any green any further down. That'll tell you first of all if it's still alive, right?
Yeah, yeah. My hunch is you might have lost it. My hunch on that, but don't.
Never give up on them,
Never
though,
give up.
because you never know.
What's
Sometimes you think you've lost something, and
that
then
plant you revived? That's ceanothus.
That's ceanothus.
Yeah.
So there was a ceanothus, one of the standard ones here. So it had been neglected for whatever reason.
It stood by the bin outside there for months.
It was brown. It was, and I was like, and I saw the tiniest little bit of green, and I was like, I am going to revive that. And I went and I trimmed it, watered it for a few weeks on end. It looks absolutely perfect now. We could put it back into stock. It looks so good. So sometimes you never know whether it's dead or not.
But yeah, so what I would do is, we're coming up to the autumn now anyway, so if it had leaves on it, it would lose its leaves. So get through till next spring. If it doesn't come back next spring, you've lost it, but I presume it will have our lifetime. Did she get it from us?
I think she said she got it from us. If it said winter hardy on it, it should have its lifetime guarantee.
Lifetime guarantee. So yeah, we can replace it for you. Just need to pay the P&P, and we'll send you out a new one.
Is there anything she can do to it? Should she
Nothing
trim
at
it
the
back
moment.
or anything, or just leave it
Just
alone?
completely leave it at the moment.
Just leave it and wait till next year.
I mean, if it's flowered and then coming to leaf, it's very unlikely it will come back next year. But you know what? Just leave it. There's nothing to be lost at the moment because, as I say, it'll be losing its leaves anyway in the next 3 or 4 weeks, and it'll be dormant anyway till spring. So just go with
Could it
till
have
next
had
spring.
anything to do with the size of pot that she put it in?
No, it's unlikely. It's just sometimes with all the will in the world. I mean,
they're living things. It's
a plant doesn't survive. Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. It happens, and that's why we give you that guarantee.
Can I just do Janet's one quick, Stu? It's literally just come through, but the pictures here look flipping incredible. So, Janet, wow. Wow is what I'm going to say to you. Let's just zoom in because it's one of the sort of wider pictures. So if I zoom in and work my way across, we've got gorgeous oleanders going on there. Yeah, that looks like a hibiscus, Stu, you're right. That one at the front, I've got that, it's called...
Oh, we did that earlier in the year, didn't we?
Oh, man, I've got several of those and they look so pretty.
I know, it's gone up my head as well. Oh, goodness sake. I'm thinking it begins with A, but I can't...
Nope. Anyway, it's beautiful.
That's the hydrangea... Euphoria, that's
pink.
it.
And the beautiful Fatsia in the background there as well. Oh, and a Phoenix canariensis up there too. That's looking really beautiful. Let me scroll through because there's a few pictures here.
Nice pots as well.
Look at that, Verbena bonariensis growing. It looks like you've got a standard...
oleander there.
That's an oleander. Oh, it's a bush. But yeah, you've got the oleander in the background there as well.
Yay!
Oh, the Miner's Merlot. And is that a can-can?
Looks like can-can,
It looks like a can-can. It's a small one, but yeah, that's beautiful. Oh, looking beautiful. Well done. You just got that in while we were still on the pictures, Janet, so well done.
Merlot, brilliant. Looks amazing.
Right, let's tell you about some of the things that we've got for you. This one's been super popular for us today. I can understand why, actually. I think we're all getting ready or starting to think about autumn. We're starting to think about winter. And the ornamental spruce bark mulch is a really good time to get hold of this, isn't it? Because if you want to put those plants to bed, you want to give them some extra winter protection, this is a fantastic item to get. But plus, you can also use this for suppressing weeds. You can help to keep the moisture in the ground with this too.
Yeah, it's good for the winter time because you can walk between your plants without all the soil and the mud sticking to your boots as well. Also, it stops soil erosion. Sometimes we get that super heavy rain. It can actually kind of wash some of the soil away, especially if you've got sandy soil like where I live in Norfolk. If you put a layer of this over the soil, that mitigates the impact of that heavy rain, and the rain will then just gently seep through the bark, won't wash the soil away, won't splash the soil all over your patio and paths.
Yeah, it's a good one. You said this before about mulch, actually. If you've got sort of wider borders and you need to stand in your borders, it's a great one to put down so that you're not getting all muddy.
Yeah, because that drives me mad at work. I get to the edge of the board and I have to sort of balance on the handle of a fork or something. Then I'm getting a hoe head and I'm scraping all so I don't want to tread it all across the lawn and the patio and everything. You can walk across this stuff in the middle of winter and it doesn't stick to the bottom of your shoes. It just leaves your shoes clean. It's lovely. And it looks good. Looks particularly nice between conifers, which I could have shown you if I'd have remembered to send Stu the picture.
Never mind, never mind.
I'll do that in a minute. I'll do that while Bex is talking in a minute.
Yeah, so it's a half price deal that we've got on here as well. So it's a 70-litre bag delivered to your door with no postage cost included. So this is a great one if you want to get multiples of your free gift. You'll get that 70-litre bag, no postage, and if you put the code in to get the half price deal, you will still also get your free gift included, which is the green grow bag, which you can also use for storage, shopping, bringing the logs in from the storage outside to indoors for your wood burners. You know, there's so many uses for these, and they are super.
Hey,
It's quite good. It's great.
you can even do your hair. You can even dry your hair with it.
Right, that's a new game, isn't it?
Yeah. This is a completely energy-free hairdryer.
All right, so you will get your free gift included in there as well. 100061 is the item number. Let's bring you onto our pot deal. So we had some Helix pots a little while ago. They were in the sort of clay colour and they were a bit bigger. Powdered clay is what we called it. So now we're bringing you the family. We've got the little brother and we've got the little sister and we've got the baby pots to go with it as well.
I'm thinking of
Shh,
it.
don't
I
you
won't.
dare. It's there, it's in my head. Baby. No. Right, so what we've got here is 3 different colours, 2 different sizes. So you can get the 10-inch diameter, which are the smaller ones that you can see at the front here, or you can get the 13-inch diameter, which are the slightly larger ones at the back here. They are all buy one, get one free. And you've got 3 different colours, so 2 sizes, 3 colours. Adam is holding the powdered clay one there. The details are on the screen. 130611. Sorry, it's the 13-inch on the screen, so it's this one on the screen, but it's the powdered clay colour. So 13-inch you can go for, or you can go for a 10-inch one on a separate item number. Put one in your basket, enter the code, you'll then get 2 of them because you'll get 1 of these for free. So that's the powdered clay. We've also got the black and bronze in the 13-inch or the 10-inch if you want to go for it. Put 1 in your basket, enter the code, you'll get another 1 free. It says bronze, but we actually think it's a bit more of a gold.
I'd say it was gold.
To it.
When you compare it to the silver, it really does kind of...
I think bronze would be slightly more yellowy.
Yeah, I think gold would be more apt
Anyway.
description.
It's quite subtle, but it is a beautiful sort of addition. Or you can go for the black and silver option.
I love that one.
If I hold it next to the gold one, the bronze one, you'll be able to see the slight difference in the colour, hopefully. Yes? Yeah, you can. You can totally see that. So that's the black and silver. We'll give you the details of the black and silver. Black and bronze is 130610. That's this one here. Or the black and silver is 130590.
Now, Bex, I can be a bit thick sometimes, as you know.
Here's the joke. Here we go.
No, it's not a joke, honestly. When you buy these, so it's buy one, get one free.
Yeah.
But only in the same size.
Yeah, so the buy one, get one free, you'll get 2 of the same size. We don't have a mix and match on here. So if you go for the black and, so what have we got? Silver on screen. If you go for the silver in the 13-inch diameter, you will get another silver in the 13-inch diameter.
Right, I'm with you.
So if you want the different colours, different sizes, you'll have to enter those ones in separately. If you go to YouGarden.com, click on the Live Now button, scroll right down, the pots are right at the bottom of the show selection. But plastic pots are great, right?
They are. I used to hate plastic pots back in the olden days because they used to have seams and joins. Yeah. In the 1800s. Charming, isn't it? I'm off to HR after this. I'm not putting up with it anymore. You used to get all those paper HR you saw all papery bits kind of where they used to come off the blow mould, all that kind of thing.
Absolutely, they were poor quality.
Yeah, really poor quality. Now you've got these high quality pots that even close up, you'd think these were the real deal. You'd think this was terracotta. It hasn't got that horrible shiny, cheap kind of look to it. I like the patterns on these as well. I like the detail, the intricacy they put into these as well. UV stable, frost resistant, like Bex does. You can drop these and they don't break. They're really strong. No. Like you could do that with them. You couldn't do that. You couldn't do that with the real thing.
You couldn't.
Got nothing to talk about now. Better keep these 2 at least. So that's the thing. You can drop those now. If you imagine if they were terracotta, they would break. They would crack. They'd be ruined now, wouldn't they? Or if they were metal, they'd be dented and they just look really naff. But these are lightweight. So, for instance, if you're Mandy and you've got a balcony and you live 5 floors up, then you can have pots that are lightweight but still robust, still strong, that you can grow all these things in, and these pots will last year after year after. This isn't plastic that's going to be bobbing up and down in the ocean you know, in a few weeks' time.
And they're a great size, whether it's the 10-inch or the 13-inch. I will say they are a great size. You might want to put some of the larger plants, shrubs and things in these ones, but in the smaller ones you could plant some of your spring bulbs. I mean, that, with a bunch of those little short mix narcissus in, that would be such a beautiful little combination. No, go for it. And the cordyline in the bigger ones, brilliant. So there's so many options for you to go for. We won't run through all of the different item numbers because it's just crazy. You've got 2 sizes, a 10-inch or a 13-inch, and you've got that across 3 colour options. It's a buy one, get one free. So go and have a little look, mix and match, you know, Go for lots of different varieties of them because they will all work so beautifully together. And of course, if you were going for the larger one in the powdered clay that we had a few weeks ago, it'd be great to get the family of them, wouldn't it? So go to YouGarden.com and check out all the colours and all the sizes.
Can we have a quick audience vote? Because Stu, let us know what you think. Stu says the clay for the can-can, clay for the can-can, or silver for the can-can. What do you think? Let us know. What do you prefer?
That's a tough choice, isn't it?
I think I'm going to have to go with what Stu said. Personally, I prefer the clay. I think it does look, I don't know.
I think it gives it, so I think with cordylines it does, because they are a sort of Mediterranean style planting, and you do get a lot of that kind of terracotta look in Mediterranean style planting. So that probably for me, but
drop us an email.
Let's have a look. What do you think? Which one would you go for?
Let us know what you think, what you'd do, which one you'd put in.
All right, so go to the website to have a look at all those different colours, will you? Because it would be boring running through all those item numbers for you. Let's come back over to our favourites table. We've still got our half-price roses coming up, by the way. So we've got Arthur Bell, we've got the Coronation Climbing Rose, and we've got Designer Sunset for you, all on a half-price deal. Really good to get hold of those now, get them planted, get the roots established, and they'll be giving you better displays next year. So they'll be coming up very soon. But we're going to have a quick run through our favourites.
Where's the other half of it then?
Arthur Bell. Arthur!
Actually, I've been sniffing that rose all the way through the show because when we had it in the middle earlier on, you know, sometimes you keep getting a fragrance and you keep thinking, where's that coming from?
It's Arthur.
It's that
I love
rose.
Arthur. Arthur's the first rose
Beautiful.
I planted in my garden, and I love it. It's one of my absolute favourites.
Actually, Stu's saying about a yellow flower is more fragrant. It's funny you should say it, because now you say that, Stu, I find yellow freesias are normally the most fragrant. And
maybe there's something behind that.
Yellow primulas tend to be some of the most fragrant, and I quite often find white and purple flowers tend to be some of the less fragrant.
We need to do some research on that, I think.
Could be a reason for that.
All right, let's talk to you about our Pansy Cool Wave. Oh, 2 votes for clay already.
There you go.
Pansy Cool Wave, garden readies these are, so just larger plug plants, okay? So grown on a little bit more so that they are garden ready. These aren't ones that you need to grow on before you plant them out. Great time to get them out in the garden right now as well, isn't it?
It is, because, you know, the days are still reasonably long, you know, the nights are still shorter than the days at the moment. The ground's warm, we've got some nice warm weather coming up, and if you get them established now, you're not putting them out any weather that's going to shock them or upset them. You know, they're not suddenly going to be facing a really cold frost or really icy, bitter winds. They've got time to snuggle in and adjust and get used to the shortening days, get used to the temperatures gradually dropping.
So you get some decent growth going on, and then when the temperatures do drop, not a problem, because these are
they're ready,
fully winter hardy, and can cope with those minus temperatures. But if you waited until it was cold, they just, you know, they'll take a bit longer to get going, and you want as many of those flowers on there for the winter months as possible.
You watch David Attenborough, you watch about the creatures that live in the Arctic or the Antarctic. Well, what happens to them mid to late summer? They start to grow bigger coats, don't they? Start to grow, more fur. They start to fatten up. They get themselves adjusted, don't they, for kind of winter. Well, that's what your plants will do as well. You know, if you start them off earlier, they can start to adjust. The foliage can start to toughen up a little bit, because if you put this delicate foliage straight out into a really harsh frost, it will damage them more than, you know, if they're hardier, even though they are hardy to -25, because that foliage is soft. So start now, get them established, and you know what? I mean, on our literature they say these can flower in one way or another Either
to
lots
10
or,
months.
yeah, for 10 months. Yes, it's
Up to 10 months of the
Up
year,
to
and
10
that
months.
is quite incredible. You can see how many flowers are on them now. You know, these have been kept sort of in our greenhouses and under cover, so, you know, we're really sort of forcing these on for you so that you get some really decent displays as soon as you get them home. But then these are going to keep going, and they will keep going through the winter, through autumn, through winter. It's only really in the hottest months of the year that they stop flowering or really slow down. Trim them back, put them somewhere shady, bring them back out. You can get them to come back next year. A lot of people do just grow them as annuals though. 10 garden readies, put one in the basket, enter the code YGTV3524. We'll put another pack of 10 into your basket for you, free of charge. Great one if you want a multi-order on as well. You might want more than 20, maybe you want 40 of these. Maybe you've got lots of pots, lots of baskets, lots of ground cover you could create with these as well. Right, next we have got, what have we got next? Daffs. Next we've got our Narcissus short mix, or daffs, as Stu was shouting in my ear.
They're not daffs, they're nuts.
There are 100 bulbs included in this particular one, a mixture of varieties in there as well. So your classic daffodil trumpet shapes, you've got the bright yellow, you've got some of the creamier white ones. You might also get some of those Rip Van Winkles, you know, those sort of spikier ones at the bottoms coming down to them there. Those ones. You might get some of those included in there as well, but these are the shorter ones.
I think that's minnow. It looks like minnow in there as well. Is there minnow? Looks like
Might
there's a
be,
minnow
yeah.
in there. Yeah, I adore the miniature narcissi or daffodils. They're really, really great because they're much, much more wind resistant. They're much more tolerant of heavy snow and stuff like that. Sometimes when you grow the taller daffodils, which are spectacular, we get those late sort of winter storms, heavy snow.
It can blow them over.
Yeah, it can blow them over. It can snap them. It can knock them flat. These ones, because they're more stout, they're more dwarf. They're great for those windier locations. Fabulous for grass, naturalising in lawns. Great for pots, hanging baskets, beds, borders, anywhere really.
15 pence a bulb, or 13.5 pence a bulb if you're in the club, because you do get that 10% discount included in there as well. So really good value, that one, and obviously you can plant those in so many more places than you can with those taller daffodils. Next we're going to move on to our choicier. This is the deal of the week. This is the one you need to just put in your basket. Don't even think about it. Everybody needs a choicier in their garden, don't they? And this is a beautiful variety.
It is, because what choicier does, it's one of those plants that's kind of going to be the mainstay of any bed or border, because it's always evergreen. It looks good all the way through the year. It flowers for months on end in the spring. It has a lovely, lovely sweet fragrance, hence the orange blossom. It is quite a very hardy shrub. It's very drought tolerant. It will do well in full sun. It copes with shade as well. You can leave it to become quite a large, natural looking shrub. It's very, very happy to be clipped and shaped, and it will throw out the odd flower other times of the year as well. But a really, really lovely plant, and it's one that I've used an awful lot over the years in the planting schemes we've done.
Yeah, and that, do you know what? I do think that is a real testament to the quality of this plant. When you've got a professional gardener who does garden design, who's an award winner, you know, and does people's personal gardens as well as more commercial garden design and displays, to say that this is one of the ones that is used in those, I think that really is testament to the quality of the plant. You know, low maintenance, drought tolerant, but beautiful displays for the longest time possible. Evergreen and the most fragrant blossom, honestly.
And lovely upright growth as well.
Upright, yeah.
That's
and
what's
not
nice
messy.
about it. No, it's not.
I occasionally get a weird little side shoot coming out.
Yeah.
But in general, it's a really nice, neat, tidy growth.
Lovely upright, almost goblet shaped kind of.
It is our plant of the week, so remember you've got that half price saving as long as you enter the code YGTV3524. 511495 is the item number. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order. Next, we're going to move. Next, we're going to move on to our two sets of bulbs that we've got here. We've got the Tulip Purple Paradise and we've got the Crocus Mix. We'll talk about them individually, but first of all, you need to know that they are on a 3-for-2 offer. So you can go for 3 packs of your Purple Paradise if you want to, but if you want to mix and match, you can do with this particular deal that we've got. So you could go for 2 packs of your tulips and 1 pack of your crocus. 1 pack of your tulips, 2 packs of your crocus. It's entirely up to you. Just put the 3 bags into your basket that you want, enter the code, one of those bags will be free. They're all £9.99, so you don't need to worry about which one's going to be free. One of them will be free. Let's talk about the Tulip Purple Paradise.
Drama, absolute beauty, something, plants that are spectacular, that are stunning. You've got those fimbriata ones that have got that lovely frosting around the edge of the petals, which looks absolutely stunning. Some have got the smooth edges, some are a solid colour, some are bicoloured. I found this particular type of tulip to come up year after year after year, regularly as well, reliably. Some tulips might come up for 1 or 2 years and they just disappear, they diminish, they go. These are found to be really, really reliable. But oh my goodness me, the colour collection here and the drama of these lovely upright stems, really healthy foliage, fabulous, beautiful.
Yeah, really beautiful, definite standout mix. One of the more special of the varieties when it comes to your tulip. 600 245 is the item number on the mix and match deal with the crocus. So add in which bags you want. One bag of these will be free. The crocus come in bags of 40. Smaller bulbs, definitely with the daffs, the tulips and the crocus. You could do some lasagna planting here, couldn't you? And crocus, one of the earliest flowering.
Yep, February, March time, flowering away, bringing that first splash of colour and interest to the garden, encouraging the first pollinating insects and bees and stuff to come in, and just lifting that mood, giving you that little smile, that little kind of tingle of excitement in the bottom of your tummy, because you know we're on the out again, we're on the up, we're heading towards spring, we're heading towards summer. These are harbingers of spring. These promise better days to come, and that's what I adore about crocuses.
Yeah, and you've got the gorgeous colour mix included in here as well. You've got the white, you've got the purple, and you've got the yellow included. Really easy to plant as well, than being sort of smaller bulbs. And on the lasagna planting, if you take your narcissus, the short mixed, if you get your Tulip Purple Paradise and you get your crocus, what I would be doing is planting the tulips at the bottom of the lasagna, and then I will put my daffodils above those, and then I'm going to put my crocus above those. What that will give you, so imagine one pot planted like that, tulips, daffs, and then crocus on top. That's going to give you, crocus normally start flowering end of Feb?
Yeah, February time if it's mild, yeah.
So February and into March you'll get your crocus, then you'll start getting your narcissus starting to poke through. So the narcissus are going to start coming up sort of end of March into April. Stu's done a thing, look. And then you're going to see the tulips starting to come up as well. And you can see, look, there's a little guide that Stu's put in there. Yeah, don't cut your pot in half. We've done a cross section here.
He beat me to that, I was about to say that.
But that's an idea of how you can do that lasagna planting. And do you know what? I'll do one this year. I didn't do it. I did it all individual pots this year, but I'll do a lasagna planting pot this year. But it gives you months worth of colour from one pot, which is really good.
Yeah.
It's a great way of using the space in your garden.
If you've got small space, yeah. So if you're a Mandy,
yeah, absolutely.
5 floors up on the balcony, and
So
space is really critical.
I mean, there's a good 3, maybe 4 months worth of growth and flowers that you're getting from one pot by those three bags of bulbs that you've got there. So 600082 is the item number if you want to go for your crocus on that mix and match deal with the tulips. So put 3 bags into your basket, enter the code, 1 bag will be free. It's your choice. Which ones you put into your basket. 2 tulips, 1 crocus, 2 crocus, 1 tulip. It's entirely up to you, or you can go for 3 of the same variety if you want to. Next, we're going to bring you on to, we're going to bring you into our little rose garden. What a beautiful rose garden we've got.
I beg your pardon?
Beg your pardon?
I never promised you a rose garden.
Well, I'm in my rose garden. Do you want to come into my rose garden? Let's have a look at the designer sunset first of all, shall we? It is an absolutely beautiful colour display that we're getting with the designer sunset. All of these are half price, and I think the name of the designer sunset is perfect. Just check out though, so the one with the flowers, and there's a couple of buds ready to open. The buds going crazy here. Like, we're in 1st of September. There's still a couple of months worth left, isn't there?
Easily on
September
that.
and into October, you'll get the flowers on here. But this is very much a plant that will be with you, or could be with you for decades.
And look at this foliage. Look how glossy and healthy and beautiful that foliage is as well. And you can see where they get the sunset. I mean, look at the colours in the flower there. I mean, typical sort of sunset colours. This is a patio rose as well, so this is quite a, it's only gets sort of a couple of 2 or 3 foot tall.
Yeah.
So, this is quite a compact rose. Really, really beautiful colours on this as well. It's repeat flowering, or what we call remontant. So you'll get flowers early in the year, you deadhead those flowers. the stem sends out another shoot. That will give you another cluster of flowers. So you're going to get flowers right the way through the summer. Well, look at this. As you said, Bex, I mean, 1st of September, this one's going to be flowering for another 2 or 3 weeks. Now, with the buds that's on there as well, fantastic for growing in pots. So you can grow it on a balcony, patio, somewhere like that. And it does have a fragrance, but it's just slightly fragranced. I'm not going to say it's, you know, like in your face like Lily of the Valley or jasmine or something, but it does have a nice fragrance. But it's a really beautiful, beautiful rose. And I always think it's nice in a rose flower when you get more than one colour. You get a mixture of colours, especially as the flower ages. Quite often, you know, when a flower like this opens out, it'll have one set of colours, and then towards the end of that flower, you get different colours infuse and come in before the other flower finally goes. But it's good to know, isn't it? This isn't a one-trick pony. It repeat flowers.
Yeah, it really is beautiful, and there's just the shades of colour that you get in there, and that lovely subtle scent. It's a really beautiful one. All kind of, you know, bred to be disease resistant. You know, we work with Harkness roses. They are major award winners when it comes to, you know, Chelsea Flower Show and various other places as well. And the breeding that goes into these roses is incredible. It's fascinating when you, I mean, you did a lot of work with rose breeding, didn't you?
Yeah.
But I find it absolutely fascinating, and particularly with Harkness, what they do is they take all of these roses, like however many of them there are, 50,000 let's say, and then it can take 7 or 8 years to narrow it down, because what they do is they will plant them with absolutely no like disease resistance, no help to be resistant to that disease, and then whittle it down, whittle it down, whittle it down, whittle it down, no fungicide, no pesticides, until they're left with the absolute strongest, healthiest one. And it's only the best ones that then actually get released to market to sell. So the process to develop a new rose,
so that's almost
is incredible.
Like natural selection, isn't it? Literally. But I mean, luckily these days, well, what they're trying to do now as well is, and they do it with some things now, they can now genetically fingerprint a lot of plants, so they can actually tell the plant has got those attributes even before it flowers.
It's amazing, isn't it?
So that kind of sort of speeds up the process.
Well, next we're going to move on to our Arthur Bell, which, as you will, you know, anybody who watches your YGTV on a regular basis, you'll know how special this one is to me. This is what ignited my love affair with roses. Yeah, I know, it's beautiful.
I mean, that's not slightly fragrance, is it? Isn't that beautiful?
For me, that is a true rose fragrance, you know, like, you know, when you open a box of Turkish Delight and you get that lovely sweet rose scent from the rose to... Oh, I'm a big fan of that. If anybody ever wants to buy me a present, rose and lemon Turkish Delight, I'm a happy girl. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I love Turkish Delight.
Oh,
it's gorgeous.
Yum.
I can't remember the breeder's name, but the chap that bred this rose originally was established in Northern Ireland, and then he moved from Northern Ireland just when the trouble started. I think he moved to New Zealand. Yeah. But he brought out a whole range of roses named after alcoholic kind of beverages.
Right, yeah.
So Arthur Bell is a type of whiskey.
Yeah.
And that was kind of how he sort of named the roses. So I think this rose has been around since about the 70s. It's a really well-established, really loved rose. It's got that strong fragrance. Again, it's repeat flowering. It's a floribunda, and you can tell that because you've got more than
clusters,
one flower bud. You've got clusters of flower buds on there.
This is the exciting thing when it comes to these, and I can't find the pictures right now, but I love this because well, let me show you the buds as they open up. So this is mine from my garden earlier on this year. Look at those buds and look how sort of fiery the colour is. You get this deep, dark orange, almost red. And I often say, you know the emoji on your phone?
Yes.
The fire emoji, the flame emoji.
I know what you mean.
It looks like that. And then it opens up and it's a really deep yellow colour, but it sort of fades to this lovely creamy yellow colour. And when you've got clusters like this, what you often get is what looks like 3 different roses, because you'll have a really dark yellow rose and then another creamy white one right next to it. I've got the perfect picture. I'll see if I can find it for you.
The weird thing on that, Bex, is like it was like you look at this designer sunset flower bud. That looked like the same as the Arthur Bell one. But then, as you say, when it opens out, it's not orange. It's just a beautiful, beautiful yellow, a shade of yellow.
Absolutely gorgeous yellow colour and super easy to look after. This is what I found with looking after roses. I was always a bit intimidated by roses. I thought that it was difficult to prune, to look after. I thought you needed to be a proper pro in order to grow roses. But although there are some tips and techniques, even if you don't know them, to be honest, roses are really forgiving.
Yeah, they are. You know, yeah, there used to be like sort of growing roses used to be kind of almost like, I think the word is esoteric. It was a kind of a thing that you know, that was supposed to be just known by a mysterious few. You know, nobody else could figure out how to do it. But you know what? They're much. It was what Victorian gardeners used to do to try and elevate themselves, because there wasn't magic to growing them. They just made out it was, because obviously they wanted to keep their jobs and they wanted to be revered for growing their roses.
There's no real magic.
They are very easy to grow. We're right at the end of the season, and look, this one's still got really lovely, healthy foliage. I'm not seeing black spot or rust or any sort of diseases like that can be really prevalent late in the season. This one's repeat flowering. Both of these are, in fact, they're all repeat flowering, which is great. So yeah, everything about it. Strong, healthy foliage, strong fragrance, repeat flowering, floribunda, makes great cut flowers, long-lived, gorgeous.
Just a quick one if we can, Stu. Can we go back to my phone just so I can show you what I was talking about with the colours? So this is what I'm talking about. That is from my rose, my Arthur Bell. It's the same plant, it's the same Arthur Bell, but that's what you get on here. So you'll get a mixture of the different colours all happening at the same time because of that floribunda that's going on.
Yeah,
there.
and that's what I was kind of saying just now. As the flowers mature, you know, those colours change, don't they? And that happens on a lot of roses, which is a really nice, interesting feature.
All right, so we've got the coronation rose next, and this is a climbing rose. I'm definitely going to plant a climbing rose. Love the idea of a bit of trellis up the back of my house, and then a beautiful, and it's going to be a red one for me. Absolutely, when I plant my rose, climbing rose, it's going to be a red one. Coronation rose would be a great one, don't you think?
It is lovely, this one, and it's not a real crazy climbing rose. This one gets to about 12 foot, so it's not going to be one of those ones that sends out those giant, great big stems or canes, you know, and they're flailing about and you've got to tie it in and stuff. This is much more easy to look after. As I say, repeat flowering. All the roses we're bringing today, repeat flowering. You've got that really, really healthy, glossy foliage on these right at the end of the season, and it's still looking really, really good. Flowers right across the summer as well, right into autumn, so a long flowering period. It's a bit sad really, because the one we brought into the studio did have all the flower petals on earlier, and they've all dropped off, bar 3 or 4. But that's the way it goes. It's got this one again's got a light fragrance, but what it lacks in fragrance, it makes up for the beauty of those stunning, stunning flowers that are absolutely fabulous. Yeah,
and like we were saying, look, there's no major trick to it. But one thing that you know, Adam has taught me is that with climbing roses, what you want to do is not just let it go directly upwards. Don't just let it climb straight up. Do force the plant to grow, to meander, to snake up whatever it is that you're training it to climb up against. And the reason for that is that we're going to stress the plant out in a good way.
Yeah, what you're trying to do, you're trying to stress the sap flow. So yeah, you're challenging it. So for instance, this rose, if we go back to the Arthur Bell rose, if this was a climber and you let it grow straight up, what you'd have is a great big long stem with perhaps 2 or 3 flowers on the end, which is nice. But you know, if you tied it in laterally, horizontally like that, and by the way, I bent that earlier, that's why it's like that already. If you tied it sort of laterally like that, what happens then is you get buds break at every leaf joint, and each one of those will become a flower. So you get flowers all the way along the stem rather than on the end.
So when you're training it, train it to climb up the trellis like this. Just zigzag it up. What it'll do is it'll create a fuller, bushier plant, which ultimately will have way more flowers on, and that's what we want, isn't it? And it's the same with pretty much all climbing.
Yeah, and it's the same with climbing fruit as well. Things like loganberries, blackberries.
This is where espalier comes from. So when you espaliate a fruit tree, it sends up more shoots, which means you get more fruit production. So it's the same with plants. We want more fruit production, more flower production as well. Right, moving on to another climbing plant, and you could do exactly the same with a clematis, couldn't you? Stress the plant slightly.
Yeah, you could with clematis. Yes, it's the same principle, although clematis will pretty much do that to itself, because they go zigzagging all over the place anyway.
Do it, so you don't need to worry about it so much with the clematis. But yeah, this is a beautiful variety.
This is absolutely knockout, this one. Look at the flowers on it, and sometimes the flowers can be different shapes. Sometimes you get like a super double one.
Where it looks a bit spiky.
Yeah, it's almost like a cactus dahlia, isn't it? It's got that sort of look to it. But some of the flowers are more single, some are really, really super double. double. It's almost like every flower is unique in one way or another, and it's not one of these clematis that's going to go berserk. It's not going to get 15, 20 foot tall, go over your neighbour's fence, they get all the flowers, you get all the horrible brown stems. This only gets to about 2 metres tall, so that's fantastic for one of our tower pots.
Oh, nice.
You'll get that 360-degree coloured granite that way as well. Full sun or shade with this one, but as always with clematis, keep the roots cool. Always keep clematis moist and feed them really, really well. Our blooming fast will be absolutely fantastic for
hungry,
clematis.
aren't they?
Yeah, they love it. This is so easy to prune in the spring, late February, March. Cut it down to about 20 to 30 centimetres, just above some nice buds. It will regrow and it will do all this again for you in the same season. There's no mystery to pruning this one. It's really, really straightforward. Flowers all the way from July right up until September. And as I say, because it is quite an compact plant, as you see in the picture there, it's great for pots as well. So a really, really beautiful, stunning, unusual, different and interesting clematis.
Yeah, 550126 is the item number if you'd like to go for that. We do have a £3 saving on that one currently. If you use the code YGTV 3524, you will be able to access that saving and get your free gift included with that order. Don't forget that if you can get your order to over £40, you will get free postage on that order. We cap the postage at £6.99, so you will only pay one postage cost if your order is under £40, no matter how many items you've got in that basket. But if you can get your order to over 40, it will be entirely free postage for you. So it's a really kind of savvy way of shopping if you've got the budget for it, of course. I understand not everybody can spend, £40 every week, but if you can, it does help you to get rid of those postage costs. Stu just said in my ear, who's hungry? Yes, I am, and I'm looking at this Whisper bar that Adam's put here, ready to eat. But no, we are going to go a little bit more healthy. We're going to go a little bit more healthy, and we're going to talk about blueberry berry bucks. We're going to talk about grow your own. And blueberries are some of the most vitamin-rich, antioxidant-filled, one of the best fruits that you can put into your mouth. Those dark-skinned fruits tend to be the most vitamin-rich. But these are quite interesting blueberries because these actually sort of grow in the shape of the buxus bushes, don't they?
Yep.
Buxus hedges.
We can see the little picture. They've got that nice sort of domed oval kind of shape to them. They're nice and compact. Look at the flowers as well. That's springtime.
Do you know what? It's pretty. Forget the fact that it's going to produce food for you. This is actually a really pretty bush to have.
It is. Look at the little lantern flowers.
Gorgeous.
Hundreds of those little lantern flowers that buy away the bees. And there you go. You just say it happens. That's the magic of YouGarden.
Oh,
dear! And all the finally, like first slip I've ever made.
That's been a while.
It has, yeah. Have you done that?
No,
You haven't.
I haven't.
Oh well.
As a lot of you will. Have I said QVC? Have I said that?
Oh, there we go.
Apparently I said QVC.
But YouGarden.
A lot of you will know we used to be on.
But YouGarden
Ideal
used to
World.
supply Ideal World,
Yes.
so it was, Ideal World was the channel, but YouGarden supplied the plants. Now we're coming direct, straight from YouGarden,
Absolutely,
not
it's the
via
best
that
way.
channel. But yeah, I mean, the bees love that, the pollinating insects love it. You get those lovely lantern-shaped flowers, and of course, once they're pollinated as well, then they go on to form those wonderful, wonderful blueberries. And the foliage is great on these. It looks really, really lovely,
Yeah.
shiny foliage.
I mean, they are deciduous, aren't
They are,
they?
but
So-
I tell you what, the autumn colour
Yeah.
of blueberries is
And
some
it's
of the
starting-
most ridiculously, obscenely colourful foliage you can ever
It's
see.
starting to bronze up on
Yeah.
these right now.
But they
and
go
it
orange,
is
they
a
go red, they go
gorgeous
pink.
colour.
Oh, they have stunning, stunning autumn sort of foliage colour. The only thing is they do need ericaceous soil.
Yeah.
So basically, in your garden at the moment, if you've got rhododendrons, azaleas, all those kind of things, in the garden, they're really green, they're really healthy. You can plant these straight into the soil, but if you haven't got that kind of soil, grow these in pots. We've got ericaceous compost on our website, and we've got some fabulous pots. The Helix pots would be brilliant.
Oh, yeah, these
in
would be
fact,
great.
The largest one, the 13-centimetre one, probably be big enough for these for years, really. They wouldn't need anything bigger than that.
Yeah, absolutely. They'd be absolutely fine living in there, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
And
no
a
problem.
display of those would be really gorgeous. You could also create some sort of low kind of hedging with this as well. You could create like a line of these and get sort of a low hedging on either side of a pathway or something.
That'd be
or other.
beautiful, wouldn't it?
And then when the fruit production is there, you can just go out and pick them for yourself.
Literally,
Do
just pluck
protect
them
them
off.
though. Maybe a little net over there because the birds do like to get at your blueberries. So that's maybe a little tip.
But
I've got a few blueberries growing, and then they're new this year, so I didn't get much fruit this year, but next year I'll be making sure to protect them. The birds are not having my blueberries.
Funny enough, I actually found a couple of honeyberries still the other day as well. On my honeyberry, I thought, I just looked out of interest, thought they'll be long gone by now, but there were still 2 or 3 little honeyberries on there. Yeah, picked them off and had them. Lovely.
All right, 310186 is the item number if you'd like to go for the blueberry berry bucks. You can get that look of the buxus hedging, but without the danger of that buxus blight thing that tends to happen. £14.99. It is a half price saving. Let's give you a little reminder of some of the things that we haven't seen for a little while, or some of the things that we have seen but are your firm favourites. Adam's going to do a little change so we can show some things. We've got the tree fern, the Dicksonia. It's going to come to you in a 9cm pot. That is mine after it's been grown on for about a year, and then this was taken just a few days ago. So about 2 years on is what we're talking about with the tree fern, the Diphylla Antarctica. It's a long-lived perennial plant. Needs a little bit of winter protection to make sure that you can get it through, but you can get the look. Well, not the look of, you will get one of those beautiful tree ferns, you know, with the big dark trunks on them, and then that beautiful foliage up the top. You'll be able to pass this on to your children and your grandchildren. 500243 is the item number if you'd like to go for that. It is a previous deal of the week, excuse me, and we have kept that deal of the week price, but honestly, we've had it for a few weeks now, so I would be surprised if we carried this on for much longer. 500243 is the item number. Do think about adding that one into your basket. Next, we've got the wisteria, which is on a double-up deal, the amethyst balls. So this one stays a bit more compact, doesn't get as out of hand as other wisteria can. Also, this is going to reliably flower for you in its early years, in its first year, because other wisteria, unfortunately, you have to wait a long time, several years in some instances, in order to get the flowers, but this is going to be flowering for you in its first year. Double up deal, so it's $19.99, and the second one will just be an extra £10, 2 for $29.98, as long as you use the code. Put 2 of them in your basket, and do consider going for the tower pot, because we've got a double deal on the tower pot as well if you want something for them to grow in. Another deal that we haven't actually mentioned today would be our heavy duty pots. These are, again, along with the tower pot, one of the best things that you'll buy for your garden. You will use these so much. They're great for growing things in. I mean, Sean's got his Christmas trees there. I've got cordylines, roses, Prunus triloba. I've got all my blueberries growing in there. I've got my tomatoes growing in there. I mean, I've got probably 20 of these dotted around my garden with various things growing in, but I also use them like this. Every time I go into my shed, I pick up my heavy duty pot. In it, I've got my gloves, my secateurs, my trowel, my fork, my kneeling pad, and it comes out into the garden with me, and I collect all of my garden waste in there. Decanting your compost into there so that it's easier for when you're potting up. That's a great use of these. You could use them for carrying your logs from outdoors to indoors. Honestly, when you break it down to a price per use kind of cost when it comes to the heavy duty pots, it will be the best thing that you have in your garden. And that's what I use mine for most. It's going around when I'm doing my tidying up, I'm doing my deadheading, I'm doing my weeding. I collect up all the rubbish in there before it then goes into the big green bin to be collected by the wonderful refuse collectors. So 130011 is the item number if you'd like to go for them. It's a 4 deal pack, so 4 of them, 40 centimetres. Use them for growing things in. They've got those extra drainage holes, but they're also fantastic for all of the other garden jobs that you might have in your garden. Next up, we've got the strolch. So, strolch is a great one to get at this time of year, a bit like the bark mulch, but of course strolch has that added benefit of being a bit of a deterrent for the slugs and the snails. It's made from mineralised straw. The slugs and snails don't like it, so it's a nice environmentally friendly way of getting rid of the slugs and snails. There's no poisons in there to kill them. We want the slugs and snails in our gardens. We just don't want them eating certain items of our, of our plants. So this, if you spread it around the plants, like hostas and stuff like that slugs and snails really like to eat, dahlias, new growth on delphiniums. Spread it around the base of those plants, and hopefully it will keep those slugs and snails away. But it will also give you the mulch. It'll give a duvet to the plants. It'll neaten up the borders. It'll suppress weeds, it keeps moisture in the ground, so lots and lots of uses for your mineralised strulch. 100149 is the item number. We do also have another option for you in the bark mulch. It is on a half price deal, so this will, you know, help with weed suppressant, it will help to keep moisture in the ground, it will actually give that mulching effect as well, so giving a duvet to your plants to give them the winter protection. And this is on that half price deal at £14.99. Extra 10% discount if you're in the club, so it'll be £13.49. All delivered with free postage. So great way of getting multiples of your free gifts. Great way of tipping your order over the £40 if you want to get that free postage for over 40 as well. 100061 is the item number if the spruce mulch is what you want to go for. Right, so that gives you your little review, and we are now into the last half an hour of our show, unfortunately. It has flown by today, Adam.
It has.
You've been wonderful company. Thank
You as well, as
very
always.
much.
I'm just finishing off my whisper. Sugar
Adam has to
boost.
keep his sugar levels up. He gets all grumpy. He gets low sugar.
Hangry.
And we know about it when he does.
Also, I've got to wipe my nose as well. Now it's all happening.
You carry on. Right, let's take you through our spring bulbs deals that we've got going on here, plus our deal of the week, plus a bit of winter and autumn and winter bedding. Starting off with the 3 for 2. We've got choices and we've got tulips. It's a mix and match in here. If you want to go for 3 packs of your crocus, absolutely you can do that. But if you want to go for 2 packs of your crocus and 1 pack of your tulips, you can do that with this particular deal. It's entirely up to you. Love the fact that we've got options, but first of all, let's just talk about crocus. One of the earliest flowering, the one that provides, you know, after the snowdrops, I think the crocus coming through, it's the one that provides us with the feelings of joy that the lighter days are on their way.
Yeah, absolutely, Bex. That's what they do. You know, they're kind of harbingers of spring, aren't they? They're just on that first warm day when these flowers burst open, you see those lovely yellow stamens, see the first pollinating insects coming round. You just think the days are getting longer. We're heading towards spring. We're heading towards summer. Yeah, just they're adorable. They just sort of welcome spring in, don't they? And they're just so easy to grow. And they're such innocent-looking little flowers as well. And you think, I so admire you for flowering
coming
at
out
this,
while it's still cold.
at this really awful time of year.
Yeah, they're brilliant. 600082 is the item number. It's a 3 for 2, so one of the bags will be free. Whatever it is you put in your basket, whether it's a mixture of the crocus and the tulips, one bag will be free. They are the same price. So, as I said, 600082 if you want to go for your crocus. They come in bags of 40, or you can go for your tulip Purple Paradise. 25 bulbs included in each of these bags. £9.99, and on that 3 for 2 deal.
I had
Oh my word, don't you dare do that.
no, I was going to say I had a raven swear at me at work. That was a crocus. Yep. Tulips. Fantastic. I've got these. I've had these for years. They look absolutely amazing. No more jokes. And I like the ones with the fimbriata kind of edge into the petals there as well. I like the solid coloured ones there. Enough joking over here. The solid white flowers, the solid purple flowers, those really upright stems, and these are dramatic. These are so interesting. You know, so joyful. And we were saying earlier on, if you've got the daffodils as well, which we're going to get onto in a minute, and you've got the crocuses, you've got that great big season of spring bulbs.
Absolutely,
starting in late February, going all the way up to kind of, you know, June, that time of year. So that really long flowering period there, bringing you colour, bringing you joy, bringing you interest. And Bex mentioned about lasagna planting that you can do with all these bulbs as well.
Absolutely. 600245. It's one of the best sellers. I mean, we've got loads of different tulips for you, but this one, I think, colour mix, interest with the fimbriata, it tends to be one of our best sellers. Great to grab hold of these deals now while we've still got stock of them. Crocus, crack on, plant those out now. Store your tulips for a little while. Don't plant them just yet. You want to be waiting a little bit longer to plant your tulips. I'd be going into October and early November before planting out any tulip bulbs. Yeah, 600245. Let's go to plant of the week.
Plant of the week.
Ternata.
Yeah. Well, I've sloped this one forward slightly as well, just so you can see how beautiful it is. You can see that super glossy foliage there. Really interesting leaves on this as well. Evergreen leaves, so it looks good all the year through. Masses of white flowers in the springtime for a good 4 to 6 weeks. really sweetly scented as well, hence orange blossom, you know, alluding to that really sweet fragrance of orange blossom. You can leave this to grow into a shrub that does its own thing, its own habit. You can clip it, you can shape it, you can prune it. It's hardy, it's good for full sun. At work, I've planted these in shady areas. It's one of my go-to plants for a shady area. That shady area, and I'm not going to say dark shade. You know,
No.
I wouldn't put this under a huge, great big, massive Lalandia where it's really dark and dry, but certainly somewhere north-facing or.
I love that because that can be quite tricky spots.
It can be, yeah.
They're quite tricky places to
But
put
they will
plants.
tolerate that kind of area. Now, in a slightly shady area, it will tend to be a little bit more open, the way it grows, and it'll tend to flower a little less, but it will tolerate it. But in full sun, spectacular. This is one of those all-round kind of plants. I always give that analogy, you know, when using in the class as a kid at school, and there was that, you know, always that kid that was brilliant academically, brilliant at sport, good-looking,
Handsome.
really popular. Yeah, everybody liked them. They had all the attributes. Well, that would have been this. You know, that would have been this choisia. That would have been that kid because it's got everything that you want from a shrub.
Yeah, absolutely. Really easy to look after, drought tolerant, beautiful, fragrant, evergreen. Yeah, it's got it all. We've ticked all the boxes. 511495. It's the deal of the week, so I would expect that lots of you are adding that into your basket. It is only £6.74 if you're in the club because you get the extra 10% discount by being a club member. Next, we've got the most popular item on our show today, which is the Narcissus Short Mix. 100 of these bulbs. You get mixed varieties included in here as well, so I like the fact that you're not going to know exactly what you're going to get. What you do know you're going to get is all the shorter varieties, so only ever getting to about, 15-20 centimetres in height. And the great thing with the Short Mix daffodils is you can plant them in so many more places than you can with the taller ones.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and there's no, you know, we're not kind of selling you short on this mix either because, you know, the variety in here is spectacular. We've put some really beautiful ones in here. You know, we've got different flower shapes, different flower sizes, different flower colours, slightly different heights. And as Beck said, great for rockeries, great for beds and borders. You can put these in hanging baskets, you can put them in pots, you can put them in troughs, you can grow them in your lawn if you want to. Just so many places you can grow these. And the great thing about the miniature daffodils on Narcissa is they tend to die down a little bit more quickly after they've flowered than their sort of, you know, their much taller cousins. So you don't have to put up with those leaves for so long. Some of them are fragrant as well. They have nice sort of fragrance to them. Some will be multi-headed even, multi-flowers. Some have singles, some might have 3 or 4 flowers on one stem. So a really, really fantastic mix for a good, probably 4 to 6 weeks of fabulous colour in spring.
Good one for your Mother's Day gifts as well. You know, if you want to plant some up, put some in some gorgeous planters, get them planted up, and then rather than getting a bouquet of them for mothers next whenever it is, March. April, March?
Yes, March, I think it's in March.
Next March time, actually hand over the pot, and then they've got that display for years.
Isn't mothering? Oh no.
It changes every year though, doesn't it? It's a different Sunday every year.
Yeah, I was thinking when Easter is, because no, Mother's Day is another thing. Yeah.
It does seem to move around, doesn't it?
Because Easter falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon after St. Cow's. Yeah, like that. After the spring equinox.
After that.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All right, 630029 if you want to go for the Narcissus Short Mix. This is 100 bulbs included in that pack, so it's a really good one. I can see why that one has been the most popular today. And finally, on our favourites table, we've got the Pansy Cool Wave going on. It is the last time they're going to see them today. Oh, that's it, we've got to go. All right, so Pansy Cool Wave, pack of 10, but 10 extra included, absolutely free as long as you use the code. So go to the website, put in the code 400967, put 1 in your basket. Then when it says, do you have an offer code? Say, yeah, I do. YGTV3524, put that in, press enter, and you'll find that another pack has been added in absolutely free. Along with your free green bag that you've got, you can see up at the top there, that's your free gift. You will get a free one included in there as well. Stu's been shopping. What have you been shopping for in there, Stu? All right, so you've got some of the Helix, so you've got a free one included. Got Nandina all to go in the Helix, very nice. Sambucus, because, yeah, of course, it's 3 for $4.99. Yeah, we've got the double up deal on the Wisteria. Yeah, so we've only got 1 bag of crocus and 1 bag of tulips. I'd go for a second bag of crocus. So there we go. Now, one of them is going to be showing us free. There it is. Wow, we're currently
Wow.
saving £108 and 94 pence on that, and it's £83.92. You absolutely need to join the club because it's going to cost you £5 to join, but you're saving an extra, what is it, £11.40, so £6.40 on that particular order. And then, of course, every time you place an order in the next 12 months, it's pure savings from that point on.
Yeah, I mean, that is just mind-blowing, isn't it? How you can, how you can do that.
Honestly, it adds up, and the amount of savings you can make is incredible. Right, so yeah, Pansy Cool Wave, flowering up for up to 10 months of the year.
Up to 10 months, yeah, and gorgeous. I mean, look at the colour of these flowers. Look at this one here, for example. Look at the lovely yellow centre to that. Isn't that so beautiful?
I love yellow and purple together.
Really nice, aren't they?
That's a nice combination, isn't it?
I mean,
yellow and purple.
oh, look at that. Isn't that just stunning, those flowers? So
gorgeous.
Beautiful, almost like it's emanating its own light source from the middle of that flower there. And, and there's this one as well. I mean, such a beautiful colour range on there. Look at that. Isn't that lovely?
I love it. I love it when you can see the little faces.
Yeah, next to the little line up there. You've got a little line up there. You've got white, you've got yellow, you've got purple, and you've got the bicolour. All in a little line. What a magic lot of colours there. Some are fragrant as well, Bex and I have found, especially the yellow ones. They're going to slightly tumble and trail as well. Hardy to -25. Can you believe it? -25. So you could grow these in the Highlands. If you've got a pub in the Highlands of Scotland, you could have them in a hanging basket there. Because they'd still be frost hardy. Just one thing to say though, don't panic in the winter time. If you've got Pansy Cool Wave in a hanging basket like behind us, and we have a -6, -7, when you first go out in the morning, they'll look like a car's driven over them. Honestly, they'll just all be laying dead flat.
Yeah.
They'll be as, I don't know, limp as a
limp thing.
A dead jellyfish, and limped as. But as soon as the weather starts to warm up,
they'll perk right back up again.
They pick up by lunchtime. You cannot believe the transformation. So don't think they've gone. They haven't. Honestly, they've just been shocked by the frost, but definitely not killed.
We do have pre-planted hanging baskets with the Pansy Cool Wave in as well. So if you're just not in the mood this year for planting up your own baskets, you can actually get the pre-planted hanging. I quite like that. It looks like a hat.
Oh, yes. It's very nice.
You can get the pre-planted hanging baskets as well. Do you know, if I could get married again, I would have a big floral thing.
Isn't there like a sort of like the god of Pan or something like that? Sort
Probably.
of a thing like that. There's a goddess that has kind of that.
If I could do it, I'd love to get married again. I'd love to get married again. But I would go for a big floral, like... Anyway, moving on. There's your pre-planted hanging baskets.
You can get married twice to the same person, can't you? You can have a blessing and all that.
Yeah, but
some people do it again, don't they?
Weird.
Does it?
Sort of fancy doing it, just so I can have a big party and wear a big dress and floral headdress.
I'll be a page boy.
I'd get you coming in. You could be the flower boy.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, I'd get you doing that. You and Sean.
Yeah.
Coming along and doing that.
That'd be good.
That'd be so good. Anyway, Pansy. That's your Pansy Cool Wave pre-planted hanging baskets. Quick one on the compost. 100125 is the item number. You can get 100 litres of the compost. This is our premium professional compost, packed with vital ingredients.
It is as well, but what we've done is we've massively peat reduced this as well, which is important, but we've taken peat out, we've put that composted wood fibre in, fabulous drainage, helps the roots penetrate, gets oxygen down to the roots, it's pH balanced, so it's not too acid, not too alkaline, so the vast majority of plants are happy in it. It's hydrophilic, it means it wants to suck in the moisture, it loves to absorb moisture, slow release fertiliser to feed up to 6 months, and it really is, I think, the most 5-star reviewed product that we've got. And I've had, Beck's had, Stu's had, Sean's had, we've all had the most spectacular, incredible results with this. It's been absolutely phenomenal. And Al Graham, as I call him, have we heard from Graham again yet recently?
No, do you know, we haven't heard from Graham for a while.
Al Graham, as I call him.
Graham's all right.
He was one of our best fans because he sent us a picture in once and he had 16 bags of this, all stored in his garage, ready to go.
Yeah, and that's the way to do it, because the thing is, we've all done it and probably, will continue to do it, occasionally run out of this compost. And when you're on a roll and you just want to carry on.
Yeah.
So then you'll nip down a supermarket and grab what they've got or whatever. I'm always disappointed every single time I do it. So it's really good to keep a store of these so that you never run out, because you will always be disappointed. There's the slow release fertiliser, the little green balls that you'll find within here. This compost is the best compost. Our head gardener is so pleased with the quality of this compost, and he knows what he's talking about because he's been in it nearly as long as Adam. 100, not in the compost, I meant the gardening world. 100125 is the item number. Postage included in this particular item. So if you want multiples of them, maybe price them as individual orders so that you can get multiples of your free gift. Or maybe you only want a couple of plants today, and you want to get over that £40 to get your free postage, add in an order of your compost. You're going to use it at some point anyway, so you might as well to get that free postage. Well, apparently a few people have come back for second orders today. Thank you very much. Big thank you to you all. We really appreciate it. We've been here for just over a year now. In fact, it was August the 30th, so it was yesterday.
Oh, really?
It was my 1 year anniversary. That was the time I did my first show here.
Oh, congrats.
And in fact, that means that today is your 1 year anniversary of doing
Oh,
the show
I forgot
here.
the day. I didn't know that.
No,
yeah.
I remember because I looked it up because
Oh.
I was actually on holiday
Cool.
that week. I did the Wednesday that week and you did the Thursday. So this will be your one year anniversary.
Well, it's been a blast.
Today.
We've so enjoyed it. I mean, we enjoy it every week. I really look forward to it. I have to, like you, I have to get up at 6 o'clock on a Sunday morning, but I don't care.
No.
Because it's a beautiful drive where we are. We're in the middle of the fabulous Lincolnshire countryside.
Yeah.
And it's a lovely drive. It's so peaceful here, so quiet, so colourful. We love it. We love it.
have fun, don't we?
So stress-free. Yeah.
And you've been a big part of that, basically, because you send us all your messages, you come in and you shop, which means we get to be here, but we also get to see your gardens as well,
Yeah.
which is lovely.
We're only here because you're here. That's
Basically.
basically it, to be honest.
So we're very grateful, thank you. Right, let's talk about the bulk bark mulch, shall we? So you've got a couple of options. You can go for the strulch, but that has the extra properties of being, a bit more of a slug and snail repellent. But you can go for this one, which has the benefits of, neatening out the borders, keeping your plants warm, giving them that duvet over the winter.
Yep.
So it's a bit more, it's a bit cheaper basically, but it doesn't have as many properties as your strulch. So we're giving you the options. It's all about options, isn't it? We all garden differently and we all need different things.
And the weird thing is probably 30, 40 years ago, you couldn't give this away. It was a byproduct of the wood industry.
Yeah.
Where I live in Norfolk, there's huge pine forests, and every so often I drive to work and suddenly a whole field of pine trees has gone, which is a bit sad, but it's grown for the wood. And this is stripped off the actual trees. This is the bark.
The bark, yeah.
But of course, somebody had the bright idea one day, thinking, hold on a minute, I can find a really good use for that, and it really is a brilliant product. I mean, we love using it in the garden. So often, when we do planting schemes, if we've got the planting done, sometimes people have got really awful soil underneath. It's really stony and ugly, and it's got, I don't know, bits of twig and leaf, and it doesn't finish off the job properly, leaving it like that. You put a layer of bark mulch in between those plants, give it a water, and then you stand back. It just lifts the whole thing. I mean, it just makes it look so much nicer.
Yeah, I agree. It's something
Beautiful
I need
stuff.
to get round to doing, actually. And while this is on the half-price deal, feels like maybe a good time to stock up on a few bags of this and just put it all around the borders, protect all those plants, but really just neaten the look of it up rather than sort of bare soil and stone. You could put that down.
And it just makes it easy to walk on really, really heavy clay soil as well, because, if you're walking on bark and not clay, it doesn't stick to your boots, doesn't stick to your feet.
All right, let's do a rundown of the last table. Quick, because we haven't got much time. So we've got the Nandina Fire Parrots on the double up deal. So buy one for $14.99, but if you put two in your basket, you'll get the second one for a £5, basically. And Nandina, you use a lot in your planting schemes.
I have, yeah. I sent the pic today. I think Stu might put the pic up if I ask him nicely. I'm
afraid my iPad seems to have gone dead,
Oh,
which is bizarre because it had full battery at the beginning, so I'm not quite sure what's happened.
Not the way these things happen, don't
I'm
they?
going to go plug it in. You carry on
That's
talking.
technology for you. No, I adore Nandina. It's very similar in a lot of ways with its attributes to the choisia we were talking about. It's evergreen, it flowers, it has berries. Certain times of the year it has really, really fiery red foliage as well, hence firepower, that really stunning foliage. And I found generally you get the most vivid red foliage when you plant these in really hot, sunny positions. It doesn't need particularly fussy soil. Well, I've grown it in really clay soil that gets bone dry in the summer.
Yep.
but they just keep going. They just keep growing. It's stupid frost resistant, really, really hardy, and it's a shrub that doesn't get particularly tall. It's quite slow growing, and this might get about sort of a metre tall eventually, but it's well behaved, always looks interesting all the way through the year.
Just to give you an idea, because we went out into the nursery this morning, so we've got, I think this must be part of maybe some of the older stock, and we've got some new stock in, but there's two sort of looks out there. So you might get two like that, you might get two like this. They're all going to do the same thing, so don't worry about it. But just to give you an idea of some of the colours that you're going to get from this, it's so interesting. And of course you can get the flowers and you can get the berries as well.
It really is one of those shrubs that's got everything you want.
It's got a lovely sound to it too.
Yeah, that sound is good. So, to summarise, it's evergreen. Sometimes it's ever red. It has the white flowers. It has the berries. It's hardy. It's drought tolerant. It's slow growing. It's compact. It's well behaved. It's just a fabulous shrub. There we go. And Nandina is another plant that we use so much. This one and the Obsessed. The Nandina Obsessed.
Yeah, it's a beautiful one. I love that, Adam. I think that's one of the best planting displays. You know, real low maintenance, but gorgeous. 510823 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Nandina Firepower. We have got that double up deal, so do consider maybe adding a second one into your basket and using the code. The Diphylla Antarctica, so this is the one in the 9cm pot that you can see here. Now, this is an absolute beauty. This is the tree fern, something that we, a lot of us aspire to own, and I now own one. I bought it, I got it as the 9cm nearly 2 years ago, and it is a beauty. You've got a big one though, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got sort of about 3.5, 4 metre tall one. It's grown about probably half a metre in the 15 years I've had it.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, so it doesn't grow a lot a year. It's quite slow growing. And when you look at that little plant there as well, I mean, these are ancient kind of plants as well. It's a miracle, isn't it, really, that these got through. You think of all the huge dinosaurs and herbivores they were around at the time, kind of munching everything, that these somehow have got through to the modern day. But the fun of this is growing a tree fern right from the very start, rather than getting one with a trunk on it already. It can become an heirloom plant. It can become a plant that you can pass down through the family. You can keep growing on, and it's just a really fun but fascinating plant to grow.
So that's it after about a year. That's mine in my garden. That's a 40cm pot, just to give you some idea of the size. So about a year on, that's the size it has grown to. And then I took this next picture just a couple of weeks, well, last week I think it was, and that's what it's looking like now. So I get loads of luscious ferny foliage. It's going to take a while to form that trunk, but I don't mind. Over the next, how old am I? Next 40 years that I am going to be on this planet, at least, because I'm going to be an old bird by the time I pop off. I'm going to enjoy watching that grow. Next we've got the Sambucus, the Southernland Gold, another one that's a previous deal of the week, and we've kept the deal of the week prices here. I've said it a few times during our 4 hours, I don't know how much longer we're going to keep these going for. We can't keep them going for too much longer, but you will actually get 3 of these, the Sambucus Southernland Gold in the 9cm pots for £4.99, £4.49 if you're in the club. Real valuable one, this one for your borders, eh?
Yeah, dramatic foliage, white flowers, red berries, incredible autumn foliage, a really tough, resilient plant, a plant you can leave to grow to become its own size in time, which could be anything up to about 12 foot, but you can actually prune these back quite harshly, a couple of 2 or 3 times a year even. Then you get new foliage, and the new foliage tends to have even more dramatic yellow colour than the older foliage.
Yeah.
And these are just a hybridised relative of the elderberry we see grown in the countryside in the UK.
All right, well, there are only 40 of these left, and that is individual pots. So that means there are 33... I've done my maths wrong.
No, there's only 10, 11. 13
people.
Yeah, 13, yeah.
There you go, not 33. 13 people that will be able, or 13 orders of this remaining, basically. So realistically, very realistically, this could go by the end of the day, and this is one that I wanted to place my order of. So can you not order for 5 minutes?
Would that include these ones we've got here?
Let me get mine in. Those do count as stock. So yeah, 13 people are basically going to be able to get hold of that deal. Yeah, 511463 is the item number if that's what you want to go for. If you want to re-watch any of this show, you can do. If you're on YouTube, you can literally just rewind right now. Just drag the time bar, go backwards, and you can watch any bits. You can fast forward through where we're being silly and watch the bits that you want to watch. It's entirely up to you. If you are watching on Facebook or you're watching on the website, you can hop off over onto YouTube, or the repeats will be running again very soon. You can tune in and watch any of the other shows that we've had. We tend to keep the codes alive and well for about 3 weeks. So if you want to go back and watch shows from the past 2 or 3 weeks, you can do, and you might be able to get some of those deals as well. Big thank you to all of you for your company. Welcome to September. It is September the 1st today, so we're going to be doing lots of garden tidy-ups, moving rounds, getting our spring bulbs planted, and we've had all of those things on the show today. I'm going to be back on Thursday. Are you back on Thursday?
No,
or Sean
no,
back on
I'm
Thursday?
back next Sunday. Will that be with you?
Yes, that'll be with me.
Back next
All right,
Sunday.
so it'll be me and Sean on Thursday, me and Adam back again next Sunday. So do come and join us, please. I'm sorry I haven't been able to do I don't know why the iPad died, but it did. I'll look at all of those once it's got a bit of juice back in it. Thanks ever so much for your company. I hope you enjoy your Sunday afternoon. It's soon going to be Sunday roast time again, isn't it? We start having Sunday roasts. Lots of love. Bye. Bye.